Ladies and gentlemen, this is the moment we've all been waiting for.
Graham Hall!
The silencer, Jeff Smith!
People were cheering.
James
That is special.
It's top sight!
Legendary warrior, Dylan Peterson!
What a dart that is. Oh, what a shot.
Hayes wants tops. And Hayes gets tops.
Oh, and he hits it. Double 18, double 18.
Has just hammered home a 1-4-2. That was spectacular.
Will come to an end here. Huntley finds tops. Well, there goes that record. Ball.
Oh, this game has got everything.
Good morning from the live lounge here in Portsmouth, where we are right in the thick of the action when it comes to the ADC Global Championship. We are past the halfway stage, and this week has all been watched by Paul Nicholson, the asset, and I'm very pleased to say Paul is continuing to be with us for the next couple of days to take in the action. It's been a good tournament so far, but let's focus on yesterday before we look at today's players. And yesterday we bucked the trend a little bit because there was no one individual who won every single one of their matches. It was a far more competitive group, wasn't it?
Yeah, it certainly was. A lot more competitive action in the middle of the table, and we saw Adam Leake just trying to squeeze his way through to next week, which he did in the end. But I was particularly impressed with Stuart Dutton. He's been around a long time. He's not even that old. He's only 42. But after watching Stuart around 15 years ago, you knew that he was capable of doing really good stuff. Yesterday, at times, it was a little bit up and down, but when it was up, it was that good. It was 164 finish good. It was 99 average good. And that's why he finished top of the table, albeit by one leg.
Yeah, that 164, a particular highlight for Dutton, who finished top of the pile. We did see a 170 yesterday. That came from Ivan Springborg-Poulsen, but he finished below the dotted line. Aussie Adam Leake came through as well, as did Carl Wilson. But a word on Jimmy Bristow, Nico, because he'd never set foot in this building before. He came through as a last chance qualifier from the southern section to be here, and now he's in the knockout groups.
Yeah, he's got a really good attitude, Jimmy. And I think we spoke about it yesterday, didn't we, about the pressure of the name. Now, he's got nothing to do with Eric and his past, but the fact is, with that name, we're going to talk about it. But I think he wants to carve out his own career, and the raw ingredients yesterday were excellent. And he acquitted himself fantastically well. I'm really interested to see what he does next week now.
Thank you, Nico. Well, how about today? Let's take a look at the players that we've got in action for you this morning, and these are the outright odds. This is who the bookies think will win this group, and Jeff Smith goes off as the 2-1 favourite, a winner here on this stage not too long ago at the Modus Super Series. In Chaz Barstow, a player who's hit a 9-darter this week as well, Nico. So how do you see the value in this list?
Well, I think the odds compilers have got this very close to right, whereas earlier in the week we questioned a few of their choices, but I expect Smith and Tweddle and Barstow to qualify. I think there's going to be a bit of a dogfight between Robbie Martin and Michael Huntley. Two big ADC advocates. I think this is going to be a fascinating day. For someone like Wesley Van Tripe, for instance, I think he's going to have to get that big start. If he doesn't, he's going to be chasing.
Just focusing on Jeff Smith, someone who we know is experienced. 10 years ago, he was going deep into World Championship tournaments. He's been in the winners' enclosure this year as well. How much does experience play a part in these days? Because they are long campaigns.
Yeah, very long days. I think Jeff is very adept at a lot of different formats. And playing 6 games in a day, it's just something that's become very normal for him in this place. Whereas he's good in Group A situations at the Modus Super Series. He's good when it's crunch time. We saw that in Series 11. I don't think there's any format that scares him. He'll be ready to qualify for next week, and I'd be flabbergasted if he doesn't.
Okay, then that's Paul Nicholson's view, and you'll hear more from Nico in the commentary box very shortly. But we are ready to get underway here at Group 5 in the ADC Global Championship. The first game is Bozicek against Barstow, and it's a very good morning to Henry Deacon. Morning, Hennes.
Thank you, Niall. Morning, everyone. And so to day 5 of the 2025 ADC Global Championship. So far, we've seen players from across the globe go toe-to-toe. So an Australian Adam Leake make it through yesterday. An African star in Peter Achuri make it through on Wednesday. And today we have a man in Stefano Bozicek from Slovakia going to the Oki. The South European qualifier, 44 years of age from Copa, up against Chaz Barstow, the 46-year-old from Winchester. Fair to say that both players have had different types of trips to get here. The winner of the Vault National Championships, that was his qualification through. Owen Binks in charge of the action on this Friday morning. The asset Paul Nicholson's alongside me in commentary for this opening match of Friday's action. And Chaz Barstow is one of those players that is lively in this group, but you'd also say in terms of the championship as a whole, we've seen him do some really good things in 2025, particularly on the ADC circuit, a 9 darter at a Vault event in midweek. He could be a lively contender to go very deep in this competition.
30.
Of that, there's no question, Henry. He is the ADC Vault champion after all.
51.
And I think he's been a lively contender for years now. Maybe it's fair to say that there was a bit of a lull around
60.
2023. But over the last couple of years, he seems to have rebounded. Nothing's changed much in the equipment department. He's still using these very, very old Eric Bristow-style darts. And they're still 25 grams, we are led to believe.
60.
But Chaz is very much one of those players who is trying to balance darts
58.
and life, and he's trying to get that sweet spot. This year, I think he's got it quite good. Playing international darts, playing for himself. It's been quite a busy year for him.
As for Stefano, he's looking to kind of buck a bit of a trend when it comes to qualifiers from the European region, because we've seen even Springbok Paulsen and Ronan Lengren both compete already without any success. We'll see Panagiotis Kryphos Paphis from the Southern European Tour take to the stage on Sunday. So far, the players from Northern and Southern European Tour action haven't quite had the
46.
success that perhaps they would have wanted on this stage so far this week.
Not yet. But we still have more players to see. It was a shame that Mladen Radosavljevic could not play earlier in the week. It would have been nice to have someone from Serbia playing here. According to
82.
Bozicek's shirt, Santa's in the house.
Are you ready to step in, Nico?
There it is. Well, Barstow's looking to step in. And I think he was forced to go for the bullseye there because the 54 was covered.
Well, leaves himself on double 10 to get an early breaker throw. Bozicek in his first game on the live lounge stage, taking just a little bit of time to get used to the environment
81.
here in Portsmouth.
120.
210 to Barstow.
Game shot on the first
An
leg.
early breaker
Chaz
throw for the man
Barstow.
from Winchester.
Second leg is Chaz to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, I think Chaz is one of those players who's not going to struggle today. He is used to playing long tournament days.
140.
I think that's one of the things that the ADC has done quite creatively. Locally, when you play your Vault tournaments, you get used to playing multiple games in a night, whereas usually in the past, you might get one game of darts, best of 5. Things have changed. Now you're playing multiple games a night. Your arm is getting used to playing more. Your head is getting used to playing multiple opponents. So things like today, it's the top of the pyramid when it comes to the ADC progression.
That's a Chaz Barstow. We saw him at the Tour Championship finals in October. Went out
100.
in the first round to Kurt Parry. Now, that was probably the best game of that particular tournament. Both players really went at it. Parry, who at times was unplayable, missed 7 match darts to win the tournament in the final against Graham Hall. But certainly trending back in the right direction is Barstow.
81.
Maybe a sluggish start here, but one thing we do know from our experiences of watching Chaz Barstow at the Modus Super Series, he's certainly more of a night animal than he is a
140.
early morning kind of player. How many times have you seen him play in a Group A? Maybe that first game don't quite go to plan. He just has to build up ahead of stride, but he can't afford to do that today.
That is so true.
95. Chaz, you're 164.
But this might be the ideal game for him to start his day.
44.
He'll be back on double 10 when he returns. Bozicek now has left a bogey number twice in 2 legs. That's not a good sign.
$54.
Double 10 it is then
120.
for a consolidation leg.
No score.
Well, well, well. After all, Bozicek
105.
does get a chance. Now, what's he going to do? A lot of people these days are going for 19s or the bull on this. But he's a bit more traditional.
47. Chaz, 120.
Keeps missing it on the outside. Hence the step.
No score.
Maybe he needed to keep stepping.
58.
And so there's an opportunity for Bozicek to get back level. It's double top.
Game shot on the second leg.
Well,
Stefano
one opportunity
Bozicek.
at a double and one opportunity taken, and we're back on
Third leg, it's
level
Stefano
terms at one
first.
apiece. Now,
Game
Stefano
on.
isn't afraid to travel a little bit to play his darts. He'll straggle either side of the Slovenian-Croatian border to play his darts domestically, or
60.
continentally as it turns out to be. Although it has to be said, in the recorded tournaments that
93.
we have on our database, some of the numbers can be quite rangy, let's put it that way.
121.
In that region of the world, Henry, I think they're only just starting to get the amount of tournaments that they need
95.
to get people out of their garages, out of their homes, to play tournaments on a regular basis. If you look at the 2024 Slovenia Masters, where he made the quarterfinals, he would ultimately lose 4-0 to Benjamin Pratnama, who is categorically the best player in Slovenia.
96.
He's actually one of the best players in that part of Europe. But people are trying to catch him. And you need exposure to get better. And you also need work ethic. And we don't know what kind of work
45.
ethic Bozicek has. Not yet, at least. But I would like to think that because there's more darts in that area
96.
of the continent, that it will stoke the hunger of the Slovenians, the Croatians, the Hungarians, the Serbians. Because it's an untapped resource. And the ADC know this.
43.
These are the early
121.
echelons of finding stars in that part of the world.
83.
Well, Barstow in full control of this leg. Actually, a game so far which has gone all against throw. Or that seems to be the trend that's beginning to develop, at least anyway. And as you mentioned, it's a part of the world where we are seeing more darts. There's going to be a European tour in Slovakia next year. European Tour
Game
9
on the
in June
third
will be in
leg.
Bratislava.
Chaz Barstow.
As Barstow takes out the double 19
Fourth
to
leg,
take a
it's Chaz to
2-1
throw
lead and
first.
to
Game on.
find that break of throw again. This time we'll be hoping to hold on to that.
For the first time last year, Bozicek did play in
123.
the Lakeside qualifier. He lost out to Miroslav Grudziecki of Poland. But I think what we're starting to see with Stefano is
42.
this is just the start. I've seen loads of players like him who need something to
100.
Get them moving. Not necessarily big wins. It's let's go here. Let's see what that is like. Let's go here and let's try this. Whatever happens today, it will be really interesting to see what kind of response he gives with attendance in 2026.
And sometimes you say you need that initial starting point. And it was only 2 years ago that somebody by the name of Jimmy Van Schie turned up here as an absolute unknown. We couldn't miss him because he's about 6'9", but
42.
in terms of darting ability, we didn't quite know how good he was. We didn't quite know how he was going to get on. And actually, the first time he didn't qualify, we thought he's an okay player.
55.
And then all of a sudden, the last 18 months, he's turned into this beast.
This looks like a comfortable leg for Chaz.
131.
There's been a great deal of royalty in this building this week.
83.
Like the King from Kenya, Peter Wachuri. Barstow is the Prince.
98. Chaz, you require 48.
Should be 8 and tops for Barstow. He is not going to be happy with his doubling in this contest because he's 2 from 13. Bozicek's only had 1 dart at a double and he's hit it.
Is this one of those games where Chaz Barstow could fall very easily into that trap of, I'm completely outscoring my opponent, I'm just going to have as many opportunities as I want and I can take this leg out in as much time as I want?
Yeah, you've got to remain vigilant here. Don't get drawn in.
6.
Unfortunately,
Stefano, you require 100.
it feels like he is Laura Turner's favourite word, embroiled. Love that word.
Well, 2 from 15 in terms of his doubling so far in this contest, Chaz Barstow. He's going to come back for 3 more double 2 to open up a 3-1 lead and to eventually hold on to his throw. Well, we did say that Chaz Barstow, when it comes to morning sessions, is traditionally a slow starter. That is very much the case here. However, because of his scoring prowess, he's been able to find a way of outmaneuvering his opponent up to press.
You got to win different ways.
83.
Some games you only need 4 darts at a double. Just ask Zereso Zeverboom from yesterday. He had a 4 from 4.
60.
When he was beating Adam Leake 4-2. Right now, Barstow's had 4 times as many, and he's still not over the line.
22.
However, call me a cynic. I think Chaz Barstow would rather be 4 from 44 in the doubles and go through than be 4 from 4 like ZZ and go out.
100%. And also, you mentioned about Jimmy Van Schie being slightly unknown when he came here. But back in 2021,
140.
especially internationally, nobody knew who Chaz Barstow was. And then by the end of 2021, he was playing at the World Championship
93.
against MVG. So a lot can happen in 12 months. Where would Bozicek be in 12 months? As speculation.
100.
We've got no idea. And that's the exciting part of it.
Yeah, Chaz kind of a bit of a beneficiary of the fact that when we
60.
did start in Southampton, there was a lot of restrictions in place, and due to his locality, did get a few cracks of the whip, but then realised how good he was, and he kept coming back. How good's this going to be? Double 18 for 156.
120.
And I tell you what, that would have rattled the Barstow cage if that went.
98. Stefano require 36.
Maybe this guy is a sheep in wolf's clothing. He's missing doubles all of a sudden. But he's not missing that one. That is right in the middle.
6 flag is Chaz to throw first. Game on.
Barstow's got to be careful here. If he has a dodgy 6th leg,
82.
Bozicek could pounce and nick the points. Now, yesterday, we didn't have a great deal of games that went the distance.
59.
In fact, of 21, only one went the distance. That was game 20 between Dutton and Leek.
140.
I will be honest, with Bozicek making his debut on the stage here today, I thought Barstow would roll him. It hasn't been the case because of the missed doubles.
$85. $59.
Well, Barstow now closing in. 6 darts on 220 to
58.
get his campaign for this year's Global Championship up and running.
I don't mean to make you feel old, Henry, but I think these darts from Barstow are older than you.
140.
Because that is actually the first set of darts Chaz Barstow's ever bought. $9.99 from Argos. Other retailers are available.
41. Jazz require 80.
Other catalogues are available.
Well, if they work, keep using them.
40.
Again, he needs another visit on the outer ring. This is something he's going to have to polish before he plays against Jeff Smith in Game 6. Because we know what he's not going to let you do.
121.
Well, it hasn't
Jazz
been
require
pretty.
40.
It hasn't been convincing. But Chaz Barstow is off to a winning start at the ADC
Chaz
Global
Barstow.
Championship. He gets the better of Stefano Bozicek by 4 legs to 2. 4 from 20 in terms of his finishing. He knows he's going to have to sharpen up on that. The scoring was okay, but plenty of room for improvement. Next up, Jess Smith, the Modus Super Series 11 champion, takes on Wesley Van Tripe.
First game of Group 5 at the ADC Global Championship here this week is in the books. And Stefano Bojicek was unable to reel in Chaz Barstow as he wins by 4 legs to 2 and grabs the first 2 points of the day. Now we welcome back to the live lounge in Portsmouth Jeff Smith, the Series 11 champion. But yes, that's not Danny Van Tripe, that's Wesley Van Tripe. And if it can be believed, he throws quicker than his brother. But Jeff is now 50 since he won in Series 11 and was unable to get to Champions Week in Series 12. He's spent a bit of time in the Dominican Republic celebrating his bullseye birthday, and now it's back to business as he looks to make the second stage of the ADC Global. And the reason he's in this tournament is because he won Series 11 in the middle of the year. So now, it was his choice to be here. Keep it in the board, that counts. He thought there was a bull off. He didn't get the memo. Well, 51. That's going to make the blooper reel, isn't it, Wesley?
It makes me wonder if he's actually watched his brother play here or whether he's just thought, do you know what, I'll leave that up to you. I'm not going to bother watching. But I'm very pleased that Jeff Smith has managed to retrieve a third dart. He's found a third dart after his celebration from winning
85.
Modus Super Series Series 11, where he just launched the dart into the ether. And I don't think anyone ever saw it drop down, but he's managed to get himself a new set, which is good news for him. And
100.
maybe he'll have fond memories of playing a Dutchman on that stage, because it was Jimmy Van Schie who he beat in that Series 11 final.
And one of the biggest wins of his illustrious career. He's won all over the place.
98.
And since he won Series 11 at the Modus Super Series as well, he
58.
has been to the World Masters final in Budapest, where he lost to Jimmy Van Schie. There's a whole host of us here
96. Wesley
in the box who would love to see Jeff win this tournament, and for Jimmy to win at Lakeside, and then there'd be some
59.
sort of Andy Fordham, Phil Taylor style head-to-head. All in good time, because we still have to see Smith even win his first leg today, so we don't want to get ahead of ourselves.
Wesley require 108.
And he might not win his first leg. And Tripe can't find the treble, so Smith will be back for 103.
44.
But
Jeff, you require 103.
yeah, some sort of darting Super Cup sounds like a lot of fun. And this will be fun for Jeff Smith. But he's missed the big
71.
number.
Wesley require 64.
Maybe a touch of rustiness from the Canadian.
Game shot on the
Van
first
Tripe
leg.
swoops in and takes
Wesley
the opening
Van
leg.
Tripe.
1-0.
Second leg, it's Jeff to throw first.
And Wesley plays in fast forward. He's one of the quickest players we've ever had in the building. He's here courtesy of the Western Regional
60.
rankings. He was number 4 of 5 that made it through to this tournament.
59.
His brother has won on this stage, and his brother has hit the only 9-darter on a Saturday on this stage. So the Van Tripe name,
49.
it has a bit of mystique in this place.
And Nico, when it comes
85.
to those Western regional qualifiers, we've seen Zeverboom as the only player so far to compete that hasn't made it through to the knockout group phase. Because Timothy Verbrewer was third in those rankings above Wesley Van Tripe. The Belgian, he made it through earlier on this week, as did Stein de Klerk, another Belgian. Haven't yet seen Patrick Decker, but the Western regional qualifiers have acquitted themselves well so far here at the ADC Global Championship.
Yeah, they certainly have. We'll see Patrick Decker tomorrow.
140.
And tomorrow's action, Saturday morning action.
100. Jeff, you require 160.
Something that we don't get a great deal of on Pluto TV, but have a nice brunch with your family and watch the darts live on Pluto TV.
80.
All the way through to about 4 o'clock in the afternoon to see who gets through Group 6. But before that, we're going to see who gets through Group 5. Now, Smith is on his favourite double here. Let's see if he can find it to take his first leg of the day.
Game shot on the second.
Of course he can.
Jeff Smith.
I do believe Jeff's got some
Third
new
leg is Wesley
glasses
to
as
throw
well.
first. Game on.
Very fetching, aren't they?
Yeah,
Purple
he's
ones.
been one of those players over the years who's changed his glasses all the time
100.
just to feel fresh. Mark Webster's like that. Look at those beauties. Purple rims. There's that tortoiseshell on the side as well.
60.
They actually, to match the shirt by the looks of it, which wouldn't surprise me.
140.
What did you do with your prize money, Jeff, when you won the Modus Super Series? Nice new car? Fancy new shirt? No, I went to the opticians.
96.
Grabbed myself some new specs.
If you ever needed a car to be repainted or repaired,
45.
Jeff's your guy. He is one of the best automobile painters in Eastern Canada.
59.
He's brilliant with a dart and he's brilliant with a spray gun as well.
Maybe they're just his old glasses.
140.
And he sprayed them a different colour.
It wouldn't shock me.
Well, Van Tripe has raced his way down to 76. And races his way into a 2-1 lead. 64 check out for his first leg, 76 that time.
Fourth leg, it's Jeff
And
to
the
throw
Dutchman
first.
moves in front.
Game on.
I hate to say it, Ricky Evans, but you've got competition. This guy is fast. So much so. That if he's on a
95.
180 today, we might have to try and time it.
Well, I'm all for sibling rivalry,
28.
but often when you do see sporting twins, naturally one will elevate themselves above the other. And
60.
so he might not be quite as good as his brother Danny Van Tripe, but if I can't be better than you, I'll
100.
darn sure be quicker.
I guess time will tell. We can't really say who's been the better player until we have a very large sample size.
96.
And just looking at other sports, for years in tennis, Venus Williams was the Williams sister,
100.
who was the one to beat, and then Serena came into her own a little bit later down the line. So in terms of darting, brothers,
100.
could we see a different Van Tripe leading the way in the next few years
59.
than the one we
Jeff
expect?
require 150.
He's looking low, trying to leave double 18 again. It's not going to happen this time.
58.
It's not a vintage display from the silencer just yet. The averages are only half a point
100.
apart at this stage.
Require 92.
But he's going to have to be careful. If he misses this, he's risking a 3-1 deficit. Double 8.
76. Wesley require 140.
Van Tripe's biggest finish so far is 76. And that will remain the case.
42. Jeff requires 16.
I think he's trying to regulate the pace of this game. Trying to stop himself being swept up.
Game shot on the
He's doing a
fourth,
decent
Jeff
job
Smith.
here. This might not be a comfortable scenario for some people today who don't play as quick as
Fifth
Wesley
leg, it's Wesley
does.
to throw first. Game on.
You've spoken glowingly about Jeff Smith, but how would you assess the last decade for the
100.
silencer? Because in 2015 at the Lakeside, he was making the semi-finals of the BDO World Darts Championship, losing out to the eventual winner and our good friend here, Scott
96.
Mitchell, as he went on to beat Martin Adams in the final. But since then, we've seen him play on different tours. We've seen him come over to
41.
the UK, go back to Canada, continue working on his car spraying business, but also be very competitive in these kind of environments. So if you were to surmise the last 10 or 11 years for Jeff Smith, how do you think
96.
people will look at it, and how do you think he would look at it himself?
Jeff is a typical Canadian. He
100.
always looks at the glass half full. He always remembers the things he wins as opposed to the things that he hasn't. if you have a slightly different mindset to him, you might think that it's a career that has had near
142.
misses. When in fact, he's won an awful lot of tournaments wherever he's gone.
140.
Championship darts circuit,
Jeff,
Modus Super
167.
Series. Been to the final of a Players' Championship on the Pro Tour. He has tried and played in everything. Multiple
32.
World
Wesley
Championships.
McGuire,
He's playing
120.
here. He's played at Lakeside. He's played at the Palace.
60. Jeff, you're at
I think he's of the
135.
kind of mind of, I'm going to play in everything before I put these darts down. And you have to admire that. But we should focus on what he's won
95.
as opposed to what he
Wesley
hasn't,
McGuire,
because there are quite a few things that he narrowly missed out on.
40. Jeff,
He
you're
might
at
not
40.
narrowly miss out on this leg. First big mistake from Wesley van Tripe on the doubles.
Double 10.
30. Wesley required 20.
Van Tripe. Nearly hits the number ring. And can't get
15.
double 5 either.
Jeff, you required 10.
So Smith, in the blink of an eye, is back to the oche for another chance to establish a lead.
What a marker that is.
Game shot on the fifth flag. Jeff Smith.
That dart just had to be decent to go in.
Sixth flag, it's Jeff to throw first.
Judging
Game.
Jeff's body language at the minute, if he walks away with 2 points here, there's going to be a big puff of the cheeks. This looks like hard work first thing in the morning. He might take a couple of games to get into full flow.
140.
Wonder how much of a benefit or a hindrance that could be. If you're in a scrap from game
140.
does it drain you of energy? Or does it give you that motivation to think, this is going to be tough today? And you would have known that anyway. But when you're in a real battle like this, in your opening
100.
game of the day, first on early in the morning. Of course, we've had a game before this, but, you know, you're one of the first games up there.
96.
I wonder what sort of mindset. You say he's a positive guy. Will he be thinking, I've come through that, and maybe that's the worst it'll get? Or will he be thinking, okay, I'm really going to need to crank it up here?
55.
Maybe a little bit of both. Most dart players would like to have a contest against someone where they don't turn up in their first game, but you do enough
95.
and it is comfortable. It gives you that ability to feel a little bit of freedom whilst getting points. But if you're not playing your best and still contending, that mind
96.
is whirring,
Wesley require 170.
saying, well, what if I don't get out of this game?
98.
He can if he
Jeff,
takes
you
out
require
110.
110.
It has been hard work. 51. Found. Match start at tops. And he has got out of this game with a win. It was hard work, but by the end of it, you just see that little bit of gritting of the teeth from Smith. And he has got the 2 points that he craved to start his campaign in group number 5. Not a classic, average-wise, but Smith will be ecstatic that he's got the points.
He will be disappointed with that. He wanted to have
Graham
one dart.
requires 20.
Graham Usher wins the first game of Champions Night, and it was an absolute ripper. He hit one of them on tops. He missed one on double 12. Which one is it? It's the hit.
Outside opportunity for Andy Hamilton. Van der Velde should be getting a match start again here. He's already had one. Mr. Dart at tops for the match to win 4-1. And the Dart at double 16 gets the job done there for Jurgen van der Velde. He gets over the line with a 4-2-6.
Did he go for tops or did he just overshoot the single? Jimmy doesn't care. Jimmy just looks to eat this up to make the semi-finals for the second time. Adam Kaplas has been eliminated. keep us guessing. This time he's trying to leave double 18. He knows best, and he takes the lead. He is 2 darts away
Jeff requires 86.
from a Super Series final. He's 1 dart away. He doesn't need any more darts. Jeff Smith makes the Series 11 final. Is Usher losing his cool a little bit here?
Oh, absolutely. Right now, I'd say the head's gone. And you don't have long to recover. It is very, very short format darts. Vansky's halfway to victory.
He only needs 1 more. Jimmy Vansky is yet again into a Modus Super Series final.
Flashback vibes. Can Jimmy Vansky do the same? Just needs the 1 treble here on the 19s. Finds it. For the ball.
101.
Oh, unlucky. A lot of pressure on it. He's going to split it. 2 darts for double 4 for the match.
Game. Shot. And the Modus Super Series 11 champion. Jeff Smith.
Welcome back to the live lounge here in Portsmouth for the ADC Global Championship. Day 5, Group 5 is upon us, and this is match number 3. We've already seen wins for Chaz Barstow and for Jeff Smith, but who of Jack Tweddle and Robbie Martin will walk off victorious? And if you are familiar with the ADC circuit, you'll be certainly familiar with these 2 players. Jack Tweddle's name has been all over the tournaments in terms of the results, particularly at the back end in the year 2025. A winner twice on the ADC Championship Tour in Event 4 and Event 6. Made the final in Event 11, but he was beaten in a last leg decider by Tyler Thorpe, who we've seen here on this stage in recent weeks make a real statement. Ended up top
First
of
leg,
the
Jack to throw first.
final
Game
rankings
on.
in the Tour Championship, Jack Tweddle. But as for Robbie Martin, not too far behind. He was 4th in those particular rankings, and he's also
83.
won an ADC Championship Tour event this year. That was Event 9. Again, a last leg decider. Races to 5.
140.
And so 2 players who will know a lot about each other, Henry Deacon. But this is a slightly different environment to what they've been used to facing
60.
each other in.
Yeah, morning, Noel. 2 players that certainly made their name on this circuit, particularly Robbie Martin, who probably at the beginning of this year, a very handy player locally, but didn't know too much about on this stage at this level. But slowly but surely, we're learning a lot more about him. He finished 4th in the end in the Tour Championship
96.
Order of Merit, but when it came to the Tour Championship finals, neither player had a good campaign. Jack Tweddle was the #1 seed for the tournament. He lost 5-2 to Jem Hughes, who actually came in as an alternate
57.
because of the withdrawal of Christian Perez from that tournament, because he had travelled back to the Philippines at that moment in time. For Robbie Martin, he lost in a last leg
98.
decider against
Robbie, you require 124.
Graham Hall, who'd go on to win that particular tournament. Whereas Martin first to finish here, looking to get the break in the opening leg. Needs to find one at some point, so why not get it now?
99.
Bullseye clip for
Jack,
the
you require
124. What can
164.
Tweddle make of the 164?
$84.
Can't find
Robbie
the second
required
treble, which would have gave him a
25.
shot. So 25 to tidy up. Over to double 4.
17.
Wires both double 8 and double
Jack,
4.
you require
And might
80.
those be the fine margins that determine this game? We are only in leg 1. But
Game
that
shot on
might
the
be
first
your
leg.
indication
Jack Tweddle.
as to how close this could be. 80 taken out with a nice pop finish
Second
from
leg,
Tweddle.
Robbie to throw first.
And he
Game
said he
on.
needed a break. Well, he's managed to hold his throw there, but he's got himself going, which is always what you want to settle you down.
If I remember
85.
rightly, that game between Robbie Martin and Graham Hall, Robbie's scoring was okay, but there was a couple of legs
96.
where he needed a couple of visits to get over the line and still couldn't take the chances, and Graham Hall pinched his pocket a little bit. And we kind of see it a fair bit from players like
93.
Robbie, who have a lot of success at regional level. That next step, sometimes in development to the next level up, is when you're playing a lot of local vault tournaments, you're going to get opportunities to
100.
win legs. Sometimes there's not that air of urgency of taking something out straight away. And sometimes we then take that next step, that next transition, when there is that sense of urgency.
57.
It could take a little bit of time to develop.
I just wonder, Hennes, with these two players, whether when the draw was made, they looked at this
42.
group and thought, my word, this is a strong group. Jeff Smith, we've already seen. Van Tripe, we've had a glimpse of what he's all about. And obviously everyone knows about Danny's exploits here.
58.
And these two pitted against each other. I guess there's a couple of ways of looking at it. One might be, well,
96.
I've played a few of these lads before and I know I can beat them. Or I'd rather not. But they've got no choice.
Probably with the exception of Stefano, there's not really any unknown quantities in this group. We kind of
Jackie
know
Require,
roughly where
167.
everyone's going to kind of pitch their tent in this particular group. Try to look at the 167 to go 2 up. The bullseye. Would have
131.
really seen him take control
Robbie
of the
requires
contest.
68.
Martin to level up.
Double 4.
64.
Well, that's 3 darts he's had
Jackie
at double
requires
4 in this match.
36.
He's missed all of them.
Game show on the second leg. Jack Tweddle.
And Jack Tweddle hasn't missed much.
Third leg, Jack to
That's
throw
why he's
first.
2-0 in front.
Game
And
on.
there is the break of throw that he was after.
I think it could also be fair to say, as far as Jack's concerned, that the start of the year
80.
was so good that he may well be disappointed with the latter half of 2025. Said he stalled out quite quickly on the ADC Championship Tour. He also had a very good
46.
start to the Challenge Tour season. There was a period in the campaign where we thought maybe he was somebody that could be competing for spots at the World Championship. In the end,
98.
finished 7th on that particular order of merit. Didn't quite work out for him, as I mentioned, at the Tour Championship finals. And so there is an argument that perhaps he's
60.
coming into this tournament, yes, as one of the fancy players to go deep in this competition, but perhaps not quite in the same nick that he was perhaps 6 months ago.
43.
I guess it hinges on your outlook and how positive you are, because on the whole, if we zoom out a bit, he's trending absolutely in the right direction.
59.
But when you're making progress quickly and then it just stalls a little bit, that can play on your mind.
140.
There is no better way to put that right and banish what might be considered a rather paltry back end to the year
59. Jackie require
than by going
140.
deep into the tournament with the highest prize pot we've ever seen in amateur darts. We might have seen an attempt at the 140 had that not
100.
drifted the wrong side of the wire. He will have another 3 darts at the very least to make himself
59.
an even stronger favourite.
Jackie require 40.
So for free zip,
Game show on a third
no
leg.
mistake
Jack
whatsoever.
Tweddle.
This is a really efficient display from Jack Tweddle. Legs of 17, 16,
Fourth
16,
leg,
all
Robbie
in
to throw first.
6 visit range.
Game on.
Doubling really good as well, 3 from 4. It's just too much of Robbie Martin right now, who's averaging just underneath the 80 mark. There's 5 opportunities at a double.
120.
Yeah, and he might have missed out on a maximum there as well with that bounce out.
54. 26. 28.
Just with the Martin throw, he does bring it back. Just by the side of the bridge of his nose, underneath his eye. You'd imagine he's
58.
left eye dominant, but really does draw it back close to the face, which is quite a contrast to Tweddle, who holds the dart out in front of him.
100.
Well, it's rather reminiscent of Phil Taylor, as you rightly say, was left eye dominant himself.
60.
Well, if you're reminiscent of Phil Taylor, then you're doing something right. Doesn't matter what level you're playing at.
58.
And Martin is certainly the underdog, you could say, to win this match from here, looking like the tallest of
100.
orders. Hasn't yet pinched himself a leg. Has got himself first down to an outshot, but he might already be thinking about the
100.
games to
Robbie
come
require
rather than this one.
137.
Although 137's in hand at the moment.
Not to be. We've seen Tweddle miss the ball for the 167 early on in the
57.
contest. Is he going to win it of a
Jackie require
161?
161.
And it would be some statement start. And we've already seen somebody from Swindon make their way through to the next stage of the Global
85.
Championship.
Robbie
That
require
being Johnny
80.
Haynes on the opening day. He did so by winning every match. If there's one thing that you get to learn about players in that part of the world, they are ultra competitive. And no doubt, if Jack Tweddle won
56.
5 out of 6, Johnny Haynes
Jackie
would be
requires
nattering in his ear.
76.
But this will win number 1.
Looking at
Game
Tops,
shot.
and
And the
Topsy
match,
takes,
Jack
and
Tweddle.
Tweddle takes his opening match by a margin of 4 legs to 0. An imposing performance, especially on the outer ring, where he was 80% on his doubles, 4 out of 5. Missed the bullseye for a 164, did take an 80 check out, but he was just too strong for Martin. He wins by 4 legs to 0.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Lewandowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new Modus Super Series
Welcome back to the ADC Global Championship, where before the break, Jack Tweddle got his campaign in Group 5 up and running with a 4-0 win over Robbie Martin. Match number 4 sees Michael Huntley return to the live lounge stage. A man who has very much made the ADC in Wales his home and is hoping to really kick on the global stage. He takes on Stefano Bozicek, who is looking to improve on a 4-2 defeat to Chaz Barstow in his opening match of the day. For Michael, he's somebody who's getting more depth to the televised stages. One of the best players on the floor, perhaps, in the amateur game. He mops up 10 to the dozen. But there has been 1 or 2 times where, when the lights and the cameras and the action has been involved, he's found himself wanting, but it's felt like the last 12 months or so he's begun to turn a corner. There was a narrative here at the Modus Super Series where we knew how good he was, he just couldn't quite get through the Saturdays, but that's becoming a little bit more of a regular fixture for Babyface. Looking to follow in the footsteps of Baby Boy Adam Lipscomb in terms of going deep into this tournament. Paul Nicholson with me in commentary on this one. Intrigued to see how Michael Huntley gets on.
Yeah, very much so. I think over the last 2 or 3 years, he's gained enough experience
140
to know how he's going to feel when it comes to a day like today. Now the question is, can he use that experience proficiently?
60.
You're right about Wales. In his neck of the woods, it's pretty much Michael Huntley, Kurt Parry. Other people turn up to see if they can beat them.
43.
And if they can't, it's one of those two that will be winning vault events in South Wales. Kurt Parry's made a bit more of a splash in Portsmouth over the course of the last couple of years, though. He was within touching distance of being the ADC Championship Tour Grand Final winner.
60.
We'll see him later on in the tournament. And somebody who will very much, as you say, because of his exploits at the Tour Championship Finals, will have very much a point to prove. As does Michael Huntley, as I say, because of perhaps previous experiences on the Super Series stage. Maybe feels as if he's got that to kind of tell himself that he can do it on the big stage. And he's still waiting 45. For that real breakthrough performance
Michael,
on the telly, isn't he?
158.
Yeah, I think he is. Something that he can remember and relay a tale to his Welsh buddies like Barry Bates.
45.
And say, I did that. I played this well.
Barry Bates, one of 2 champagnes to have played on
59.
this stage. Fair to say him and the other had different levels of success. 113 for Huntley. Well, it can't be done now, so Bozicek 154
53.
for an opening leg break.
Stefano, you require 154.
That one's not going to go with the skinny darts from the Slovenian. Huntley gets these darts in the board 52. Sometimes quite upright and sometimes quite
60.
flat. It's a very interesting angle of entry he's got.
Game
that was fairly consistent though.
Michael Huntley.
And that is a good sign.
Second leg, Stefano to throw first. Game on.
It's an incredibly intricate dart shirt design at the back, isn't it? I think it's a punk face with a dummy on it to signify the babyface thing.
60.
There's a lot going on there.
$26.
Interesting that Bozicek has decided to play for Wolves today. I hope he doesn't get relegated.
Well, all he needs is 1 win to match their points total for this
60.
season.
Oh, you went there. Your name is going to be mud in the West Midlands today, Mr. Deacon.
Add that to many other places.
81.
Of course, when you look at a wolf on the back of a dart shirt, you immediately think of Martin Adams.
Now, you might wonder why he's got the name
95.
Santa on his shirt. Well, basically, his name in Slovenian translates back to English as Santa.
100.
You learn something new every day.
I've heard worse nicknames.
100.
Such as?
Oh, there'll be another time for that. Anything with a Y or an O on the end, it's just part of your name.
60.
It's not very creative. Things like babyface, it's something you need to explain. It'll have a story attached to it.
162.
A bit like what you've just said about Bozicek. And quite frankly, he's just unwrapped a gift there for himself, because that was a wonderful approach.
45.
And a very, very interesting one as well. He leaves double 12.
Game showing a second leg.
And maybe we're about to see the
Buzicek.
best of Stefano, because that is the best leg he's had today.
Just
Third
better
leg,
ask you, does
Michael
it look
to
as if
throw
he's beginning to
first.
settle
Game on.
into things now?
Yeah, he looked a little nervous in the first game. You can completely understand that. Struggling with the transition of darts from left to right hand. Had to have a few resets.
85.
But that second leg signifies that he's more ready than he was when he played against Chaz Barstow.
And I think we have to be realistic about the fact that he's probably never done anything like this before in
95.
his career. Playing in front of the lights, playing in front of the cameras, and perhaps even playing for this kind of money. I mean, even if he finishes bottom of the group and he loses every game, he's going to pick up 500 quid for those particular efforts.
100.
They are very, very skinny darts, aren't they? They're not Johnny
83.
Haynes skinny. And they don't have the same age as Johnny Haynes darts. But if he plays anywhere near the quality of Johnny Haynes from a few days ago, he will sail through to the
134.
next stage. Which would do a lot for Slovenian darts, because it's not just about Benjamin Pratnamat. There are others, but these are super skinny. It tells me that when he's throwing a
85.
dart this slim, that parts of the fingertips are going to touch. Sometimes that's what you want. Sometimes,
42.
and in the case of most dart players, they do not want the fingertips to touch, because that creates a little bit of tension in the hand.
100. Michael, you require
Well,
140.
both players in similar range after 4 visits to the board. Only unable to take out the 140. What could Bozicek make of the 138? He may have to take it out because
100.
his opponent's left
Definitely
himself
require
on top to go
138.
2-1 to the good.
There goes that attempt. So Stefano's not going to Bozicek out.
43. Michael, you require 40.
He may be checked out of leg 3 if Huntley can find tops again.
Game showing
Yeah, that's a really good dart from
Michael
Mike.
Huntley.
I wonder what his ambition is
Fourth leg, Stefano
for this
to throw
tournament.
first.
And I'm talking about
Game on.
realistically. You know intrinsically what kind of form you're in. If you feel like you're playing the best darts of your life, you might think, this is going to be my time.
41.
So what is a good tournament for Michael Huntley?
I get the sense for a lot of players like him, the ambition will be get to the final
41.
Sunday. Because from that point onwards, it could be a minefield. As we know, it's an open draw. There's no seedings in this competition. You don't know where you're going to land on January the 4th, but by being there, you give yourself an opportunity. This group, 4th and 7th, more players will go through than they go home. The second group, yes, it's going to be tougher. 1 from 4, and you've got to play
60.
players twice in a day. But there's no reason why players like Michael cannot get through to the final day in January.
This tournament is a bit like a funnel, isn't it?
43.
Because initially, quite a few people... It's like a funneled street, which gets tighter and tighter as you walk down it. You mentioned 4 get through this stage, then it's 1.
100.
And then at the end, only 1 person can get through the whole thing.
Do you have to ask, what have you made of the format so far? Because obviously this is brand new for us. We didn't quite know how it was going to go, but actually, so far, this has been a bit of a success.
I really like this format. I was impressed with it on paper. In practice on the stage, I think it's even better than on paper.
100.
It's a fair chance for people coming a very long distance. And even for the players that haven't come a long distance. They have a fair crack at the whip on their day. And then when you get to stage 2, if you're not the best that day, you don't go through. I think it's very fair.
And for a lot of players as well, it helps in terms of expensive. Obviously, for the Australian players, okay, they may feel a little bit hard done by it. It's not a full week like it usually is at the Super Series. But for European-based players, it's probably better for them as well, having just the 1 day, in terms of paying out weeks' worth of hotels and things like that.
That's a good point. And that's a good dart. Bojacek is halfway there. And Huntley's on 159, so no reason to panic.
63.
I do believe he was going for the treble 15 there to try and leave double 8.
I'm intrigued by the grip on Bojacek's barrel. We'll talk a bit more about it in the next leg. Because it is certainly unique. He's back on level terms, and to be fair to Bojacek, when he's getting opportunities at a double, he's taken the 2 from 2 in this game, and he was 2 from 5 against Barstow.
Game on.
So what would you like to know about this grip pattern? Because it looks like a scaled grip. Almost hexagonal. A lot of these darts, like Bojacek is using, they're modelled on animal skins. So if you look at the 1/3 down portion, that's a ring grip. That's quite classical. But underneath, you've got a somewhat scaly, hexagonal-ish type of grip. And it gives that little bit of traction. Now, obviously, Stefano doesn't want anything too grippy, but he wants to feel something that just grips his fingers. It's not very aggressive at all. I'm really glad you brought this up, Henry, because 26. With a dart like that, where the grip is not very deep, what you have to do with darts like that is you have to clean them very often, because you do excrete 43. Things from the epithelials in the skin. And you have to get that out of the grooves if those are going to remain the consistency that you want. Now, the only person I know in world darts who cleans his darts on a regular basis is the world number 2. Luke Humphreys. I've seen him clean them. That's how particular he is. So learn a lesson, everyone. Clean your darts.
180.
Well, that was a clean visit from Huntley. First 180 of the contest. In fact, only the second 180 of the day altogether. And puts himself in a very good position
97.
To open up a 3-2 lead in this contest. Well, not happy about something. Shaking his head, just step back for a second.
38.
That is very out of character for Huntley. He is one of the most easygoing guys you will ever meet. If he's shaking his head at something, he is very unhappy. So much so, he actually looks a bit red in the face.
42. Michael, you require 40.
He wouldn't get upset for no reason whatsoever.
Game shot on the 5th leg.
However, he'll be a little bit happy about the fact that he leads this game by 3 legs to 2.
6th leg, Stefano to throw first. Game on.
Why do I get the feeling that these two are not going to be sending each other Christmas cards for some reason?
Feels a bit icy on the stage, doesn't it? It's like when you tried to take on 60. The Highbridge brothers that time.
Tried and failed.
At least gave us 40 minutes worth of
45.
entertainment.
Looking back, it was a very entertaining encounter.
But you know what, Nico? Sometimes you need a little bit of needle. Now, this is
59.
pure speculation as to what's gone on. We haven't got a clue, but there certainly feels as if there's a bit of a tension on the stage.
It might be tension coming from himself. He might be putting himself under a bit of pressure and he's
85.
not happy with his performance. He is only averaging 77. We know he can play a lot better than that. Maybe that's what it is.
But let's be honest,
45.
and be bluntly honest. Apart from Jack Twiddle, no one's really played remotely well so far this morning.
Not yet.
100.
If there's one thing you don't need in this sport, it's bluntness. Because the darts won't land in the board properly. So you've got to stay sharp in more ways than one.
100.
It does fascinate me when we get someone coming to this place from a country that doesn't necessarily send a lot of players
41.
here, if any. Because darts is played differently, culturally, all over the world. You play someone from Iceland, Slovenia, Australia,
78.
South Africa, Guyana. They all play it differently. It's all the same game. And obviously, to Huntley, it might be something to do with the amount of time that Bozicek is taking to retrieve.
$55.
Bozicek really is playing bogey number bingo today. That's 3 times he's left a bogey number now. This is only his second game.
Have you got your card marked?
59.
Well, does leave himself on a ton. How handy can Huntley leave it here?
99.
It's okay. Leaves himself on
Stefano require
76. If this
100.
doesn't go, he should get a match done when he comes back. Treble 15. Or treble 19. Depends on his preference. Treble 15 leaves tops. Tops is
on the
found.
sixth leg.
And he's free from
Stefano
free on his
Bozicek.
doubles. And we go all the way to a last leg
7th
decider.
and final leg. Michael to throw first. Game on.
We've seen some incredibly friendly games that have gone all the way this week.
122.
This has got the feeling of a derby match. And I get the feeling that they're going to be happy that they're only playing each other once.
Shame this wasn't next week, really,
60.
isn't it?
Yes, next week it will be double round robin, which is not the kind of format you see every day, but it will be live on Pluto TV at the ADC Global Championship. It will be interesting to see what
135.
that brings to the table. Because imagine if you do play someone for the first time in the day and it goes a bit awry. Then you've got a chance to put it right the
60.
same day. Huntley's going to be seething if he loses this match.
60.
He's got a very decent lead here. But judging by his body language and his reactions to certain situations, I think he'll be very, very happy to get rid
98.
of Bozicek for the day. Albeit not in the practice room.
Well, luckily there's one extra person in that practice room. So if you don't get along with anyone, then you've got that extra person.
41.
However, next week, when there's only 4 players in a practice room, then a little bit of tension is going to cut like a knife.
Yeah, that's an interesting dynamic. 2 practice boards in the practice area for the players. Next week, when there's 4 players, they'll have a board to themselves when there's a match on the
135.
stage.
Michael, you require 143.
It's fascinating stuff.
1-4-3 to win it. Couldn't find the treble 17, which would have given him a
96.
double 60 to have won it. Then
Stefano
goes
require
bull last
148.
start.
It's worked out okay, actually. However, like Henry said, on the doubles, he's been brilliant, but he can't get to it this time. He might be lumbered on 3 out of 3. And that's exactly
92.
what Huntley wants to leave him on.
Michael, you require 47.
Again, his global championship campaign up and running with a win. Double 16. 2 8s.
Game
Well, he
shot
knows there's
and a
gears
match.
to go, but Michael
Huntley.
Huntley gets his campaign up and running with a win. And in the end, it's all smiles between him and Stefano Bozicek. There was a moment in the middle of the game where it looked like the stage was getting quite icy. But Huntley, with a warm smile and a warm embrace of his opponent, he seals a 4-3 victory. Coming up next, it's Robbie Martin up against Wesley Van Tripe.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie require 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
require
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
The moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
Yoki with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
require
he's gone to
118.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that
Charlie
situation there, George
require
Scaife wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go
Couldn't get the job
it.
done.
Got in the match. And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife.
Welcome back to the ADC Global Championship, where everybody's had a taste of the stage so far on Friday. And this is the portion of the day where everybody will get their second dose of action on the Yoki. Well, Stefano Bozicek has just played his second game and lost his second game, so he's already, after being in the catapult position in the first game, he's in trouble already. As for Robbie Martin, lost 4-0 to Jack Tweddle in his opening match, and he's looking to rebound here against Wesley Van Tripe, who was very exciting to watch against Jeff Smith in Game 2, but he, like Robbie, was unable to get a victory. So someone is about to get off the mark. Niall McCorn, we are going to have 5 players on 2 points at the end of this one.
100. Makes for an interesting mix-up. Of course, it's all about being one of the 4 players.
140.
And when each of the 7 here know that they only need
60.
to be effectively in the top half of this group, then maybe it does allow them to relax a little bit. But as you mentioned,
80.
congested already in the early knockings of this group.
100.
Robbie Martin was rolled in his opening game against Jack Tweddle. Really good performance from Tweddle. Impressive finishing, 80% on his
97.
doubles. And unfortunately, those with the surname Martin haven't done too well
60.
on the South
Robbie
Coast
Carr,
in
88.
the last year or so. I use the word unfortunately.
84.
You're just being very kind.
Hmm.
In fact, in an ADC event last
43.
year, Andy Bolton beat
Robbie
Charlie
Carr,
Martin
4.
in a final, so you might not be far from the truth.
Getting sure the
That's a
first
first leg
Robbie
win for Martin in this day. Something for Robbie to build on.
Second leg, Wesley to throw first. Game
In the
on.
first game, he was looking a bit like the back of his shirt. Now he's looking a bit more relaxed. But do you
59.
really have time to relax when you're playing Wesley Van Tripe? I don't think you do. It's like being caught up in a whirlwind.
60.
It's interesting, isn't it? Because if when you're practicing, you practice alone,
134.
you will be back up to the Oki more frequently. It's just a natural thing because you've got no one to play against. But practicing at home is different to playing tournament darts. And this is tournament darts, and that's really good darts
180.
from Robbie Martin, a maximum from him. But obviously the tempo of a game, you're expecting to take longer
132.
between visits because your opponent has to throw. This is more like what you would do at home on your own practicing.
Yeah, that's a really good point because during 2020, when
93.
the Modus Super Series started, one of the biggest things for players
96.
in the middle of 2020 was they were playing in a room on their own, but they were waiting in that room for someone to complete their visit in another place. It was
60.
weirdness
Wesley Ricard,
beyond our
80.
comprehension. We got used to it, but it took time. Well, Tops,
40. Robbie Ricard,
he not only
108.
throws darts quick, he thinks quick. He was disappointed there on the single for about a quarter of a second, if that.
No score.
And Martin is
Wesley
very
Ricard,
disappointed in that.
40.
2 darts, more than 108 scored.
Getting
And
shown
he's
the
lost
second
the
leg,
leg
Wesley
because
Van
of it.
Tripe.
Van Tripe
Third leg,
levels,
Robbie
and we're
to throw
talking
first.
about
Game on.
practicing. No one ever practices a 168 finish, but that's what Martin had left himself. And then on 108, he hits the 2 big trebles and busts his score. So a couple of errors,
134.
which we'll wait and see if they prove costly. But maybe it's just because it's early in the campaign.
43.
But those are the kind of troubles that you'll need to iron out across the course of the day because, as you said before, everyone's on 2 points. And it might be those little
100.
slip-ups that cost people.
It has been the case already this week.
140.
You can actually take it 168, just not in this format. If you're playing soft tip darts or master out, treble 20, treble 20, treble 16 is allowed. But this is traditional 501, double out, not treble out.
123.
You also can't practice 171.
44.
It's amazing how much his mood has changed since the first leg. And that will
47.
feel
Robbie Ricard,
really strange to him
127.
because leg 1 was about 2 minutes ago. Change your own mood on the ball.
100. No score.
I am dumbfounded.
He is all over the place at the moment. Unless the scoreboard hasn't updated, we have it as 127, which meant
Wesley
that he would have
Ricard,
left himself a
148.
shot at the ball, and now he's realised what he's done. Oh, my word. Oh, my word.
120.
That would really
Robbie Car,
have been a dagger.
127.
And Martin gets another chance.
Take it out, Robbie. Honestly, his head right
55.
now has a postcode,
28.
and that postcode is the shed. That could have been worse.
18. Robbie
This is
Car,
one of the
72.
strangest legs, if not the strangest leg we've had this entire week.
Getting shot
And he
the third
finally
leg,
gets
Robbie
it done.
Martin.
72 taken out. Almost as if nothing that had come before
Fourth leg, Wesley did
had
throw
ever
first.
happened.
Game on.
His head was on the moon, and now it's back in Portsmouth somewhere.
Fair play to you, Robbie.
140.
That's a leg he's not going to forget in a hurry. Now he can get back to business. And that little bit of levity at the end of that third leg.
140.
He can breathe now, because I get when he had 127, he might be thinking that he's
60.
made two mistakes. One was not going for the ball. The second one was that it looked like he was laying up for double 16. And hallelujah.
180.
He's starting to play proper darts now, but when he's on a finish, let's see if he does the right thing.
58.
Well, let's just go through the Robbie Martin timeline. He didn't win a single leg against Jack Tweddle, got bageled. He won his first leg in this match on double two. The second leg he left 168. Then he only managed to get 60. Bust 108 with two treble 19s. He's then bust 127.
41.
And he's hit a maximum in this leg. And he might win it.
Game shot on the fourth leg, Robbie Martin.
And he goes 3-1 up.
In
This
an
is
11 darter.
Peculiar stuff
Fifth leg, Robbie
from
to throw
Robbie
first.
Martin. The only thing he's got left to do is bust 146, because he's gone 108, 127, 146, and the pattern's complete.
Trying to predict what this guy is going to do next is like trying to predict the
97.
weather on Jupiter. It's just impossible. But boy, is it exciting to watch.
59.
Who can honestly say they've bust 127 and 108 in the same game? It's not even a long match.
He's also been leaving bogey numbers as well. He's not giving himself
100.
optimum opportunity.
So is this your way of saying that Robbie Martin is the English Jose de Sousa?
180.
He's the South England man of scores.
Jose to South Coast.
140.
That's going to stick.
58.
Because he has a
Robbie
very big
Carr,
following, does Robbie.
164.
And they will all be watching. So, yep, he's got a new nickname, all right.
Well, he can't bust this at least, not from this position.
59.
And he'll get more darts because Van Tripe doesn't have an outshot. 105 when he comes back, and it's 105 to
81.
win the match if he takes
Robbie
it.
Carr, 105.
This has been an odd game of darts, but credit to Martin. He's managed to wriggle out of some really vice-like spots in this match.
53.
Spots that he's put himself
Wesley Carr,
in.
123.
He's voluntarily put his arms in the straitjacket.
Could have been so different if Wesley had found double 14. But this time he does need double 9.
105. Robbie Carr, 52. $36.
Couple of match darts
Wesley
missed
Carr, 18.
for Robbie Martin.
Game shot on the
And
fifth
this
leg.
game
Wesley
will
Van
continue
Tripe.
because Van Tripe has a second leg.
I don't know if
Six
you're a
leg Wesley
follower
to
of the
throw first.
AFL, Niall, which is the Australian
on.
rules football in the Southern Hemisphere, but it's nice to see that Wesley Van Tripe is playing for Richmond today.
43.
It's scarily similar to their uniform.
Cut the sleeves off and it would be the
89.
same.
Yeah, that's one of the best things about the AFL.
60.
Great sport, played in sleeveless tops. That's yet to find its way into darts, but you never know.
180.
In fact, I do believe there is a rule stating that the players must have sleeves, both short
60.
or long, because Coast Stomper used to have long sleeves.
Well, who could forget the rompers in the 2002 World Cup? Iconic sleeveless
140.
football jersey, which was quickly outlawed.
84. Robbie car 92.
He's had match darts and missed them. Not going to get any
52.
more in this visit, but he will in the next.
I'll tell you what, Niall. He's averaging nearly 92. He's 50% on his
54.
doubles, and it tells you
Robert Carr,
nothing
40.
about this game.
Imagine if he had taken the 108 and the 127.
Getting shown
But he
the
takes
marks,
the
Robbie
tops,
Martin.
and it brings to an end a weird but wonderful game for Robbie Martin. A winning game for Robbie Martin. He takes it by 4 legs to 2, but a peculiar match in which he hit 3 180s. He was 57% on his checkouts, but he bust 108, bust 127. In the end, it didn't matter. He wins 4-2.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Lewandowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Lidlow!
Welcome back to the ADC Global Championship. This is day 5 and group 5. Remember, 4 players from 7 will progress to the knockouts. Will one of those players be Robbie Martin, who has remembered how darts works? The man who we might start calling Jose de South
Let's
Coast.
take Jeff to throw first.
Bust 108, bust 127, hit 3 maximums, but won his game against Wesley Van Tripe by 4 legs to 2.
60.
He can go away and clear his head a little bit, because we are now going to indulge in Jeff Smith, the silencer.
83.
A man who's enjoyed success on that very hockey in 2025 against Chaz Barstow, a man from the local area.
140.
And this is one of those games, Henry Deacon, that we circled when we saw the fixtures and thought this one could be tasty.
Well, we know exactly the ceiling of both players. When they get going, they really do get going. I get the sense of Chaz Barstow, actually, in some ways, the way the fixtures are panned out, they pan out perfectly for him. I was speaking to Paul Nicholson during the first game. He's not exactly a morning person. Now, he's got that first game out the way at the very start. He's had a bit of a break. He can kind of now ease himself into the day, and now he can really break the back of things at around about 11 o'clock.
$105. Chazukar, 156.
Well, it is around about 5 past 11 local time. Maybe he's still just wiping a bit of sleep away from his eyes. You got the first dart in there.
80.
Second in the wrong
56.
segment. 56 for Smith and a holder throw. He likes double 18. Double 9.
47. Chazukar, 76.
So opportunity opens up for Barstow. And an early break. Double 8. Double 4.
72.
He misses inside as well.
9.
So Smith has to tidy up this awkward looking 9. There's the big bit taken care of.
Double on the
4.
first leg, Jeff Smith.
He likes double 4. He's won a title here on
Second
double
leg chance
4.
to throw first.
This time he
Game
doesn't
on.
launch his dart 15 feet up into the air, because he's only won the opening leg of a group match here against Barstow. But
93.
it is interesting how he does favour that side of the board, that northeast region, 18s, 4s, that kind of thing.
Well, you mentioned Chaz Barstow isn't necessarily a morning person. Jess
96.
Smith travelled over just yesterday, and hopefully he isn't suffering from jet lag, because if he's still recalibrating from time in Canada, then it's 7 minutes past 7 in the
83.
morning back where he lives in New Brunswick. But it's something that Jess had to become very adept to over the course of the last decade or so,
134.
travelling over here initially playing in BDO tournaments, the World Championship, the World Masters, then getting his tour card, and he never relocated to the United Kingdom or to mainland
177.
Europe. He still did the commute from Canada to the UK on a quite frequential basis.
And just looking at Jeff's career and his highlight reel,
139.
it is
Chazukar,
interesting how
148.
I wouldn't call him a patchy player, because we know how consistent he can be. But he does have spells where he might have
44.
6
Jeff
months to a
McCall,
year where it looks like he
132.
just wins everything. And then there are other years where maybe he isn't quite as successful. I don't know what reasons there are for that. But you look at 2015-16, great spell for him.
96.
This year
Chazukar, 104.
has been good for him.
And what can Barstow do here, the 104? Tops to square up,
Game shot on the
tops to
second
square
leg,
up he
Chaz
gets.
Barstow.
And we are back on level terms at 1 apiece. I
Good
also
leg, Jeff, to
wonder
throw
as well,
first.
and this is
Game
about
on.
any kind of qualified knowledge whatsoever, but the fact he is constantly travelling, he's constantly in one location, then another, one location, then another. He hasn't quite got the stability in terms of
44.
uprooting in one place, where other players will have that. And I just wonder whether, in terms of consistency, because he's constantly
40.
having to chop and change, constantly having to travel and kind of up stick arrangements, whether that was part of the reason why sometimes we saw different patches in terms of form.
59.
Well, Paul Nicholson was saying before that Jeff is the character that is possibly the most
57.
positive that you could encounter in terms of the way he looks at things. Perspective. And maybe with that in mind, he'll be thinking, well, I've won on this stage, so why would I change anything?
180.
throws in a timely maximum. And I just wonder whether he might be of that thinking.
121.
Well, I'm doing all right when I am travelling over from Canada. It's not affecting my darts that much. I'm still winning titles. Rather than thinking, oh, I could win more if I did
58.
relocate. Maybe he's just satisfied with how things are going at the moment, and you can understand it. He's playing well.
Well, you can make an argument that this year perhaps
100.
has been the most
Jessica,
successful year of
160.
his career so far. Former North American champion, but he's winning on a more frequential basis now than ever. And one of them would have left tops. Winner of Modus
96.
Super Series 11, beating Jimmy Van Schie in the final. Them two are beginning to create a bit of a budding rivalry because they met in the WDF World Masters final in Budapest in October. Jimmy getting the better of him on that
140.
particular
Jessica,
occasion.
64.
One at double.
Getting shown the third
Neatly
leg,
done by
Jeff
Jeff Smith. 64 taken care of, and it takes him into the lead over Chaz
Fourth leg chance to
Barstow.
through first. Game on.
Just on that Smith Van Schie shake-up. I've referenced
60.
a couple of times now that celebration from the silencer when he did win against the tall Dutchman here in Portsmouth in Modus Super Series Series 11.
60.
Wearing that very same shirt, in fact. But the celebration was interesting.
58.
Was a little bit frosty, a little bit icy in terms of the handshake afterwards. There wasn't much eye contact there between Smith and Jimmy. The rivalry is healthy, nothing wrong with that, but
58.
just felt a little bit like there were a few bits of needle.
I can tell you that they do
60.
get along very well, but they're two characters, particularly Jimmy, and Jimmy won't mind me saying this. He's one of them that, because he's so ultra intense on stage, sometimes he needs his 5 minutes after a defeat, particularly
91.
in a game like that. But after the World Masters final, where Jimmy was laid on the floor quite literally afterwards, I'll tell you what, you wouldn't want to use him as a
60.
chalk inspection if you were doing murder mystery work, but
Be a good draft excluder, though.
be a good goalkeeper, nothing to get through.
41.
But I know them two do get along off the hockey, but on it, they really do get their teeth stuck into one another.
And maybe it was just that, but that's what you want to see. That's what makes things
59.
competitive and exciting to watch.
And I don't think either player would be offended by that. What happens on the stage happens on the stage. And I think sometimes there has to be an air of decompartmentalising.
135.
Sometimes things do spill over. And yes, sometimes
76.
things are
Jessica,
personal.
116.
But sometimes there's players you face and you just get annoyed by just because of the way... Usually because they beat you more than anything. But there's sometimes players when you
56.
face on the hockey you just
Jessica,
get your teeth stuck
128.
into.
Speaking of annoying, Smith was annoyed with his attempt at that ton pluser. Barstow has one in hand
Getting shown the fourth leg,
for
chance
128.
Barstow.
And that is sweetly done to level the match at 2-2. And that
Looks
will
like Jeff to
irritate
throw
Smith
first.
even
Game on.
more.
To a certain extent, Jeff Smith's doing everything right in terms of restricting Chaz Barstow to ton plus opportunities. The only problem is Barstow keeps taking him out. The 128 joins the 104 he took out previously.
95.
Well, this game's 2-2, and before that visit to kick off this fifth leg, the numbers were almost identical. Both players
40.
averaging around 87, 88, 50%, 2 out of 4 on the outer ring. Chaz Barstow has the honour of the higher checkout by virtue of that 128 we just saw.
99.
Jeff Smith is the only one to have hit a maximum, but very evenly matched, and that's what we thought might be the case, Henry, and it's proving to be the case here.
Yeah, it's everything that we kind of
93.
expected. And you just get the sense it's one of those games where it's all about who blinks first. Smith has the luxury of the fact that he has the darts in this contest. And it
85.
may well be one of those games where it does go down to the last. And it may well be one of those games where it's an absolute hold-a-thon.
80.
The impetus is on Chaz to break Jeff. That's the ultimate. And in this leg, Smith's got 6 on 2-2-2. At 2-2.
58.
Not to sound like Richie Benno here.
Double Nelson. Double Nelson dispatched.
140. Jeff the car, 164.
Can he dispatch 164? No is the answer to that question. Pretty swift fashion. So Barstow, can he add 20
58.
points to the 128
Jeff the car,
that he's
148.
already taken out? Puff of the cheeks says no.
60. Jeff the
Well,
car,
this is to
106.
hoist Chaz by his own petard here. He's going to get a dart to lead this game 3-2. And that dart's going to be a double 16. And it
74.
just clips
Just
the
look
wire.
at
May just be a
88.
dart at the bullseye here for Barstow, but it's a chance to break the throw nonetheless. Well, Boosie bonus to a double 14. What a
Being shown
clean
the fifth
kill
rate,
that
Chaz
is from
Barstow.
Chaz Barstow. 3-2 up. He's got the break he needed and now has the darts to win this contest.
First. Game on.
He can have no grumbles about the way he's finished legs off.
22.
A 104, a 128.
100.
Only 5 shots at double needed. He's taken 3 of them.
Well, this is kind of the antithesis of what we're kind of used to seeing from Chaz Barstow, because in terms of power
22.
scorers here at the Super Series or the ADC Global Championship, there's not many that hit bigger and harder than Chaz Barstow. Usually the discrepancy's on the outer ring. Today it's been the absolute opposite, or at least in this game anyway.
121.
Evidence of that just 3 or 4 days ago at a vault event in Eastleigh where he hit a 9-darter.
59.
Barstow does have that scoring quality. But you rightly point out, has been the finishes in this particular game, which has seen him get the edge on Jeff Smith.
100.
At least for the moment. You used the term holdathon a second ago, and that's all Barstow needs.
100.
But he is behind in the scoring phase here. Can stay there. And decides to stay there.
140.
Brilliant 140 to leave him tops for a level game.
Great riposte against the throw this from Smith. Tops after 12.
99.
He's forced the
Jessica,
issue of
40.
Barstow, who hasn't really been able to keep pace. 2 10s. Decision to make it, because Barstow's not on a finish. Decides
32.
to split and leave that trusty double 4 when he comes back.
96. Jessica, 8.
Double 4. Down to double 2. Up to the madhouse.
No score.
And that's why it can drive you insane. Because Barstow is looking for his 3rd ton plus finish of the match. And it will give him the win.
Triple 17 would have given him a dart at double 16 to have got the job done. And so Smith will return for 2 4s to
67.
take us the
Jessica,
distance.
8.
Down for double 2.
Game
And
show on
finds the
6
double
leg,
2,
Jeff
and we
Smith.
go all the way. Barstow must have thought when that first
the
dart went
final leg,
inside that
Jeff
he
to
might
throw
get an
first.
opportunity
Game on.
to win the match in 6, but now he's got to break Smith. And these are the situations that Jeff has carved such a good career out of. Back against the wall, just being able to find something. It may not always be
57.
great, but he's got this brilliant ability of just finding enough when he needs to.
42.
Doesn't matter whether you play an individual sport like darts or a team sport. It doesn't matter what the sport is. If you can find a way to win,
61.
it can be chemical. Just finding a way to get it done. It is an indescribably beneficial quality to have.
140.
And once other players know that about you, doesn't matter how poorly you play sometimes, they know that they are always in for a game. And
57.
Jeff Smith had to dig quite deep in his opening match against Wesley Van Tripe. He ended up winning it 4-2, but it was 2-2 for a stage. And you could just tell by the expression on the Canadian's face, he knew he was
125.
in a scrap. Well, he's going to have to scrap his way through this last leg decider, and these will help. Can he squeeze another one in there?
98.
Went for the 18s. No treble.
Advantage Barstow. If Jeff Smith can get out of this, he'll be 2 from 2 without playing
60.
anywhere near his best, which is a huge warning sign for the rest of the group. He leaves himself on 1-3-4 does Barstow. How handy can Smith leave it here? What do he give for a 2 treble turnabout now?
58. Shazukar
Leaves himself
134.
on a finish, but the biggest of the lot. But he is going to get a look at this 170 to make it 2 wins out of 2.
58.
Ivan Springbok Poulsen gave us
170.
our first 170 of this ADC Global Championship. That was yesterday. Jeff Smith is not going to give us another one, at least not now. And Barstow looking at the 76 that will give him the win.
He's going to get a match start, a double top.
56.
Match start missed, and
Jessica,
Smith's going to get an
74.
opportunity to double up his tally.
Barstow missed match darts. There's one missed for Smith. And he
69.
misses the second as well.
Shazukar 20.
And the pendulum swings back in the favour of Barstow, who's going to take his time. Can he keep his composure? Yes, he
Game
can.
shot on the match. Shaz Barstow.
Recalibrates and gets the win. Jeff Smith missed match darts to make it 2 wins from 2, but it's Chaz Barstow who takes the victory. It's another 2 points to his tally in what's already looking like a really tight group. Jeff Smith tasting defeat for the first time so far today. He loses out in the last leg decider to Chaz Barstow with 2 ton plush finishes, wins it by 4 legs to 3.
Welcome back to the ADC Global Championship, where before the break we saw Chaz Barstow get the better of Jess Smith by 4-3 scoreline. And so we head towards the end of the first third of our day's action here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. And we round off that with a meeting between Jack Treadle and Stefano Bozicek, our friend from Slovenia, who so far is yet to win a game. However, he's incrementally getting closer towards it because he won 2 legs in his opening match against Chaz Barstow. He won 3 in his game against Michael Huntley, and he takes on Jack Treadle, who actually, so far, Paul Nicholson's put in one of the best performances of the morning in his opening game in a 4-0 win over Robbie Martin.
Well, don't try that at home.
16.
If you do, it might sting a bit. That really has floored me.
85.
He didn't floor the dart, he caught it in mid-air. But he is getting better as the day goes on. You're absolutely right, Henry. Tweddle hasn't lost a leg yet.
57.
And he does come in highly ranked. So by virtue of that, a lot of people expect Jack to progress today. And I guess
55.
we're just 2 more people who expect him to do that.
You mentioned highly fancied. I'm intrigued to get your take on this. Before dart was thrown, who was your tournament favourite?
Tournament favourite?
19.
Because it does feel a bit of a minefield, doesn't it?
If you'd have asked me that last week, I would have
58.
probably said Tom Sykes. I think Tom definitely makes January 4th. But the thing that makes it difficult is not days like today, it's days like next week.
81.
When it's one person from a group of 4, that is a minefield. Very exciting for everybody watching on Pluto TV, for that matter. But
97.
Genuinely, Johnny Haynes. I just get the feeling that there's going to be some sort of romantic story on
81. Jack Lucar 110.
January the 4th. I can feel it coming.
Well, Jack Treadle probably feels as if the first leg's going to come to him rather quickly here. And he went for the bullseye with dart 2. His opponent
61.
not on a finish. Just has all the control he wants in the early stages of this contest.
43. Jack Lucar 49.
Lovely single.
17.
Look at the way that dart nearly bulldozed its way into the double 16. Bozicek, he was good in his doubles in his second game. He was 3 from 3. Including a 100 checkout.
95. Jack Lucar 32.
Not going to get that one, though.
So double 16 to get up and running.
Getting shown on the first leg,
Jack Treadle is. That's now 5-0 for JT. Now, you mentioned about those knockout games or the knockout groups next week.
Game on.
You get the sense that the draw is absolutely everything. And we know the first half of those KO groups. And there's one that you wouldn't mind being placed in, but there's a couple you think, I don't want to be a part of.
I completely agree with you.
In Group 1 next week, Carl Wilson, Johnny Haynes, Phil
46.
Johnson-Hale and Stein de Klerk. You'd feel as if Wilson and Haynes would go off the 2 heavy favourites in that one. Group 2 is nasty. Adam Leake, Callum Goffin, Peter Venturi, Tom Sykes.
45.
Yeah, that's fun. But the fact that Ricardo Ham and Gary Stone and Wes Newton are in the same group in group number 3. I think it's Jimmy
85.
Bristow who's been put into that one. That is really intriguing. Gary Stone played just as well as anybody has this week. He averaged nearly 96 for his day. And he goes into his group as second placed person.
58.
But he's played like someone who's one of the favourites.
And then Group 4, just to round things off next week, is Brian Dawson, Shane Turner, Stuart Dutton and Timothy Verbrew. What an opportunity it is for one of them 4 to make it through to the final Sunday.
Yeah, that is a huge opportunity in Group 4 next week.
you reckon I could nick your NFL term, a championship Sunday?
One of them.
Not that far away.
Stefano Riccardo.
Only a few weeks.
140.
This is a leg where Bozicek, he's being a little bit cagey here because he's got to have a high single.
100.
To his credit, he didn't just go for it. He thought, well, where's he sitting? 172? Right. Let's be careful with dart 3, and he's done very
58.
well.
Stefano Riccardo 40.
But it seems like it's the first leg that he's commanded.
Game shot on the second leg. Stefano Bozicek.
Hasn't got a problem on the doubles. But I get
Third
the
leg
feeling
Jack
that
to
when
reverse.
he lost his
Game
first game today and then subsequently lost his second, the rest of the practice room weren't necessarily talking about him, but they would say,
100.
he's the person we've got to nail down because he's already on the canvas.
85.
It was the same yesterday with Joanne Aldershaw when she lost her first couple of games. People were saying, again, not out loud, right? 2 points, got to get them there.
135.
Because if this guy does not get points soon, he is going to be in the Steve DeBuck position.
And the thing is, all he has to do is up his scoring power a little bit, because as we've seen all day long, when he gets an opportunity, and by and large takes them. But I just wonder whether this is the difference in
96.
level in terms of the stuff that he plays back home in comparison to playing at this level, where we'll kind of mention it with Niall earlier on, he can probably canter a little bit when he's playing regional events in Slovenia and Croatia, where here you've got to be on it leg in, leg out.
Jack Riccardo 170.
Not to be,
130.
but an excellent job from JT. And I'm only calling him that because it's on the back of his shirt. There are famous JTs in sport, John Terry and
80.
Justin Thomas.
Jack
I
Riccardo
suppose
40.
Jack Tweddle is our famous JT now.
Well, let's just hope if he doesn't qualify for the championship Sunday that he don't turn up in a full kit.
Game shot on
He
the
pins
third
the
leg. Jack
tops to put
Tweddle.
himself 2-1 to the good. Just feels efficient without
Fourth
being
leg, Stefano
spectacular
to
so
through
far
first.
from Jack.
I think Jack is an inspirational story.
Game on.
He's a lovely chap. He talked candidly with us when he's been here previously about how he used darts as a rehabilitation tool, and
100.
that is something that everybody needs to watch. From the outside, he looks like a young man who is
91.
really talented. But there was a time when Jack couldn't even walk. And he used darts to fix that.
85. Thank you.
Darts gets scoffed at every now and again. People call it a pub game, and it's not a sport.
140.
Well, if you're one of those people and you're watching this live on Pluto TV and you're a little bit critical, that's okay. But maybe if you get the chance, have a word with Jack. And a very good point made by our commentary colleague, Nell McCorn. As a rehabilitation tool,
140.
Natalie Gilbert, who's played here before, she did exactly the same.
$57. Jack Riccardo
Trevor's got time and
130.
space here to get a break if he doesn't need one to win this game, but it'll give him some crumbs of comfort. Looking for treble 10, couldn't
74.
quite get. So it's going to leave himself handy for when he comes back.
Oh, hold on a minute here. Did we just see a little bit of a snarl from Tweddle?
$99. Jack Riccardo
That's not like
56.
Jack. Let's see what happens here.
Game shot on the fourth leg. Jack
I think he's
Tweddle.
enjoying this now. It's a 3-1 lead, and everything today is going the way of Tweddle.
Fifth leg. Jack
It's
to
very
through first.
consistent.
Game on.
85.89 in his first performance. This is 0.02 different.
And the big difference here is Treadle's just
48.
upping it a little bit. 15 and 14 for the last couple of legs. And you just get the sense of Bozicek. That's just going to be a little bit too much for him to handle.
121.
But the legs that he's won today, and this is without disrespect to him, he's kind of had to piggyback and rely on opponents missing things.
That is
55.
not going to last forever. Because as you keep going up the ladder of quality, chances will be more minimal.
100.
It's a very whippy style that JT's got.
140.
And certain throws just have that visual appeal. And when you watch Tweddle play it, it's got that excitement factor to it.
121.
Well, when he turned up here, he played in a Group C campaign. He picked up 18 points. And he really burst onto the scene, a la Micah
100.
Richards. He's translated that form from the Live Lounge stage onto various stages across the world. A good season on the Challenge Tour. Another good season here. And Bozicek cleaving himself on another bogey.
Third time today, he's left 159.
119.
I've got no sympathy whatsoever. Because if you keep doing that, people are going to maul you. This is the ADC Global Championship, where we've got very, very good players. Now, he might get away with it here, but if he keeps doing it, it's going to bite him.
He can join even Springboard
He's on
Paulson
the
in
fifth
Dick
leg,
and Dom's
Stefano
bungalow,
Bozicek.
but that's a 13 darter for Bozicek to bring it back to 3-2. Break back, back on throw.
Stefano to through first.
It's not the first time he's hit tops in the bottom right corner as well.
Yeah, Ivan departed us yesterday.
45.
Couldn't quite wipe the smile off his face, mind.
He's one of those people, whether he wins or loses, he is just so on
44.
board with moving on quickly and having positivity. He just doesn't want negativity in his life. It reminds me of Phil Hazel of New Zealand. He used to have this rule.
96.
You can be disappointed for 3 minutes, then move on and continue and being nice to people.
45.
I remember speaking to Ivan at the Nordic and Baltic Championship. About 20 minutes before it was on, he was just milling around the venue. 20 minutes before he's meant to be playing the biggest game of his career so far, just
83.
speaking to everybody in the crowd. And I remember just passing him, he said, do you know what? I'm 63 years of age. I just smile when I play darts
96.
because life could be a whole lot worse.
He's not wrong. Last time I checked, darts is not life
87.
and death. But there are players who think it is.
$96.
Perspective is everything. Just ask Jack Tweddle.
100%. And if he gets 100% of trebles, Tweddle will leave
60.
tops for the match. Potentially, because Bozicek has an opportunity to take this game all the way. That's a good
100.
job.
Stefano Yukar, 130.
This would be a great one. He has not missed a double in his last 5 attempts. But he might not get another one. In fact, he might be 100% on doubles for 2 games and lose them both.
He's been competitive in every game, but it looks like he's going to be 3 defeats and 3. If Jack Tweddle can pin the tops off the back of the 120,
100.
just lower the mark, couldn't quite climb the
65.
ladder to success. So, Bozicek, can you keep up your perfect record on the doubles?
Double top.
45.
That streak is over, and so might the game be.
Because 2 10s. Double
Getting shown
5
the
doubles
match,
up the
Jack
tally for Tweddle. 2 wins out of 2 for JT. Gets the better of Stefano Bozicek by 4 legs to 2. So the favourite to go on and win this group, or the second favourite to go on and win this group, is 2 from 2, a 4-2 win for Jack Tweddle. Coming up after the break, Michael Huntley takes on Jeff Smith.
He will be disappointed with that. He wanted to have
Graham
one dart.
requires 20.
Graham Usher wins the first game of Champions Night, and it was an absolute ripper. He hit one of them on tops. He missed one on double 12. Which one is it? It's the hit.
Outside opportunity for Andy Hamilton. Van der Velde should be getting a match start again here. He's already had one. Mr. Dart at tops for the match to win 4-1. And the Dart at double 16 gets the job done there for Jurgen van der Velde. He gets over the line with a 4-2-6.
Did he go for tops, or did he just overshoot the single? Jimmy doesn't care. Jimmy just looks to eat this up to make the semi-finals for the second time. Adam Gablas has been eliminated. Keep us guessing. This time he's trying to leave double 18. He knows best, and he takes the lead. He's 2 darts away from a Super Series final. He's 1 dart away. He doesn't need any more darts. Jeff Smith makes the Series 11 final. Is Usher losing his cool a little bit here?
Oh, absolutely. Right now, I'd say the head's gone, and you don't have long to recover. It is very, very short format darts. Vansky's halfway to victory.
He only needs one more. Jimmy Vansky is yet again into a Modus Super Series final.
Flashback vibes. Can Jimmy Vansky do the same? Just needs the one treble here on the 19s. Finds it. For the ball.
101.
Oh, unlucky. A lot of pressure on it. He's going to split it. 2 darts for double 4 for the match.
Game. Shot. And the Modus Super Series 11 champion, Jeff Smith.
Just like that, we are 7 games into our 5th day of the ADC Global Championship. We've just seen Jack Tweddle win by 4 legs to 2 against the excellent doubling of Stefano Bozicek, but unfortunately, he's not getting enough chances. Hence, he's lost 3 times and is already under massive pressure. But there has been plenty to like about Jeff Smith, as he's in 3rd position. He will take on Michael Huntley next, but Chaz Barstow and Jack Tweddle are undefeated after 2 games, and they're already thinking that today is going to be a very good one for them. As mentioned, this one to start our middle portion of the day will be Huntley against Smith. And Jeff won't be too happy that he lost his last match, but if you are going to lose, Niall McCorn, in this format, you're better off losing 4-3 than anything else.
Leg difference will no doubt come into play. And credit to our stats gurus here at the Live Lounge, because We're told that so far no one has reached 6 points and
First
not
leg, Michael,
finished
to
in the
throw
top four
first.
and qualified
Game on.
through to the knockout group phase. That could all change here. We have seen trends snapped in the last couple of days. Yesterday, nobody
100.
won all 6 of their games. The only points tally that guarantees you a spot in the top 4 would be if you win all but one of your matches and you get 10 points.
100.
So Jeff Smith will know that. And you were talking about this earlier on. It's a fair way to do things. It's not like turning up for a school exam where you've done
95.
loads of revision and you get a dodgy paper, you do terribly, and you get a bad score. This is more like the coursework side of things, where you get more opportunities to consistently
40.
show what you can do.
That's a great way of putting it. The last thing you want is to study A Midsummer Night's Dream and then get a Hamlet exam.
140.
But at the minute, Smith is not playing his best darts. He will know this. But it could have been a lot worse. That win against Wesley Van Tripe in Game 2 was
57.
very difficult. He worked hard just to get 3 legs from Barstow, but he did miss a chance to get the 2 points.
83.
He will eye this fixture and expect to get the win. But Huntley is very difficult to dispose of. But he, like
99.
Bozicek, has just
Michael,
found his
require
way
83.
into the bogey number bingo house. But it might not make any difference because Smith is still in the blocks in the scoring stakes.
$51.
Decided to go single. Could have brought the bull into play. Jeff Smith does a couple of
70.
times on the
Michael, you require 32.
outer bull.
That makes a lot of sense.
Game shot on the first leg.
But it was
Michael
a moot point in the end as Babyface takes the lead.
Second leg, Jeff to throw first. Game on.
Babyface, eh? Do you remember that song Baby Cakes?
I'm going to say I don't remember that. I might know it by sound.
59.
Okay, I'll do my own version of it for you, see if I can remind you. Babyface, you just don't know how I watched you hold throw.
97.
Nothing. Wasn't tuneful enough for you.
Well, according to my streaming service for music over the last few days, my
60.
listening age is 57, which is more than 10 years over my age. So maybe that says something about me.
Controversially, I think anyone who has a
100.
listening age below 50 does not have a very enough taste in music. Just my opinion. Don't come for me. In fact, yeah, do at me, actually.
140.
I'm going to stand by that opinion.
Jeff is a big fan of rock music.
So he definitely won't know Baby
121.
Cakes by Three of a Kind then.
Oh, he knows plenty, but not sure about that one.
Well, yesterday we saw Yvonne Springborg Poulsen with the most aggressive-looking tattoos I think I've ever seen. His
85.
favourite artist was allegedly Lady Gaga. Looks can be deceiving.
I don't know what it is about baby things in darts. We've had
99.
baby
Jeff,
boy,
you require
baby face, baby
157.
shark with Mikuru Suzuki.
Probably apt
47.
at this point.
Michael,
We're
you
talking
require
about music
84.
that Jeff Smith is called the silencer.
Might be left silent because
Game
it's
shot on the
2-0
second
to
leg.
Huntley.
Michael Huntley.
He's having this game all his own way. Now we can
Third leg, Michael
speculate
to throw
as to
first.
why Jeff
Game
is
on.
not playing his best darts at the minute, but Huntley is playing beautifully, averaging 100 for the first couple of legs, has missed a double. This is what he can do. I said to you this
85.
morning, didn't I, Niall, that I thought that Huntley might be in that bracket around the dotted line. Well, early indications are that
100.
he might be a lot more comfortable than that by the end of the day.
Certainly a win over Jeff Smith will
100.
do that notion plenty of good. And this is an interesting juncture of Smith's campaign.
140.
Because whether he liked it or not, Jeff Smith playing in this tournament was a headline. Jeff Smith chooses to play in the ADC Global Championship. It will also be a headline if he comes over from Canada and doesn't make it through this initial phase and gets through to the knockouts, or doesn't get through to the knockouts. But then again, we've seen Adam Mould, successful on the ADC circuit, not make it through. We've seen John O'Shea, successful in this building, not make it through.
100.
So maybe we shouldn't be too surprised if Jeff Smith doesn't finish below the dotted line. But there is still a long way to go. 51 scored. Brilliant, Jeff Smith. Can't get the double 5.
You get the feeling he needed something like that. As mentioned before, Huntley has not missed a double yet.
Game shot.
He still hasn't missed a double. This is turning into one of the best performances we've seen from Huntley on this stage. And he's been coming here for a while. Wouldn't be a bad time to do it. This is world class from the man from South Wales.
134.
You don't need another rendition of my babyface holding throw song, so
60.
We'll just make a point that it's another hold and he's one away.
There's a look in Jeff's eyes, a one of urgency.
94.
It says he's not happy with how things are moving. Now he has improved his numbers via a better third leg.
100.
And he's never really done things the easy way in his career. This is just another stumbling block.
39.
But the thing about him that everybody knows, when there's something in the way, he usually brings out the mental and technical bulldozer.
100.
He's strong in mind. He's strong in technique. He's strong in self-confidence. But he's going to need all of that if he wants to get 2 points in this game.
82.
I'm aware you're not a body language expert or a psychologist who can maybe take a look at Jeff Smith and
Jeff, you require
give a professional opinion. Does he look a little bit angry to you? Because he's just starting to look a little bit ticked off to me, Jeff Smith.
60. Michael, you require 141.
I'm starting to get that vibe. Very, very close to a shot at double 12 to win the match with 4 out of 4 on the doubles. He could still get 4 out of 4.
109.
But first,
Jeff, you require 92.
Smith has to miss 92. This is to keep the match alive. To stop himself from getting bulldozed in the leg difference department. Great recovery dart.
72.
But that might be that.
Michael, you require 32.
Well, if this goes first dart, it's an immaculate doubling performance.
Game shot.
There we
match,
have it.
Michael Huntley.
100% on the doubles for Michael Huntley, who averaged 98.5 and has demolished the silencer Jeff Smith. What a good performance from Huntley. Might that just be the performance that announces himself in this group? Jeff Smith is still looking for something more than a 4-0 defeat. On the 4th of January, someone will win the ADC Global Championship and they'll pick up £60,000 by doing so. But in order to reach the latter stages of this competition, you first need to finish in the top 4 of your group to get through to the knockout phase. And at the moment, it is very difficult to predict who those 4 players will be. We've just seen Jeff Smith drop below that dotted line by virtue of his defeat to Michael Huntley, and what a performance from Huntley it was. Absolutely flawless on his doubles and a 4-0 whitewash win over the Canadian. That was a clash between 2 players who
First leg, Chaz to
one of their
first.
2 games so far, and we have a similar scenario here between Chaz Barstow and Robbie Martin. Both players have won 1 from 2. That will change in around about 10 minutes time, Henry Deacon. And I implore you to try and predict a winner from this one, because all of the games we've had so far today have been tricky to predict.
I think it's very difficult to predict a game between 2 players who themselves don't quite know what's going to happen. And in particular, Robbie Martin, who had one of those games where it would probably wouldn't look remiss on "it'll be all right" on the night.
Or you've been framed. Because there were quite a few mistakes in there from Martin.
134.
Busting 108. Busting a big score as
93.
well. 128. 127 it was he bust. But he got the win in that game.
100.
And that's the thing. If you play like that and win, you almost forget about what's come before. If you play like that and lose, it's all you can think about for some.
57.
Well, if you look glass half full, he
What do
actually
you
played
require?
well in that game. Averaged under 92, was 4 from 7 when he got attempts at a double. So he's playing okay, but there's a number of unforced errors in which he's going to have to iron out
Chaz, you
if he's
require
going to get himself through
114.
to the next phase.
Barstow finished well in his last game, and he
Game shot on the
started off
first
in the
leg.
same vein
Chaz
here.
Barstow.
A 1-1-4 to begin with.
Second leg, Robbie to throw first.
It's another ton
Game
pluser
on.
for Barstow, and he's already had a few, Henry.
Yeah, third of the day, had 2 in his previous game against Jess Smith en route to a 4-3 win. The 104, the 128, the 114 being added to that particular catalogue.
140.
Well, these 2 frequent
57.
in similar circles. Chaz being from Winchester, Robbie being from Weymouth. They may not play each other week in, week out, but it wouldn't surprise me considering that these 2 will play a lot in
46.
terms of local open competitions and things like that. It wouldn't surprise if these 2 have crossed paths once or twice on their
81.
travels.
$140.
Barstow a win here can become the first player to move on to 6 points in this group, and I get the sense the way this
100.
group's beginning to develop that you might have a couple of players in Van Tripe and Bottichet that could find themselves cut adrift, but the other 5 look as if they're going to be very
137.
competitive with one another.
We were saying before that no one yet in the ADC Global Championship has
40.
made
Robbie
it to
requires
6 points
38.
and not qualified.
Game shot on the second leg.
Martin is
Robbie
hoping he is
Martin.
one of those top 4 players at the end of the day. Went over Barstow,
Third
we're
leg,
doing some
Chaz
good.
to throw first. Game on.
Level game, 1 apiece, and even 8 points we were discussing doesn't guarantee you a place. You'd be pretty perturbed if you score 8
137.
points and you're not above the dotted line, but stranger things have happened, and as you say, this is already looking like a congested group.
Yeah, 8 points
59.
feels like the bubble, doesn't it, in this particular group stage format.
Well, as the Aussies say, you'd be filthy if you scored 8 points and didn't make
60.
it through.
Well, that Robbie Martin shirt emblazoned in purple looks somewhat a bit like the
100.
aubergine emoji you'd get on your smartphone.
93.
Well, I'm quite glad he's got a little fleck of red and green on the back of his shirt, because that's similar to the colours of the Portuguese flag, which leans nicely into the
99.
José de South Coast moniker.
You are not letting that go, are you?
93.
Just think it works perfectly.
133.
It was just
Charges
bizarre,
by
that game.
118.
Absolutely baffling.
80.
Let's just say it's the
Robbie
one time
require
that the
110.
Algarve and Weymouth may well be compared in similar sentences. As Martin looks at the 110. Should be treble 17, is treble 17, but doesn't get. And so Barstow back for
50.
38 to open up a
required
2-1 lead
38.
in this contest.
Game
Goes
shot on the
straight
third
for
leg.
it and gets
Chaz
it.
Barstow.
No messing about from Chaz Barstow. Back in
Fourth
front,
leg,
2-1
Robbie
lead.
to Faro first. Game on.
What I will say about Weymouth is the sand there for a British beach is remarkably soft.
180.
Maximum for Martin, the
134.
first of the contest. And he's in again.
100.
Really good for sculpting sandcastles.
Yeah, being from Portsmouth
58.
growing up, Weymouth was probably as good as we got as far as the school trip was concerned.
$80.
End of year, what do you want to do? Shall we go to Weymouth Beach again? Yeah, why not?
Did you go on the donkeys?
59. Robbie require 141.
Well, you got called a donkey. Anyway, 141 for Martin. Can't be done now.
60.
Well, Barstow far further back than he would have wanted to have been in this leg after 9 darts, when you consider that he's just re-established his
60.
lead.
Robbie require 81.
Isn't going to get a shot either if he comes back, so Martin has got some cushion.
$49.
44 left, could have gone 4 or Big 12. Big 12 leaves double 16. He's
180.
only gone and thrown a maximum.
Robbie
Leaves him
require
double
32.
5, but he might not get the chance. Or will he? No, he
Game
won't.
shot on the fourth leg.
2-2.
Robbie Martin.
Turned out to be just a dead cat max in the end. And so back on level
Fifth
terms
leg,
we
Chaz
are.
to Faro first.
If Robbie
Game
Martin
on.
does win this game, then this group gets incredibly tight because you'll have the top 4 players all on 4 points. Tweddle, Huntley, Barstow and Martin Smith.
100.
Just in behind on 2 points. And we'll see Wesley Van Tripe go head-to-head with Michael Huntley in the next. And Jess Smith takes on Stefano Bozicek, who
180.
it looks like is the back marker as far as this group is concerned, as Robbie Martin piles in his
97.
second max of the game, and for the second time in this game, kicking off a leg with a max.
And for the second time, back in the treble again, but this time he's improved on it. Can't get the second 180 required to leave himself the 141. Now Barstow looking for maxis in back-to-back legs. And he gets them, but this one might prove more material than the last.
Well, it's forced the issue. Now, don't hit a 180, Robbie. Whatever you do, do not hit a 180.
135. Chaz, you require 124.
Do need to remind him after his busting problems earlier on. There's still 92 remaining. Back on the 60, you'd imagine here. No, he's going for the 60.
52.
Yeah, might maybe changed
Robbie
his mind.
require 46.
Well, this to break and go 3-2 to the good. 18 scored. So double 14
shot on the
left.
fifth
That's an
leg.
11 dart
Robbie
breaker
Martin.
throw for Robbie Martin. And he now has the darts to win this contest.
Sixth
And a
leg,
good
Robbie
contest it's
to
been,
Faro
actually.
first.
Winning leg to Robbie of 14, 17,
Game on.
11. Chaz 15, 16. And Robbie averaging in excess of 103 at this present moment in time. And 3 from 4 when it comes to his finishing. And for Chaz Barstow,
140.
perhaps 1 or 2 questions to answer for the first time today. Was pushed all the way by Jess Smith, managed to
99.
wrangle his way out of that by a 4-3 scoreline.
He's eyeing up another. And he gets his third maximum.
180.
The scoring has been excellent. 9 scores of 130 or more now for Robbie Martin. And Barstow responding again. This time with a 2 treble visit.
If he could just sharpen up on a few match play areas, there is a proper player in Robbie Martin. Or that there is absolutely no doubt. If he could just smooth around the edges, there is a real precocious talent on our hands.
92. Robbie requires
Loads
41.
of room to take it for Martin. Good job, he does have loads of room.
17.
1 missed match start for
Jazzy
Martin.
require 170.
Big fish to level the game.
Not to be, and so Robbie Martin to put the cap on what has been a really good performance.
59.
Double 12 to
Robbie required
seal a
24.
4-2 victory. And to inflict a first defeat to Podchaz Barstow for the day.
Game
Double
shot
12 is
and a
found,
match.
and what a
Robbie
performance that
Martin.
was from Robbie Martin in the end. An average just underneath the 104 mark. And this group really is beginning to bunch up because we now have 4 players tied on 4 points. And that is as to why. Because Robbie Martin, with an average of 103.81, 4 from 7 on his doubles, has beaten Chaz Barstow by 4 legs to 2. Next up, Wesley Van Tripe and Michael Huntley.
$54. Charlie require 164. $44. $32. Charlie require 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2 darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
require
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
The moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
Oki with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
require
he's gone to
180.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there, George Scaife wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go
Couldn't get the job
it.
done.
Got out the match. And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George
Welcome back to the ADC Global Championship, where before the break we saw the standout performance of the day from Robbie Martin, an average of 103.81, 3 180s, 4 from 7 in terms of his doubling, and a 4-2 win over Chaz Barter. That means now the top 4 players are all on 4 points. And this all of a sudden becomes an important game for Wesley Van Tripe as he takes on Michael Huntley. For both players, this is their 3rd game of the group. Defeat for the towering Dutchman would leave him needing a towersome effort to get out of this particular group, because he'd find himself 4 points behind 3 players. Huntley would move to the top on 6, and still with Jeff Smith lurking in and around that qualification mix. It may well be now or
First
never
leg, Wesley
for
did through first.
WVT.
Game on.
And I'm sure that there is some sibling bragging rights on offer as well, because if he
60.
gets eliminated, I'm sure that brother Danny, or twin brother Danny, shall I say, will have 1 or 2 things to say.
60.
I think Wesley comes into a day like today knowing that his brother has succeeded on this stage
95.
before, and he would like a little slice of that himself. And there is nothing wrong with a little bit of rivalry.
$100.
But what a great day Huntley's having so far. He's had a great performance against Jeff Smith, a somewhat
100.
plucky performance against Bozicek. I wonder where this one's going to be. Somewhere in between. He won't care as long as he gets more points. But if
60.
Wesley was to get off the mark here, and Jeff Smith were to win the next game against Bozicek,
85.
then you've got 5 players on 4 points and 1 on 2, and then all of a sudden the abacus has to come out even at the halfway point.
And I think it's fair to say we didn't quite know what we were going to get from Michael Huntley today, but it's been a case of so far so very good. Is it going to be very good on the 161? Not to be for Wesley Van Tripe.
137. Michael Carr, 141.
He had a look at this in his previous game, but previously he found the treble 20. I think it's important that Huntley
81.
dictates the
Wesley
pace in
Carr,
this
24.
game. He can't play Wesley's pace. Not many people can.
12. Michael Carr, 60.
However, this could well be a tortoise and hare leg. Van Tripe quick out the blocks in more ways than one, and then Huntley being given 1 chance on the 60, pins the tops first time and gets an opening leg break. And he looks like he isn't going to be perturbed by the pace of Wesley. He's just going to play his own game here.
That's a great shot right there, because it shows that Michael Huntley barely touches the barrel
97.
of his dart. He's gripping it almost under the flight on the stem.
140.
It's also interesting because actually when you look at the makeup of Michael's darts, it's not as if there's loads of grip to the back. There's a bit of grip, but not as much as perhaps you usually see from someone that grips their darts towards the back of the barrel.
45.
I mean,
Yeah, usually on a barrel like Mike's, it's the ring grip at the top of the barrel that is the back of the grip. If anything, Mike is gripping the stem, as you can see, and it's the middle finger that is using the ring grip. Incredibly unusual.
41.
The only person I can think of that's anywhere near that is Michael Smith.
123.
You can actually receive from a lot of players that grip towards the back of the barrel a little bit of a scallop that goes in there, just to help with that grip point.
Now, Steve Beaton is someone who holds the stem as well. And he had a stem made to have an indentation for his grip. He wants to stay on the treble 20.
45.
For obvious reasons. He was trying to leave 32. There could be pressure applied here from the Welshman.
60.
You don't want to be staying on the 20 with that last start. You want to be going 25 to try and get under 130.
52.
Tops and the guide was quite handy for him, was unable to find. Will feel like he should come back. And he will.
I didn't get Niall's song reference from earlier on, but that could have been Babyface Come Back.
93, Wesley Car 20.
He's not coming back this time.
Wesley Van Tribe.
Van Tripe is now in the game. In his
Third leg,
darts
Wesley
shirt that
through
is very
first.
reminiscent of
Game
NEC Breda, I am reliably informed.
It's actually a season ticket holder. It has been for the
26.
last 7 years or so. Which is rather interesting because him and his twin brother both support different football teams because Daddy Van Tripe is a Feyenoord fan.
I bet that's fun
125.
when they play each other. Well, Breda is a very beautiful town.
60.
Has been the home of Jelle Klaassen in the past and is the hometown of Jimmy Van Schie.
There's a saying called you can see the woods from the trees, but in Breda you can see Jimmy Van Schie from the
85.
trees. The Dutch sequoia.
Yeah, I think he's the only sequoia
59.
in the Netherlands. It's a tree that isn't native to that very flat country. It's native to Western North America.
Well, to keep up with the musical references, Wesley would be hoping he's not a day
100.
triper. Loses this
100.
one, then he is in real peril.
When you've got 6 games to play, the last thing you want to do is lose the first 3.
43.
You guys were already mentioning the fact that 6 points this week has been safe. But you don't want to have to win your last 3 games. That's
100.
just massive
Michael Carr,
pressure on your shoulders.
148.
And particularly what he has to come. He's got Chaz Barstow coming up in a couple of matches' time. Only unable to find the 148. And he's also got to face Jack
100.
Tweddle too.
Wesley Carr,
So the run towards the
156.
line is not an easy one. And he may well find himself
100.
broken again
Michael
here.
Carr, 48.
Could be the third consecutive breaker for the beginning of this match if Huntley takes out this 48. And that is quite inviting for the double.
Getting shot
Very
on the third leg,
inviting for the
Michael
double.
Huntley.
Huntley leads 2-1. 3 breaks a throw at the beginning of this contest.
A lot of people might have thought that that was a guide for
Game
double
on.
16, but it would take Richard Feynman to work out the stacking technique of Michael Huntley. Just when you think he's an overstacker like that, he gets a dart
100.
that goes underneath. Perfectly put, Mike.
95.
Make of that what you will. Well, if you are joining us for the first time at these Global Championships, this is the 5th of 8 7-player groups.
125.
We will return Saturday and Sunday from 9:30 in the morning. It's like change to the usual advertised
140.
broadcast times. And tomorrow we'll see the defending champion get his defence of the title underway, Devon Peterson. He beat Adam Lipscomb in the final 12 months ago here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Whereas his twin brother Danny will be in action on Sunday in what is a very appetising group alongside the likes of Christian Perez,
50.
Kurt Parry and Jamie Kelling. And then the last 7-player group being on Monday, and then double sessions Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday as Van Tripe piles in the game's first max.
With the exception of Robbie Martin, we have not seen a great deal of maximums today. Beg your pardon?
42. Wesley Carr, 86.
I've had 6 from Robbie and single maximums from pretty much everybody
Getting shot on the
else.
4th leg, Wesley Van Tribe.
That department has been shining so far today from a
Fifth
lot
leg,
of people.
Wesley to throw first.
Even the people that have been losing matches have been
Game on.
getting really good percentages. Just a lack of opportunity.
So 4 legs played, 4 breaks
64.
a throw. Level we are at 2 apiece.
Just looking into Wesley Van Tripe's career. He did play at the World Masters back in
60.
2017, the year that Krzysztof Ratajski won the tournament. When he beat Mark McGeaney by 6-1. That really was an imposing performance from Krzysztof.
59.
But he hasn't played in the World Masters again since. That's quite interesting. Maybe he's someone He was trying to find a home for his game. Everybody's different, but it can't go unnoticed that when he played in that World Masters, he lost to one of the best names in the sport, Sheldon Fudge, our friend from Canada.
$60.
Maybe he just turned up, lost in that tournament,
59.
said, actually, I don't fancy this tournament. I'll try something else.
Well, I can imagine there's something about a trip to Bridlington that would put the dread of fear into people.
Maybe he doesn't like fish and chips.
60.
If he doesn't get through today, he's not going to like Portsmouth very much.
140.
But I'm sure he'll stick around to support his brother Danny.
I believe the pair are staying until Monday, and whatever happens, if both make it through or both go out, whatever the situation, they're both heading back Monday. So, for example, if Wesley was to make it through, he'd fly back, Danny would fly back as well, and then they'll just rearrange their arrangements for the second week of the tournament.
It's amazing how things can change in this sport, especially in this format. Huntley started as favourite. Now that he's not taking that big out, Wesley could take the lead.
64.
And that
Wesley
possibility of players on 4 points being 5 at the end of the next game is very much on at this stage.
Game on.
This would drag Wesley van Tripe into the reckoning.
60.
Considering this is game 10, if you're only 2 points behind the top spot, not exactly bad job, is it?
And without any disrespect whatsoever, if he can get himself in and around the mix, his last game is against Stefano Bozicek.
40.
Which, without disrespect to our Slovenian friend, if you need a result in the last game,
99.
He's the player you're looking at and saying, I want on the draw sheet.
That's a fair comment. But we almost said the same thing about Steve DeBuck a couple of days ago.
45.
Because he was out and then decided to win his last 2 games. And he ended up just below the dotted line.
43.
Huntley's average in the previous game that he won was nearly 99. This is more than 20 points less.
100.
To say this is a rather enigmatic 60 minutes for Mike is an understatement.
100.
So he's throw over turn as well in this leg, and he's going to allow Wesley
85. Wesley
6 on the 160 to win this game by 4-2 scoring. He only need the 3.
140.
He's left himself very handy when he comes back. Double 10 to round the job off.
This has been a really good performance from Van Tripe. Nearly a 90 average, and there's only one thing left to do, and his doubles have been
97. Wesley
quite good.
2 10s. Now double 5 to wrap it up 4-2. And wrap it up 4-2 he does. And this group just gets tighter and tighter as the games pass on. Wesley van Tripe gets his first win on the live lounge stage. And he puts himself back into the mix as a result of it. For Michael Huntley, that could well prove to be a costly defeat as the day draws towards a close. Van Tripe wins by 4 legs to 2. Coming up after the break, Stefano Bozicek takes on Jeff Smith.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls of this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie,
Time
you
on his
require
side.
60.
To become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts, but he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage,
Charlie,
approaching the
require
Yoki with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
require
he's gone to
118.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that
Charlie,
situation there, George
require
Scaife wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie,
Threw
you
the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Got
Couldn't get the job
it.
done.
Got in the match. And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife.
Welcome to Friday here at the ADC Global Championship. We are in Portsmouth, just off the M27 motorway in England. But the table in this one is looking like Friday afternoon on the M6 motorway, which I believe is the busiest road in Europe on a Friday. I believe I read that somewhere. Well, congested this table is, to say the least. But even though Jeff Smith has not played anywhere near his best today,
Game on.
he's still in with a very good chance of making the top 4, because if he beats Stefano Bozicek here, he will be on 4 points with Barstow, with Martin,
45.
with Tweddle, and Huntley, who has just stumbled against Wesley Van Tripe, and he's the only person on 2 points if Jeff Smith
60.
wins this one. What are your thoughts about this table, Niall? Because we've been here all week. This is looking like the hardest one to figure out.
58.
It's strange, isn't it, Nico? Because we thought that the first 4 days of this tournament would be like this. A traffic
59.
jam. But actually, that wasn't the case. The first 3 days, someone in each group won all 6 of their matches.
123.
And on a couple of the days, we knew our top 4 that were progressing before the end of the day's play, with, in some cases,
95.
4 or 5 matches left to run. Things had been sewn up. You get the sense that's not going to happen here. To the extent where someone is on 2 points.
30.
After 3 or 4 games, and it's considered, as you said, a slip-up.
85.
Will someone emerge? Jeff Smith needs to emerge from the rut that he's in at the moment. Only a winner once so far. Bozicek
65.
hasn't tasted success, and that might make it one fewer competitor, if you will, if he is to lose to Jeff Smith.
I wonder what kind of rut
96.
Jeff is in right now. Emotionally, he might be in a little bit of turmoil because of how he feels he's played today. We've seen people play worse this week and yield more than 2 points
85.
after their first 3
Jeff
games.
Car 106.
On paper, this is a mismatch, especially when it comes to experience and titles. But we are seeing Smith miss more
74.
darts at trebles and
Stefano
doubles
Lucan, 95.
than usual, which presents an opportunity for Stefano, who's been rather good on his doubles.
76.
Not this time,
Jeff Car 32.
to the delight of the silencer.
The silencer for a settler.
No score. Stefano Lucan,
Can't barge his way
19.
through. And it's just not happening for Jeff Smith.
No score. Jeff Car
What is
32.
Bojicek doing? How has he managed to hit the big 19, plumb in the centre?
Getting shown the
Jeff
first
Smith
leg.
says,
Jeff Smith.
cheers. I'll take that.
Second leg, Jeff to throw
Just
first.
another one
Game
for the
on.
blooper reel. First one that doesn't include Robbie Martin. He was going for the single 3, but he's missed it by an absolute mile.
Of course he's going for the single 3. But that was, as you
58.
say, plumb in the centre of the single 19. That's not just a miss. You know, that second dart, that was in Bournemouth.
58.
That first dart was in Bournemouth somehow.
If you're on 19, and it is quite common because everybody likes to go for double 19, either on combinations or with 3 darts in hand. Oh my. Maybe he's found a weapon on the south coast of the board. We'll come back to that. But when you're on 19, and if you're feeling a little bit nervous or a bit ill at ease, go for the wire between the 17 and the 3.
41.
If you get the 17, you got double 1. If you get the 3, you got double 8. You get the 19, you got nothing. This game is sometimes about guarantees. It's not guarantees hits at doubles. It's guaranteed opportunities. Seeing Smith go for the 19s, though, Niall, I get the feeling that he might start doing that a bit more. He's trying to change things up a bit.
82.
Well, speaking of nothing, Bojicek currently has nothing in the way of margin of error in terms of mistakes
60.
to make.
Jeff Car 149.
In my opinion, I think that this is already entering must-win territory for him. But Jeff Smith probably feels similar, and that's what makes this matchup so intriguing.
133.
And perhaps that slice of luck, if you could call it that, with the Bojicek bust on 19, might be that rub of the green that Jeff Smith needs. Can he latch onto it? That's the question. He's got double 8 to make it 2-0.
98. Jeff Car 16.
Interestingly, Smith is giving Bojicek a lot of room on the stage. Double 4.
8.
He's got good
Stefano
memories of that
Lucan,
double on this stage, more
105.
than once. But this time, no joy at all. Treble 15. Missed. So everything that
53.
Smith does wrong
Jeff Car 8.
is greeted with another chance coming after.
Getting
And he
shown
doesn't
the
miss
second leg,
this
Jeff
time.
Smith.
He really is grinding today.
Third leg, Stefano to throw first.
Doesn't get any
Game on.
easier for Bojicek because he's got a certain Robbie Martin in game 13. And you all know, if you've been tuning into Pluto TV for the entire session, how well he's played at times and how hilarious he's been at times.
140.
Jeff Smith winning that second leg on double 4, having missed it.
96.
Take the leg previously. And I just wonder, obviously, that double was the double he managed to defeat Jimmy Van Schie with here at the Modus Super Series
66.
earlier on in 2025. Can consider that one of his favourites. So when you start missing your favourite double and you've not been playing your
59.
best, how long does it take before that gnaws away at you? It's a little different if you're maybe missing the ones that you don't mind. But what's going on? I'm missing double 4 as well. That's a bit strange.
95.
About 2 legs. So if you miss it 2 consecutive legs, especially in a format like this, it will
90.
feel like you've got a critter in your shoe. It will be eating away at you. With Jeff, it's the top right corner.
100.
18s and 4s. That's where he makes his money. But even when he was playing here at this place and was not hitting double 18, he was having to get his way out of jail with double 9. He was creatively trying to get through a leg when he wasn't playing his best.
Stefano Yukar, 100.
He's having to do the same again today. I think that was a bit of a
60. Jeff Yukar, 156.
half attempt at tops.
Yeah, Bozicek's only ton plus checkout of the day so far was a 100 finish.
59. Stefano Yukar,
Back 4
40.
tops. And for a hold. Double 10.
Game shown the third leg, Stefano Bozicek.
Bozicek back in it.
Fourth leg, Jeff to throw first.
Smith
Game on.
still on the front foot. Just wonder what kind of character Stefano Bozicek is. Discussing this earlier on.
58.
When you're in this competitive environment and games are taking place.
You ever been to Slovenia?
I have not.
95.
I've been to Slovakia, not to Slovenia. Meant to be beautiful.
Yeah, Slovenia is very famous for Lake Bled. It is apparently, I'm reliably
95.
informed, one of the most beautiful lakes in the continent.
Well, you're a man with connections to Australia. My cousin is from Melbourne.
55.
Went travelling around Europe, went to Lake Bled. Met a girl there in the middle of Slovenia.
93.
She grew up 2 streets away from where he lived. Never met each other before, didn't know each other before. 2 Australians met at Lake Bled.
45.
Nice romantic story there for you Friday afternoon.
Please tell me they had the honeymoon in Slovenia.
Currently unmarried,
98.
but it's probably on the list of suggestions.
What does Smith do on 157? The treble
59.
19 has been a
Jeff
nice
Yukar,
get-out clause for him in this match.
157.
I wonder if he starts there. Chooses not to. Doesn't get it.
97.
That's fine. But the one thing he doesn't want is what happened when he was playing Barstow, where he was 3 from 15. Maybe his confidence has taken a bit of a hit in the morning portion of this group and the early
85.
afternoon.
Jeff Yukar, 60.
But now is a good time to respond. With a classical Jeff Smith finish in 2. He pulled that one.
40.
It's happened again, and it's another number to add to the bingo card. He hasn't left 162 today, but now he has. This is getting really silly. You can't do this at this level.
It was like this yesterday.
122. Jeff Yukar,
Bozicek
20.
again in the bungalow frequented by those 2 quite well-known children's TV presenters.
Game shown the fourth leg, Jeff Smith.
Tidied up by Jeff Smith. And he goes 1 away from
Fifth leg,
victory.
Stefano to throw first.
Well, by my reckoning, he's left at least 3 bogey numbers. 159, 162 and 168. There might have been a 165 in there earlier as well.
100.
So what would you score that out of 10 on the bogometer?
Oh, it's a solid 6.5. It's not quite Steve Beaton or Phil Taylor yet.
140.
They did it for nearly 30 years.
but they were Steve Beaton and Phil Taylor.
Yeah, Taylor was able to do it because he got more opportunities. Steve Beaton did it because he can do whatever he wants. But in a tournament like this, where you're having a tilt at a title, trying to get valuable points after you've lost
97.
your first half of your games, keep doing it all you want, Stefano. Let's see where it takes you. It's not going to help, though.
100.
And where does that come from? Is it laziness? Is it maybe just not being as tuned? Is it poor practice routines? Because it can happen occasionally.
100.
Players can miscount and leave the wrong number and find themselves on a bogey. But when it keeps happening consistently like this, you need to ask the question, where does it come from?
Every now and again, you leave a number like 162 or 165 off the back of a 2-treble visit or indeed a maximum.
94. Jeff your car 164.
But if you're leaving those numbers from the low 200s or the mid 200s, you've only got yourself to blame. For me, Bozicek is not
86.
as leg astute
Stefano Leclerc,
as someone like
147.
Smith or Van Tripe or somebody else in this group. And as a result of that, he's had less opportunities today, and he could be defeated 4-1 here by Smith.
85. Jeff your car 78.
He does get a match start at tops. And
Game
he'll
shot
be
on Matt
ecstatic that he's got over the line there. That was a bit of a banana skin, but I don't think we're going to be seeing much of Stefano Bozicek in this tournament. He's got a couple of matches left. He's lost his first 4. It's not a brilliant average from Smith. He won't care because he's got the 2 points. He's now on 4 points like most of the people in the group.
Welcome back to the Live Lounge here in Portsmouth for the ADC Global Championship, and it's also the venue here in Pompey of the Modus Super Series. And recently we saw the conclusion of Series 12, which was won by young Charlie Manby, a name to remember for the future. But let's remind ourselves of some of the highlights of Series 12.
And it's on. It's on, double 12. Sensational from Scarrett. What a moment.
The joint best points tally in this group, but the best ever legs different tally in this group. Well, Charlie Manby is more than good, isn't he? Double top for a first weekly win.
Game start and the match.
Potter gets an opportunity he wasn't expecting. It's tops once more. Tens.
Game start.
There it is.
Another bullseye for another 167. It was almost on.
Van der Velde. Oh my gosh! Surely not from there. Oh my word!
Derek Coulson is Portsmouth's 5-star performer.
Needed a trouble there, Haynes. Now this is the advantage of showing second and third. You know what you've got to do.
60.
Walker's done enough.
To wrap it up. Tyler Thorpe is a Super Series history maker. The best ever legs difference in a Group C.
20 for tops. 3-2 and
the fifth leg.
It's match start.
Keegan rolls back the years.
I never thought I would let anything again. And
Freddie back. Oh, teamwork there. Leave Freddie alone.
And Stein Declercq does it.
Big 22 balls.
He's going 3 tops. There's 2 of them. Oh, Reese Robinson, Mr. Must-See, take a bow.
he's double 12 for a 141 and out in 12 and 141 is pinned.
It's an awesome 4th title for Tom Sykes.
So that was Series 12, and what an entertaining conclusion to 2025 it was at the Modus Super Series, and we get to do it all over again in 2026. Mark your calendars, Monday the 19th of January is when Series 13 will begin. Around about 9 days before that, though, someone will be lifting the ADC Global Championship trophy. But first we need to get to the bottom of who finishes top, or at least in the top 4 anyway, when it comes to Group 5 here at the ADC Global Championship. And this is an interesting one. Barstow against Tweddle, 2 players who have performed well so far. Tweddle top of the group, Barstow in 3rd position, both doing enough to qualify as it stands. But of course, Henry Deacon, there's still a lot of darts to be thrown, and we are feeling like we're getting to the crunch now.
Yeah, this group looks a little bit like your cricket scorecard, Niall. 4, 4, 4, 4, 4, 2, 0. There was a wide in there as well.
Is that number of balls bowled or boundaries scored? I think I'd rather know which one it was, but it looks more like a Monzo sort code at the moment, doesn't it? A few 4s in there, a few 0s.
Other banks are available, but the winner of this will be the first player to 6 points, and just gives themselves an extra bit of wiggle room. And when you look as well the way the games have panned out, Chaz Barstow's played that extra game, so there's an extra sense of urgency for him, you sense, in comparison to that of Jack Tweddle, who's just got that extra little bit of wiggle room should he so need it.
Well, we were saying about Barstow that he's one of the better scorers in this championship.
Chaz requires 66.
But we haven't seen that explosive scoring from him just yet. But we have seen some top finishing.
Aim shot on the first leg.
And there's more evidence. 66 taken care of with relative ease. And it's
second
1-0
leg,
to
Jack
Chaz.
2 for first.
14 data, both departments combining together there for Chaz. And also, should be worth noting the legs difference.
60.
Now, Jack has got a big, big advantage in that particular department, +6. Then you look at Huntley, +3. Barstow, +1 before this game. Jess Smith
100.
and Robbie Martin both with 0 legs differences. These personal head-to-heads are going to mean more. Not just will beating players perhaps be big, but
140.
beating them by scorelines may also prove imperative.
And also what might prove to be significant, albeit it's not something that
134.
you can help because it just depends how the fixtures fall. But every player, and we've been speaking about this all week, will have a period where they'll have 4 games in the practice room where they're not up on the oche. And they'll also have a gap of just 1 game where they're up there again very quickly. Now for Tweddle, that happens after this. He'll miss the next game, obviously, and then he'll be back up there again. So no matter what happens here for him, I think timing-wise,
83.
he's got a bit of luck there with that.
146.
If he loses, he can get back up there again pretty quickly and put it right. If he wins, he can also keep that rhythm up, I suppose, because
41.
he's got less time away from the oche.
Jack, you require 137.
Well, it's a possibility. If things go very well, Jack Tweddle's pretty much there. If it goes very badly, he could see himself out the equation altogether.
97.
He could be
Jack, you require
one of 2
105.
extremes come the end of a couple of games' time. Barstow looking at the 25 first to look at tops if he was to find that target. Tweddle's going to get 3 at tops to square this game up at 1 apiece.
Jack, you require 40.
And these are those moments that you have to take. Double 5.
35.
And he can't take that moment.
Chaz, you
Barstow wants
require
tops.
40.
We'll make it 2-0. 2-0
James
it
on a
is.
second leg. Chaz Barstow.
And so far, Chaz Barstow has been operating with ruthless efficiency.
Third leg, Chaz to Faro first.
2 darts needed
Game on.
to take 2 legs.
30 darts combined. Really good start out the gate for Chaz Barstow. Just too much for Jack Tweddle so far.
140.
But it's Barstow who's putting his foot on the pedal here. As he mentioned,
57.
because Chaz has played that 1 game more, you felt that this was a more important game for him than it was for Jack Tweddle. If he can win this, he'll be 4 from 6 through
97.
with 6 points. You get the sense from that point onwards, 1 win from his last 2 would probably be enough to send him into the next phase.
140.
Loses this one, he's probably going to have to win both right at the very end to give himself a squeak or to make life easier at least anyway,
123.
in terms of making it through. 6 may be enough, but 8, it feels like from this point onwards, is
84.
going to give you a real
Chaz, you require
guarantee
141.
of making it into the second phase of this competition. 1-for-1 on offer, but not anymore.
$85.
Well, we've seen glimpses of Tweddle's talent.
100. Chaz, you require 56.
But it's been a bit of a barrage from Barstow at the moment, particularly
James
on the
on the
outer
third
ring,
leg.
because once
Chaz
again he
Barstow.
takes care of it in 1 visit, and he's now on the hill. A 4-0
Fourth
win
leg, Jack
could
to
be
Faro
significant.
first.
We've spoken
Game
about
on.
leg difference. Tweddle's leg difference will take a hammering here if he gets nilled.
140.
To put it shortly, the way Chaz is playing, if Jack Tweddle's going to win this leg, he has to win it in 5 visits flat.
40.
Barstow prior to this visit averaging 100.2, averaging 15 darts per leg in this contest. This is a really good performance from
133.
Chaz. But we also know that he's got another level in excess of that in his locker.
83.
He might not need it. Let's see there, 14, 16, 15.
100.
This group is like that video game
93.
Tekken, where
Jack,
everyone's
you require
health bar has just been
128.
depleted, kicking and punching the life out of each other. This might be a clean kill for Barstow.
92.
It will take something significant in this particular leg.
140. Jack, you require 36.
Usable. Comes inside, 99.
18.
Well, this would be
Chaz, you
some way to
require
wrap it up. Chaz Barstow's
145.
already had 3 tub plus finishes today, but the 145 would be the biggest of the lot, and too much of an ask for him on this particular occasion. So Cheddle's going to get 3
60.
more
Jackie
at double
require
9.
18.
Goes straight for it. And
Game showing a
eventually
40.
finds a way
Jack
to the
20.
corner and finds a way into the contest. Back to 3-1. Barstow
leg,
being
Chaz
forced
two
to
for
serve this
Overhast.
contest out.
Game on.
When that first dart sits like that, usually he can use that to find 1 or 2 more, and he does find a bedfellow.
$140.
Tweddle finds 2 of them as well.
$57.
Oh,
80.
very nearly another 2. Might have just been creeping the other side of the wire, but it's a unfortunate deflection anyway for Tweddle.
Well, that is a brilliant match from Chaz Barstow. Had to smother away across. He does so, leaves himself a 1-2-4 after 9 on throw. Not
54.
much really Jack Tweddle could have done about
Chaz
this
require 124.
to complete a comprehensive 4-1 victory. He's got 6 from this point. He's going to need the full quota.
58.
It may well put Jack Tweddle on the back foot in terms of qualifying through to phase 2. But what it does do,
95.
if Barstow can find the
Chaz requires
66, is put him onto 6. So the first player in this group to do exactly that by finding the double
Chaz
18.
Barstow.
And the doubling, well, it has been the strong point for Chaz Barstow today. That was a really good performance. Legs won in 14, 16, 15 and 14. Average of 98.11 and 4 out of 5 when it came to his finish. So Barstow gets the better of Tweddle by 4 legs to 1. Next up is Robbie Martin against Stefano Bozicek.
He will be disappointed with that. He wanted to have
Graham
1 dart.
requires 20.
Graham Usher wins the first game of Champions Night, and it was an absolute ripper. He hit one of them on tops. He missed one on double 12. Which one is it? It's the hit.
Outside opportunity for Andy Hamilton. Van der Velde should be getting a match start again here. He's already had 1. Mr. Dart tops for the match to win 4-1. And the Dart at double 16 gets the job done there for Jürgen van der Velde. He gets over the line with a 4-2-6.
Did he go for tops, or did he just overshoot the single? Jimmy doesn't care. Jimmy just looks to eat this up to make the semi-finals for the 2nd time. Adam Kaplas has been eliminated. Keep us guessing. This time he's trying to leave double 18. He knows best, and he takes the lead. He is 2 darts away
Jeff requires 86.
from a Super Series final. He's 1 dart away. He doesn't need any more darts. Jeff Smith makes the Series 11 final. Is Usher losing his cool a little bit here?
Oh, absolutely. Right now, I'd say the head's gone. And you don't have long to recover. It is very, very short format darts. Vansky's halfway to victory.
He only needs 1 more. Jimmy Vansky is yet again into a Modus Super Series final.
Flashback vibes. Can Jimmy Vansky do the same? Just needs the 1 treble here on the 19s. Finds it. For the ball.
101.
Oh, unlucky. pressure on it. He's going to split it. 2 darts for double fourth in a match.
Game! Shot! And the Modus Super Series 11 champion, Jeff Smith!
Welcome back, everyone. The Amateur Darts Circuit is proud to bring you the ADC Global Championship for 2025-26. And before the break, we saw Chaz Barter become the first player to move on to 6 points in this Group 5, courtesy of a 4-1 win over Jack Trell. And a good performance it was as well. Average of 98.11, 4 from 5 when it came to his finishing, and he is now in a very good position to progress through. So game number 13 is a meeting between Robbie Martin and Stefano Bozicek. Now, as far as the group is concerned, Robbie finds himself on 4 points. A win here would see him into the top 4. As
First
for
leg,
our
Robbie,
friend
2
from
for
Slovenia, it looks like now he is just filling out his quotation of fixtures before he heads back across Europe.
Yeah, it definitely feels that way,
59.
doesn't it? At times today, he has shown us exactly what he can do in a good way. But this is always going to be a stiff test.
55.
And it's going to be a stiff test against Robbie Martin as well, because we've just seen Chaz Barstow
57.
rebound after being given the full Robbie Martin treatment with that 103.81 average in game number 9. And if Robbie plays like that again, he's going to win this match.
80.
Based on the information that we have. But can he? That's the question. Can he back up that performance with something similar,
42,
if not better?
Well, we have seen in previous Super Series action in the past that he can go on streaks like this and he can rattle off 2 or 3 decent performances. I think actually the bigger question for Robbie Martin is not doing it in back-to-back games, is maybe can he do it over more elongated spells? And what I mean by that is, can he do it over the course of a campaign which is going to involve a few days at a time? Well, he did leave himself on a PBN. Well, we could see a lot of bogeys in this game, so get your Kleenex at the ready.
Martin's not going to take this out, and Bozicek might leave 165.
93.
From recollection, I don't think we've seen 169 today. He's not going to leave a bogey number.
140.
Unless, of course, if he
Robbie
knocked that
requires
dart out of the
70.
board. But Robbie's in a better position. And he's just making sure he gets it right mentally. Ah, okay. So he was going for
26.
treble 13 on 69
Stephanie require
for double 15.
125.
I think he's got that wrong again. Jose the South Coast strikes again. Sorry, Robbie. It's going to stick. And you're going to have to blame Niall McCorn for that one.
60. Robbie, you require 44.
Double 16.
28.
Outside, inside, and it's an outside chance
Stefano
here for
requires
Bozicek
65.
to get the break and to get himself up and running in this contest.
$45.
Turns out he's not going to
Robbie
take the
requires
lead
16.
at that visit.
Game
He's
shot
not going to take the lead at all
Robbie Martin.
after the first leg.
Second leg, Stefano 2 for Ofa.
Oh, a little bit of synchronized water drinking. I'll give them a
Game on.
5.7.
Well, I've got to say, when you look at that score graphic and it says Martin Bozicek, it does feel like a 2006 footballer that may have played for Wigan Athletic.
58.
It's pretty close to being an Australian keeper.
Mark Bosnich. Great keeper he was, by the way.
Nice fella as well. Loves his darts.
180.
He's got one of the best laughs in sport. It's like Jimmy Carr's.
Nah, no laugh in sport can ever top that of Martin Adams.
100.
That is a laugh, my friend.
Oh, I don't know about that. Andy Hamilton's is pretty good. We used to call him Henry VIII because it was so gravelly, is the right word.
60.
Oh, look. It's one of your favourite numbers, Henry. 3-4-3. It's one of your favourite formations.
Just ask Ruben Amorim.
This table really is starting to show us how close Friday can be. Barstow on 6, 4 players on 4, Wesley Van Tripe on 2. Bozicek very much hovering around the exit door. And he's got that really long gap between this game and his last.
60.
He has left himself with too much to do. The problem with having no points at this stage is that he hasn't got a win for his own confidence, but also the fact that Huntley takes on Tweddle, then Wesley Van Tripe takes on Barstow. It's everybody who's got points above him, and they're just going to keep creating a gap. It's going to turn into a fault line.
89.
That's very steady from Robbie.
Stefano require 154.
Well, not to be for Bozicek, and so Martin is going to get an opportunity to get a break of throw to double his lead. Hasn't had to be as rip-roaring as his previous couple of performances. It's just been enough
45
to power past the
52.
Slovenian.
Yeah, play the player. Nothing wrong with that.
Game shot on the second leg.
He's playing
Robbie
this
Martin.
player, and he's playing the board very well as well.
Third leg, Robbie to Thoreau first.
Might not be
Game
103 average, but it's the same outcome. Sometimes you just got to know what averages are worth.
Nothing.
97.
It's not as if that 103 average game in bonus points. You see, that would be an
27.
interesting dynamic. If you had a group like this, and if you averaged over 100 in a winning performance, it would get you a bonus point. But is that making the sport of darts a little bit too complicated?
42.
Because I think it's the simplicity of it. That's what people like.
As Chris Mason would say, you don't write averages on trophies.
Unless you win the best average trophy in your local league.
97.
But that's me being rather pedantic. Certainly likes the colour purple, doesn't
100.
he? Maybe it's his favourite film. Favourite album? Purple Rain. Favourite vegetable? Purple carrots.
87.
Well, Weymouth do play in a similar shade of colour. A bit more claret than anything else, but...
Some people really
98.
do cling on to a certain colour, don't they? Raymond van Barneveld has spoken in the past about certain colours he'll never wear again because he has bad memories of them.
60. Robbie require 164.
There's a visibility of certain players in certain colours. Now, you couldn't imagine Dave Chisnell playing in anything other than yellow, for example.
That is correct to this certain day. We have seen him play in
64.
black when he needed an away shirt in previous times, but that doesn't happen anymore. We're seeing Michael van Gerwen in mostly black these days,
44.
signifying the next chapter
Robbie
of his
require
career.
100.
But we are firmly in the first chapter of Robbie Martin's career. And he's going for double 16.
68.
I think this time he's got it perfect. I think going for the 16s there was the right call with Bozicek not on a finish.
As you say, it's very weird when you have to readjust to people wearing different things. Just like when... Well, here we go again. Here we go again.
42. Robbie, you require 32.
We'll come on to that visit in a second.
Game shot on the third leg.
We'll get onto it
Robbie
right
Martin.
now. I want you to keep your eyes on Stefano in
Full
this
flag,
leg.
Stefano to Faro
And how many
first.
times
Game
in the
on.
middle of a visit he looks at the scoreboard? You're starting on 501. You know exactly where you start. When he was on that previous number, he kept looking at the scoreboard
140.
mid-visit. I just don't get it. He knew exactly what he wanted. If you want to get better as a dart player, just be a bit more switched on.
60.
Sometimes you need to step back and realize where you are. But looking at the board twice in a visit, no. That's not elite behavior.
And that is the step that's going to take you from a good
140.
level to the next level. Simple as that.
Couldn't agree more. And that's not criticism.
140.
It is constructive feedback. There's a difference.
It's good to see players, though, from different nations participating in this global championship. And I know that in 2026,
125.
players that have performed well on their particular continental orders of merit will be given invitations to play at the Modus Super Series here on Pluto TV.
100.
We want to see players from different nations. We had a Cypriot in this competition last year.
Andreas Nicolaou, a.k.a. the Contortionist. Because the way that he threw a dart is enough
56.
to make it feel actually quite squeamish.
Yeah, his chest was facing the back of the room. He's more twisted than a knick-knack.
140. Stefano requires
Let's get on the board. Double top for Bozicek.
Game showing a
And to his credit, he's not been given opportunities. They've come in scant supply. But he's managed to take that chance, like he has done for the most part of the day. Forces Robbie Martin to serve the game out, 3-1.
Well, I think by the time he plays his last game today, which is match 19 against Wesley Van Tripe, it will be very curious of us
140.
to find out what his doubles percentage is for the day after 5 games. I'm not going to calculate it now.
47.
I think it will be very apt come game 6. Because every time I look at his numbers, the percentage is high.
46.
But also, winning leg there of 13, that's not the first time he's won legs in that kind of range. So there's an inept talent there. And we kind of mentioned when Nicolaou was here.
100.
That he's the type of player that if he was given more opposition that can push him on a more regular basis, then you'll see him become a better player. I mean, I spent a bit of time with Craig Galliano of Gibraltar not too long ago, and he was saying exactly the same thing. He knows that he's a good player, but to become a better player, he needs to play better players on a more consistent basis. And I just wonder whether Stefano's one of those players that fits that particular mould.
Yeah, but he can. It's not a great deal of distance to Hungary, to Austria, to Croatia. You can drive.
58.
If you're in Gibraltar, it's not like you can hop on the ferry to Morocco and go to loads of darts tournaments. Southern Spain's got some, but not many. It's about
60.
what's on your doorstep and how many miles you're willing to do. As far as Stefano is concerned, there's plenty.
Brilliant
174.
setup. Brilliant setup to leave himself a double 12 to eventually wrap this match up.
This has been very good from Robbie. He, like Bozicek, is 50% on doubles.
Robbie requires
So you
24.
sense this game could be over.
Is it all over? No.
No
No's
score.
the answer.
Stefano required 94.
He couldn't have walked to the board, placed them in the board to be 3 darts so close to the wire. Good recovery.
Game
Very
showing
well
a fifth
done.
leg.
Still in
Stefano
this
Bozicek.
match.
Sixth
But he
leg,
could have been
Stefano
dispatched
to
already.
First. Game
I'll
on.
tell you one thing, the Wolf's got that dog in him, hasn't he?
We saw that a little bit earlier. I think that's a symptom of the dart slipping in his grip.
Effectively, the dart has got to grip
100.
perfectly in the hand, otherwise it's just not going to do anything, is it?
I actually like what he's doing. There's a lot of dart players out there that when the dart doesn't sit in their grip perfectly, they'll still throw it.
180.
If it isn't perfect, step back and do it again. But Robbie Martin doesn't want that back.
Don't waste unnecessary darts.
121.
That's the mantra of soft tip, isn't it? Don't waste a dart.
Robbie Martin may not be wasting any time. Because against the throw, he's left himself a 2-2-1 after 6. And Bozacek, well, he's going to have to find a couple of trebles here.
Yeah, if he's not careful, he could be the
60.
second person this week not to get a win in their quarter. The other one being the somewhat unfortunate Johan Aldershaw yesterday, who fought valiantly towards the end to get that elusive win. Just came up short.
57.
Well, Martin leaves himself on 164. What could Bozacek do from here?
45.
Ouch. Even a
Robbie,
single
you
20
require
would have left to finish.
164.
I would have been really interested to see what he would have done
109.
if he got the second treble there. Would he have gone for it? Or would he have gone for a big 18, considering what happened earlier on? When he bust 127.
And not even the most dramatic 127 moment with Paul Hinks on the mic.
45.
Well, this
Robbie
for
requires
4-2 win.
55.
And put himself in a real tidy position, but 30 scored, 25 left. What now? What possibly now?
Oh, it's happened again.
47.
Oh, my word.
Stefano require 130.
He's had a broken sat-nav in the final furlong so many times today.
If it carries on like this, he might need to get that photo of Mick McCarthy out.
65.
So this to eventually
Robbie
wrap it up.
require
2
8.
fours for Robbie Martin to move on to 6 points in the group. And
Game
6
shot.
points it
And a
is
match,
for Robbie
Robbie
Martin.
Martin.
And he moves one step closer towards the second stage here at the Global Championship. For Stefano Bozacek of Slovenia, his race is pretty much run now. This the tail of the tape from that contest. A 4-2 win for Robbie Martin. Coming up on the other side of this short break, Michael Huntley takes on Jack Tweddle. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler!
Thank you for your company once again. We're still here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth for the ADC Global Championship. We've just seen Chaz Barstow and Robbie Martin go to 6 points in the last 2 games. And somebody is about to join them. Is it going to be Jack Tweddle or Michael Huntley? Well, the one person right now who's thinking I might be in a bit of bother is Jeff Smith, because he can't stop somebody getting to 6. He will be on 4 points with the person who loses this game. Coincidentally, the last win for Huntley was against Smith in Game 8. His best performance on this stage today, averaging nearly 99.
Game on.
He might need something akin to that if he's to topple Jack Tweddle. It still feels too early
100
to put our post in the ground and to get that flag waving, Niall, because there's still a lot can happen.
58.
It feels too early because it is too early to do just that. We've been saying all day, haven't we, that no one yet in the ADC Global
41.
Championship has reached 6 points and not made it through. That could very much change in the next couple
60.
of hours. I was saying before to Henry Deacon that this feels like the crunch time in this group. There are no excuses
60.
anymore about not being used to it or needing time to warm up. You are in the thick of it. And now is the time to produce.
57.
And if Huntley can produce somewhere near his best, then he will cause Tweddle problems. But there is no denying Tweddle's record in the ADC Championship Tour in
140.
2025. 3 finals. 2 of those he won.
44. Michael Carr 160.
But he's behind in this leg in terms of the scoring. And Huntley has his eyes on 160 to take the lead.
100.
He throws one of the most direct darts you will ever see. If you saw his dart in slow motion,
54.
it travels in a
Michael Carr,
perfect
60.
arc. Very little wibble. Oh my, that was too close for comfort. Hence the puff of the cheeks from Huntley. Double 10.
Gage on the
And
first
that
leg,
leg
Michael Huntley.
is banked.
Second leg, Jack to through first.
We've
Game
talked
on.
about the fact that it's tight at the top. Someone may have today the best points and leg difference
100.
of anybody eliminated so far. We know that Bozicek has left himself with too much to do. He's got 1 match left later. That's against Wesley Van Tripe.
43.
It could be those two who are already out by then. But isn't it curious, out of 7 players here today, that the top 5
55.
are the 5 who've played here before? I don't think that's a coincidence.
85.
Especially in a group as competitive as this. But if we rewind 24 hours, Jimmy Bristow had never been to the building before and got himself in the mix. But the open draw nature of the Global Championship means that
43.
It is what it is. Who you get drawn against isn't weighted in any way. It's just about on the day. And Tweddle is hoping that today is his day, and he's one of those 4 players through because he's down to 66 after 12 darts, and he is a mile ahead in this one.
Jaluka 66.
In this tournament, you need 3 good days. Or 2 good days and 1 great one.
That's
a great shot. And so far, the 2 legs have been won by country miles.
Sterling Michael is through first. Game on.
If it follows suit for the next 5 legs, Huntley will win with 4 holes of throw. Surely it can't be that simple.
60.
You referenced something a little bit earlier on, Niall, about
43.
Natalie Gilbert and her journey of using darts as a rehab tool. We mentioned it about Jack as well. There's been a lot of work done
41.
Putting darts into schools to use darts as a bit of a mathematical weapon to fire the
100.
brain up and get you used to arithmetic. I just wonder if there is a future in this sport for using darts as a more widespread rehab tool.
140.
Jack is living proof that it works.
138.
Well, you spoke about the Jack Tweddle story and difficulties with mobility. And you also spoke about Natalie Gilbert, and she was very similar.
81.
She suffered a stroke, and darts got her back on her feet and playing competitive sport again. It is a magical story. And that is a magical visit. A maximum that leaves him tops with Huntley not on a kill.
You may be stumbling onto a
78.
new bit of
Jaluka
darting
40.
terminology there, Niall. On 179, you're out for the kill.
Getting shown the third leg.
Tweddle is turning up the heat right now. He looks very
Fourth leg,
comfortable
Jackson through first.
with this
Game on.
situation. He's been in stressful situations in this building before, especially when he was at the ADC Championship Tour Grand Final afternoon.
140.
Didn't go his way at all. He was the #1 seed. Didn't walk away with the trophy because Graham Hall did. We're going to be
60.
seeing Graham in a few days. As for tomorrow, if you're planning your viewing for Saturday,
100.
you might want to watch Johan Brouwer. He's not dull. He's played at the Modus Super Series before.
140.
And he's very intense, to say the least. There are people who are going to have to contend with that guy tomorrow. People like Johnny Barnes.
140.
And defending champion Devin Peterson. And Dean Gallagher of Ireland.
$85. Jaluka
Tweddle really is
121.
starting to cook. There's a gap emerging in this game.
81.
And Huntley is being left out to sea.
$60. Jaluka
Jack
40.
has been really dependable on the doubles as well. 2 out of 3.
Game
And
shown
that's
the
just
fourth leg,
improved
Jack
to
Tweddle.
3 from 4.
Fifth leg, Michael.
I think he's
is through
recognised
first.
that this game
on.
is where he could find his form for the rest of the day. You mentioned there's no excuses, Niall. You're in. Let's see what he can do. And this is what he can do.
100.
And it goes without saying that every player is focusing on what they need to do. But by virtue of doing that, they can put pressure on others. Jeff Smith will be
92.
watching this. He'll be watching this as one of the players outside of the top 4 qualification spots at the moment. And he'll be watching this thinking,
60.
if Jack Tweddle wins, and by a big margin, that changes the complexion in terms of legs difference as well. And Tweddle looks like he is marching his way towards success. Another maximum for him.
That's his third.
One of them, 40.
He really needed one himself. But as this game really does trot towards its conclusion, we can't ignore that the best leg difference in this group is +4. Of the people that are still in, the worst is -2. Winning by margins potentially like this could have monstrous effects. Aha. Now there's a man who knows his numbers.
Michael Carr, 101.
Didn't go for the 57, went for the 51.38 route. Michael does not get to
53.
a double.
Jack the Car, 56.
And he hasn't been at one since the start of the match.
16.
Turns out he is going to get another dart at a double by the looks of it. Tweddle misses 2 for the match.
And 2 at double 16.
Shown the fifth leg,
which only
Michael
1 is
Huntley.
required for Michael Huntley. And it keeps this contest alive.
6 leg Jack, you through the first. Game on.
But Tweddle has the throw. And that chips away at that legs difference that you were just talking about. That is maximum number 4 for an in the groove Jack Tweddle.
He's going to have to go some to beat
85.
The record of the week for 180s in a game. That was 6.
59.
The record in this venue is 7 for a player in a match of best of 7 legs.
$85. $133.
Yeah, speaking of records, we saw a 170 yesterday, the first of the tournament. Highest checkout, of course.
95. Jack the Car,
Haven't seen a bunch of
129.
164s, but it's 129 for Tweddle. 122 left. I decided to stay in the lower half
34.
of the board. Slightly sloppy from Tweddle, but he leaves himself a 2-darter.
This game could get really interesting in a second.
140. Jack the Car, 95.
Another match-winning chance for Jack.
55.
Not a dart for the
Michael
match.
Carr, 96.
And he might not get another one in this leg. Needs a treble or 2 doubles. I think he was caught in 2 minds.
Yeah, neither here nor there. He knows it. We know it. And Tweddle knows he'll have more opportunities for the match. He went
38.
double-double in the last visit.
Jack the Car,
Huntley couldn't
40.
get double-double going as well.
Getting shot on the match, Jack
And he gets it done, and Tweddle wins by 4 legs to 2, and might that prove to be significant? An excellent scoring display from Jack Tweddle, averaging over 92, 4 maximums in there as well. And robust on the outer ring. Huntley falls by 4 legs to 2. Might that damage his campaign and his hopes of qualification? Huntley 2, Tweddle 4.
He will be disappointed with that. He wanted to have
Graham
one dart for the match.
requires 20.
Graham Usher wins the first game of Champions Night, and it was an absolute ripper. He hit one of them on tops. He missed one on double 12. Which one is it? It's the hit.
Outside opportunity for Andy Hamilton. Van der Velde should be getting a match start again here. He's already had 1. Mr. Dart tops for the match to win 4-1. And the Dart at double 16 gets the job done there for Jurgen van der Velde. He gets over the line with a 4-2-6.
Did he go for tops, or did he just overshoot the single? Jimmy doesn't care. Jimmy just looks to eat this up.
to make the semi-finals for the second time. Adam Gablas has been eliminated. Keep us guessing. This time he's trying to leave double 18. He knows best, and he takes the lead. He's 2 darts away
Jeff requires 86.
from a Super Series final. He's 1 dart away. He doesn't need any more darts. Jeff Smith makes the Series 11 final. He's Usher losing his cool a little bit here.
Oh, absolutely. Right now, I'd say the head's gone, and you don't have long to recover. It is very, very short form at darts. Vansky's halfway to victory.
He only needs 1 more. Jimmy Vansky is yet again into a Modus Super Series final.
Flashback vibes. Can Jimmy Vansky do the same? Just needs the 1 treble here on the 19s. Finds it. For the ball.
101.
Oh, unlucky. A lot of pressure on it. He's going to split it. 2 darts for double 4 for the match.
Game. Shot. And the Modus Super Series 11 champion, Jeff Smith.
So here we go then, Group 5 of the ADC Global Championship is nearing its conclusion. We are entering the final leg of the relay, if you will, and take your pick from any of those players, aside from Stefano Bozicek, because he's the only player we know guaranteed won't finish in the top 4 of this group of 7. Here are the standings. He hasn't won a game yet, bottom of the pile, but everyone else is jousting it out for a position above that dotted line to book their spot in the knockout groups. Tweddle leads the way at the moment, ahead of Barstow, Martin and Huntley. Jeff Smith, a winner here in this building this year, is currently below the dotted line. And so is Wesley Van Tripe, and we will have to wait until after this one to see how Jeff Smith gets on against Robbie Martin. But for now, Chaz Barstow is looking to firm up his position in the upper echelons of this particular group at the ADC Global Championship. And Wesley Van Tripe runs the risk, Henry Deacon, of being one of those players that gets cut adrift, particularly with Jeff Smith.
Let's like Wesley to throw first.
Next. You get the sense these next 2 games are seismic in terms of finding out who's going to go where. Wesley Van Tripe is effectively, from this point onwards, playing knockout darts. Simple as that.
60.
Every single game will feel like do or die, win or bust. For Chaz Barstow, that victory that he got last time out, he's jacked a really good performance as well, average in excess of 98. 4 from 5 in terms of his finishing in that particular contest has given him that little bit of wiggle room. A win in this particular game would move him on to 8 points, and we'll probably see him there. 41. But then, as you rightly mentioned, the game after that is going to hold the keys, you feel, as to who is going to be a part of that top 4 mix. Jeff Smith taking on 34. Robbie Martin. And it's really the first time over the course of the 5 days that we've been here in Portsmouth for the Global Championship where we've had a group where there's been real jeopardy between more than maybe 5 protagonists. Because we had that day on Tuesday, didn't we, where things were very tight and there were some discrepancies over legs ins. But other than that, it's been fairly routine so far.
I just want to praise you on getting the day correct after your exploits the other day.
They all roll into one, they really do.
But the darts has been brilliant over that course of
85.
time.
Jessica
And
120.
this has been tight. Single. Double.
80.
Over the
Wesley
top for
Carr
Barstow.
140.
Van Tripe looking at 140. Loose last
Jessica
one.
40.
Might that be costly in the end?
Getting shot on the first leg.
Makes
Chance
no
Barstow.
difference whatsoever. A Barstow break to begin.
Second leg chance to throw first. Game
Up
on.
and running. He looks like he's in one of those moods now, is Chaz. And we know he's got these spells about him. And we mentioned at the beginning of the programme that he's not necessarily someone that plays his best darts first thing in the morning. Now he's heading towards more normalised time to throw. We are seeing some of the best of Barstow here.
140. $93.
That's a Wesley. Defeat here will pretty much spell the end
100.
of his playing trip to Portsmouth. Will still spend a few extra days with his brother Danny, who I'm sure isn't going to mention the fact he's been eliminated
41.
straight away if he was to go out at the first hurdle.
That wouldn't be the most embarrassing thing that Van Tripe has done
140.
today. After throwing for the bull in the first match. He thought they had to bull up.
96. Wesley Carr 121.
Ironically, it was one of his better darts in that particular contest. Looking at 1-2-1 to level up. 25 leads double 18.
85. Jessica Carr
And
91.
I'll tell you what, that was a bit of a risky play with Barstow sat on 91. He got the dart the double, so he gambled correctly. Barstow was looking for the
51.
double-double.
Wesley Carr
Tripe
36.
to break back.
Double 9.
Getting
There
shot on
is
the
that
second leg.
return
Wesley
of
Van
break.
Tripe. Third leg
Sees
Wesley to
us
throw
level here.
first.
And like you say, a risky
Game on.
play from Van Tripe, but maybe he's reached the stage of his campaign where he simply has to take risks. Sometimes
100.
darts isn't like that. It is binary in many, many aspects where it's either here nor there. Or there, sorry, I should say. But
40.
no, when your opponent is on a finish, you don't usually see players going for the bull second dart.
85.
And his argument will say is 25 is a
42.
slightly bigger target than the treble, or the double 18 is a bigger target than the bullseye if he was to hit, but it just still feels like a risky strategy.
96.
It all happens so quick. He doesn't have the chance, really, to change his mind.
180.
Barstow with a second maximum. We saw
96.
Jack Tweddle hit 4 in his game against Michael Huntley. Barstow, we've mentioned his scoring proficiency.
140.
Starting
Wesley
to
Carr
find it again, but
124.
Van Tripe is looking at 1-2-4.
77.
Found the treble quickly
Jessica Carr
enough.
99.
Was already halfway up the oche before that dart hit the board. That attempt at
Getting shot on the
bullseye.
third leg. Chance
And
Barstow.
Barstow this time taking out 99 to see himself
Fourth leg
2-1
chance
up, and
to
he's
throw first.
starting to
Game
knit
on.
things together now.
Well, he's taken the 99 out, but he shouldn't have been there to start with because he hit a 140 to leave himself on a free figure out where he went down the board. He would have left himself on a ton and a 2 dart. All academic now as he hits his third max of the contest.
100.
Really beginning to motor now, the man from Winchester.
85.
And I suppose it should be mentioned as well, this is pretty much a home tournament for him. Doesn't have to stay in a hotel. He can literally leave his own pit in the morning, make the travel across the M27. And if he was to make it through to the final Sunday, you'd imagine that there will be a lot of people cheering him
81.
on.
And he's still moaning that he's not a morning person. It's not like he's waking up in someone else's bed. He's waking up in his own bed.
140. Jessica Carr 136.
Speaking of waking up, the scoring demon has been awoken. What about the finishing one?
96. Wesley Carr 121.
If he knits it all together, he is a real contender to win this championship. 11 and ball.
Game
Taking
shot
out the
on the fourth leg,
1-2-1
Wesley Van Dijk.
and to level up at 2-2.
Fifth leg, Wesley to
And that
throw
a 12
first.
darter as well for Wesley Van Dijk. His first topper of the day. And what a contest this has been. 16, 14, 15, 12 the winning legs.
140.
Oh, he didn't go 25 that time, did he? Solid numbers from these two.
81.
We said it had the feeling of one of the bigger games of the afternoon.
134.
And it's delivering.
Pound for pound, you can argue this is game of the day so far. Barstow was
95.
also involved in a barnstormer against Robbie Martin. He lost out 4-2 despite averaging 95, 2 from 2 on
100.
the doubles. He also took out a 114 checkout in that contest, beaten by a man who had averaged 103.81 in that particular contest. And
83.
he's up against
Wesley
another
Carr,
man here averaging in excess
127.
of a ton. And Van Tripe looking for the 1-2-7 and game. This for back-to-back
Game
tub
shot
plus
on the fifth leg,
finishes.
Wesley Van
He's
Dijk.
really beginning to motor now. Back-to-back 12s, back-to-back tub plus
Six leg chance to throw
checkouts.
first.
And in the
Game
blink
on.
of an eye, Barstow finds himself behind.
Someone's been practicing their 1-2-1s in the players' room.
140.
And now look at this from Van Tripe. He's flicked the switch. He's turned it on. A 12 darter finished off with 1-2-1 to level the game. A 1-2-7 to make it 3-2. And now he's hit a maximum to begin
81.
with as he looks to wrap up in style.
And because he's
84.
done this so quickly, I bet Chaz Barstow doesn't even know what's hit him.
That last leg took little
81.
over a minute. The average leg time in this game is 1 minute and 23
100.
seconds. That is fast. We know Van Tripe is fast. Barstow doesn't hang around either. Blink and you miss it
100.
stuff.
Wesley Carr, 137.
Well, this for a hat-trick, a tub plus checkout to get the job done. He's not going to take, and so Barstow will return for the 99, which is already taken
Wesley
out
Carr, 99.
in this game, and to have any chance of surviving in it, he's going to have to do so again. Tops, unable to get.
39. Wesley Carr, 38.
Going straight for it. Oh dear. That's the problem.
22. Wesley
You
Carr,
go
60.
straight for it and you come inside, cause yourself an issue. 20 for tops.
Getting shown the sixth leg,
Barstow
Chaz
levels it.
Barstow.
And this brilliant game is going the distance.
Seventh final leg, Wesley to throw
The
first.
decider, which
Game
the
on.
contest rightly deserves. And Tripe with the darts, and Tripe probably
95.
would have expected more the way that Dart 1 sat.
Well, he doesn't hesitate much, Wesley Van Tripe, but I did just see a
96.
little flash across his eyes. Should I split or should I go straight for it? And as soon as that indecision creeps in, even for a
91.
nanosecond, it can throw someone like Wesley off. Missing 2 match darts on double 19. And now Chaz Barstow is piling them in again.
180.
Maximum number 4.
Well, Wesley Van Tripe is staring,
140.
not just defeat in this game, but he perhaps may well be staring the Global Championship exit door square in the face now.
121.
Barstow's left himself in situ. Has to find a couple here. Definitely has to find one.
96.
And manages 2 of
Wesley
the
Carr,
last dart.
104.
And so this to wrap it up. And to put Chaz Barstow on the cusp of qualification.
Wesley Carr, 79.
He's there or thereabouts. But can Van Tripe find tops to win it himself?
59.
He's had a
Wesley
match
Carr,
start.
48.
Barstow's going to get a couple.
More match darts missed for Van Tripe. Tops for Barstow. One more left.
28.
And he's below
Wesley
the
Carr,
wire.
20.
A stinger. And Van Tripe will return. Both players locked at 3 legs apiece. Both players locked on 20.
Getting shown
And
the match,
Van
Wesley Van
Tripe
Tripe.
tidies it up and takes it. It looked like he was on the back foot, but then a 12 darter 1-2-1 finish to level the game, a 1-2-7 in the very next leg to give himself the lead. And then once Chaz Barstow had piled in maximum after maximum and levelled the match, he missed 2 match darts, Wesley Van Tripe, on double 19. Looked like it might have cost him in the last leg decider, but in the end he squeezed through. He wins 4-3.
$54. Charlie Maguire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie require 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2 darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
require
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
Oki with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think he's gone to bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there, George Gay wasn't even able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy. Couldn't get the job done.
The match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Skate.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Skate!
Welcome back. It's the ADC Global Championship here on Pluto TV. And before the break, we saw Wesley Van Tripe, aided and abetted by back-to-back Tub Plus finishes, getting the better of Chaz Barstow by 4 legs to 3. It bunches up this Group 5 just that little bit more, but it might be a scenario that Robbie Martin may not need to worry about, because if he wins here, then he qualifies through to stage 2, because 4 players would not be able to overtake him. And that is because of the fact he's playing Jeff Smith in this particular contest. Now, he finds himself on the border.
First leg, Jeff,
does the Canadian silencer with 4 points to his name. And Van Tripe now on 4, Smith on 4, Huntley 4, Martin on 6, Barstow on 6, Tweddle on 6. That's where the group
125.
currently finds itself, with Stefano Bozicek finding himself the back marker in this group. It's not necessarily win or bust for this pair, Paul Nicholson, but
100.
it feels very close to being that.
You mentioned that Jeff is on the border. Well, Robbie Martin is border patrol. Looking at the numbers, I can't escape the thought that Smith has got to beat Martin, and he's going to have to beat Tweddle.
180.
Arguably, he's got the two best players in the group on form today.
85.
This is just more proof that Jeff never does things the easy way. Him getting through now is a tall task.
Particularly after a visit like that for Robbie Martin. He does have an insurance policy, and that insurance policy is the fact that he has the darts in each of his remaining 2 games.
58.
Hasn't worked out very well in the first leg of this
41.
one. At times, Robbie Martin has been untouchable today.
9.
But there's a get-out clause.
Jeff, you require 135.
This needs to start happening for the silencer.
Triple 20 for the ball, unable to get, and so Martin's going to get free at 32
70.
to
Robbie require 32.
get an opening leg breaker to put himself free away from the next phase.
On the first
13
leg.
darter gets
Robbie
things
Martin.
up and running for R. Martin.
Second leg, Robbie to throw first. Game on.
We said that John O'Shea not getting through the other day was a big surprise. If Jeff does not find himself in the top
60.
4 at the end of the day, consider that trumped. He's paying the price for a slow start.
100.
But you give this man 3 darts and a chance, he will give everything he's got. But look at Martin go. You said to me in between games, Henry, that earlier on there's not many maximums today, maybe with the exception of Martin. Over the last couple of games,
60.
There's been 9. And there's already been 3 in this one.
Well, when Jeff Smith needed a result,
60.
Robbie Martin has turned up the ante to a point where it doesn't really matter what Jeff Smith throws because it's going to be insurmountable. He's already been broken, and it looks like Martin may well be in a position to open up a 2-0 lead here. 6 and 201 to do exactly that.
First start is off the charts good.
139.
I know we've made a little bit of fun of some of his approach work and his tactics today, but when you score this
99.
heavily,
Robbie requires 62.
you're still going to give yourself chances, even if you make mistakes.
30.
So he needed
Jeff,
135 in the first leg, and now he
146.
needs 146. These are the kind of chances that Jeff gets. Sooner or later, one of them is going to have to go.
He's been given
60.
breadcrumbs, is Jeff Smith.
Robbie requires
And this
32.
for a 2-0 lead.
Game
This
shot on
is
the
a
second
really
leg.
good performance from Robbie Martin. Average so far of 103.66,
Third
legs
leg,
of
Jeff,
13
2
and
for
16 to
first.
put him 2 up.
Game on.
And going back to the point you made in the previous leg, there's no denying the talent that Robbie Martin has. If he can smoothen up some of the rough edges, there is one heck of a talent there.
57.
But in some cases, it's the rough edges that define them. Look at Dave Chisnell. Scores a bit like Robbie Martin does.
57.
The rough edges are a little bit of technique and title wins in certain places. But it doesn't detract away from the
97.
talent and what they have won. There's a great deal of potential with the man in purple. And Jeff Smith's had quite a lot of
67.
success wearing that colour over the years. At the minute, he's trying to eliminate the purple from the stage.
If Jeff does get eliminated here, can we ask the question about the travel arrangements, the fact he flew in a day before the tournament began?
I don't think so, because he's done it a lot and he's still succeeded. But maybe it's accentuated by the fact
140.
that this is not a 3-day campaign. This is not a 6-day campaign. It's a 1-day campaign. And there was a look on his face when the first two treble 20s were planted there by
95.
Martin, as if to say, I've got this guy at the wrong time.
That is the look of a man who may begin to feel as if his race is run. Particularly if Bobby Martin's going to carry on doing that. That's a fourth max of the contest. You know, in the previous leg, you said that these big shots has to go. The 167 felt absolutely imperative, and he's not up to the task.
97.
He's got 14
Robbie requires 57.
maximums for the day. Just gets the single.
37.
There's a crumb on the floor, Jeff. I suggest you pick it up.
You require 70.
Well, he's going to have to channel his inner Hansel and Gretel here, as a fly swats past at the worst possible time.
Ah, the old Canadian death stare. Interesting. He decided
38.
not to go
Robbie
for 16
required
double
20.
18, which is something he usually does. You
Game
knew it was
shot on
going
the
in,
third leg.
gradually
Robbie
getting
Martin.
closer, and plants it for 3-0. Now, this is his
Fourth
fifth
leg,
game of the
Robbie
day.
to Faro first.
You and I have seen enough Modus Super Series
Game on.
action in this building when people play 5 games in a day. How many times do you see someone get 14 maximums before the conclusion of their 5th game?
100.
Not very often at all. In the scoring stakes, this is a brilliant performance from Robbie.
Well, this is Tom Sykes, Conan Whitehead good in terms of 180 hitting. And they are seen as two of the power scorers in the Super Series format.
You're talking about an average of 3 a game.
125.
He's the kind of player that could potentially break that 1-game record.
Well, put it safe, if he did get through to the final
180.
then the record for 180s in a game in this building altogether would be severely under threat if he really did get going. Smith fires in his first of the contest.
140.
He's going to need more, but not right now.
Yeah, we've already seen some weird busts today, Nico. We don't need to add another one to the mix.
No, we don't.
130.
He's 136
Robbie
points away from being in the next stage of this tournament to put Jeff Smith in all sorts of trouble.
96.
Jeff has had
Jeff, you
one
require
dart at a
51.
double. And he does leave double 18 this time.
Game show on the fourth.
He needs a
leg.
friend, and it's
Jeff
in the top
Smith.
right corner.
Fifth leg, Jeff to
Break
Faro
double
first.
18 glass
Game
in
on.
case of emergency. Smith back to 3-1 and still just about clinging on to some hopes here. Defeat doesn't eliminate him automatically, but his chances of making it through would be as much chance as Paul Nicholson turning up tomorrow wearing a Sunderland shirt.
Well, that's not happening.
You can contractually obliged to. We're doing some
91.
Christmas filming.
Where's the shredder? I think today
96.
looks like the group where 6 points is not going to get through. For someone, we just don't know who that someone is.
96.
Well, this is where the element of open draw for this competition is great for us watching here in the commentary box and for you guys watching at home, wherever you're watching from. But for the players, this is where it becomes hellish.
134.
Well, let me ask you a question before we come to potentially the end of this game. You've got Jack Tweddle against Wesley Van Tripe next. If Smith loses this match,
137.
what's the right result for him? There isn't a good result. That's the problem. Because Van Tripe would go to 6,
64.
and Tweddle would go to 8 with a win. There's no such thing as a good scenario.
You'd probably say you'd rather have somebody on 8 pushing further away from you, above you, than somebody next to you moving closer. That'd be the only thing I would say.
What's he doing? Honestly. He's got 177. He's gone for 2 treble 19s.
Jeff, you require
He's
110.
just built different, this guy.
And look what kind of opportunity Jeff Smith's been presented with again. It's another one in 3-figure range. He's not going to take And so Robbie Martin here is 50 points
42.
away from becoming the first
Robbie
player
requires 50.
to qualify through to stage 2 of the Global Championship through Group 5. But he's going to have to do it the hard way. He's only going to get one dart at double top.
Game
he
shot.
only needs
And a
one
match.
dart at double
Robbie
top.
Martin.
And Robbie Martin is into the second stage of the ADC Global Championship. And it means that Jess Smith, a Modus Super Series champion in 2025, one of the fancied favourites to go on and win the tournament, now finds himself in the scrap heap. A 4-1 win for Robbie Martin, averaging just under a ton, 4 180s in that contest. Coming up after the break, it is that meeting between Jack Tweddle and Wesley Van Tripe. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Lewandowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler!
Welcome back to Portsmouth. The ADC Global Championship on day number 5 has taken a bit of a quizzical turn. Jeff Smith is in trouble. But even Pythagoras would have a problem with today. It is troublesome on the paper, to say the least. So for all of you watching on Pluto TV live right now, on your smart device or smart TV, we're going to keep this nice and simple.
First leg,
we're going to
Jack
take it
to
one game at a
throw
time.
first. Game
And
on.
we're going to tell you who's through and who can get through in the next game. So Robbie Martin is through. He knew he could get
42.
through because the celebration at the end of that match with Smith told us that he knew what he had to do.
140.
Here, if Jack Tweddle wins, he is through if he can beat Wesley Van Tripe.
137.
Let's keep it that simple for now, Niall, because if we keep talking,
26.
this table's going to look more like Spaghetti Junction.
I concur. Let's keep it as basic as we
46.
can. Tweddle has to win.
78.
And so does Van Tripe, for different reasons. Tweddle has to win to book his place. Van Tripe, you'd imagine, would have to win to stay alive, but
60.
there we are meandering down those complicated avenues again. So let's just focus on what we know is guaranteed, which is that Tweddle will progress with a
100.
win. Van Tripe's fate is still up in the air, as it were. There are lots of loose ends to be tied off. And with only a few games remaining here in Group 5, we will
58.
find out our
Wesley
answers
require 157.
very shortly.
Well, this is the time of day where Wesley wants to play his best darts
59.
anyway, because he plays 3
Jackie
games
require
from 5.
158.
He's already put in a borderline 100 average in beating Chaz Barstow. So replicate that. Who knows?
96. Wesley requiring 98.
He's on double 19 again, like he was at the end of the last match he played.
82.
Similar
Jackie
result.
requires 62.
Two 11s for tops.
22.
Two 11s not for
Wesley
tops.
requires 16. Game shown
Well,
the
the
first
referee
leg.
deserves a medal
Wesley
in this
Van
one.
Tripe.
This is speedy.
Second leg, Wesley to
I love it when a
throw
dart
first.
player puts a skyline
Game on.
or some sort of clip art on the back of their shirt to signify either where they're from or where they'd like to be.
100.
I don't know exactly what historical landmark that is on the back of Wesley's shirt, but it looks very decorative. Very ornate.
100.
Doesn't look like it was made in the 1960s. In fact, it looks like Portsmouth Guildhall,
59.
which is a very beautiful building if you ever come to Portsmouth.
$83.
They are few and far between
96.
in this city, unfortunately. You can probably thank the
60.
largest conflict that the world has ever seen for that.
58.
And there's plenty of conflict in this group. But what I'm fascinated to see is if Van Tripe can find the gear that he found in his last match, where there were a couple of legs where he was electric against
58.
Chaz Barstow. 12 darter, finished on a 1-2-1, then a 1-2-7 in the next leg, and that put him in the lead.
100.
And that was a level of Wesley Van Tripe that we haven't seen for the rest of the day. He needs to find whatever that was again here.
65.
He's playing better than
Wesley
Jack
require
Twiddle right now.
88.
73 left.
$70. Jack, you require
Well.
135.
I think Wesley has just made a mistake, and that is not typical of the Van Tripe family.
Can't find... Sorry.
They don't
70.
usually make those kind of errors.
Wesley
He
require
didn't want to
18.
leave double 9.
Well, this will tell us whether it was a mistake and how much of a mistake it was.
Game shown a second leg.
Worked
Wesley
out
Van
right in
Tripe.
the end. Just a little glance across the scoreboard as well to confirm that,
Third leg,
yes,
Jack
I did
to
need
throw
double 9.
first. Game on.
And it's 2-0 to Van Tripe. And Tweddle, who knew that he needed to win to book his spot, is now on the ropes.
85.
I'm desperately trying to figure out if a Van Tripe win is good for Jeff Smith or not.
100.
Because Tweddle's last game is against Jeff. Wesley's last game is against
59.
Bozicek. And the way they're playing right now, you'd have to fancy Van
100.
Tripe for the win there, and he can still get to 8 points if he wins this and that one.
125.
And if Wesley wins this match, at the end of 17 games, one person
96.
will be through, with 3 more to find. After a brilliant week here at the ADC Global Championship.
87.
We've had so many different stories. Great form from Haynes and Sykes and Ham and Dutton yesterday.
85.
This
Jackie
group
require
is stealing the show
145.
as a collective.
Well, I don't know about show stealing, but that
105.
145 would have been
Wesley
show
require
stopping, or at
120.
least briefly stopping the train of Van Tripe, who wants a treble. To leave him a shot at tops for a 3-0 lead. And he
Game shot on
gets
the
it
third
as well.
leg.
120
Wesley Van
taken
Tripe.
out by Van Tripe, and he is marching all over Tweddle, who
Fourth
knew what
leg,
his
Wesley to
conundrum
throw
was.
first.
Van Tripe is keeping himself alive, and he is
Game on.
doing it in imposing fashion.
He's not showing anything right now, but Niall, I cannot describe just how
96.
unbelievable that second dart was. He gets his darts to sit quite flat in the board. He blocks it over the top, and he finds the left half.
140.
It is an unbelievable dart. It's not even the one that wins the leg.
58.
We've seen great finishes today. A 127 from Van Tripe in his previous match. A 128 from Barstow, but
85.
on a day where Ton Plus checkouts haven't stolen the show, that one was the best one.
Tweddle looks
100.
flattened here. He looks deflated. The energy sapped from him due to that Shanghai from Van Tripe, and I asked him to find that extra
119.
gear that he showed for a couple of legs against Barstow. He forced it to a last leg decider. That last leg
60.
completed in 15
Jackie
darts.
require
And
157.
maybe he's finding it at the right time. He's not on a finish yet. Tweddle is, though. Tweddle is. He wants tops.
Game shot
My
on the fourth
word,
leg.
this game just keeps
Jack
serving
Tweddle.
us up. Excellence after excellence. Tweddle this time to keep
Fifth leg,
himself
Jack
alive,
to
you
throw
feel.
first. Game on.
157. Taken out swiftly. And it's 1-3.
Yeah, it's a day where there's not been many Ton Plus
56.
checkouts. We've had back-to-back ones in our face.
60.
Now we have to stare the reality in the face. The possibility of the Series 11 champion at the Modus Super
100.
Series, one of the favourites for the title, and the #1 championship tour ranked player could possibly both
41.
go.
In the Global Championship junkyard.
177.
And now Tweddle is hitting his straps with a 177 this time. And Tripe
125.
can't respond with a maximum. Well, he's got away with the fact he's on 168. By virtue of Van Tripe being on 275, but we've seen players like John O'Shea and Adam Mould fall by the wayside.
44.
We see more big names
Jackie require
bow out here.
112.
Again, he's in a position to kill the leg off with Van
56.
Tripe not on a finish. This time he can't do it. He's going to have to do it now.
140. Jackie require
Got to
56.
keep Van Tripe away from the match dart. Double 10.
46.
Now he can't do
Wesley
that
require
anymore.
91.
To throw this group into total chaos. He's got the wrong treble. He needed 9 more points.
59.
He gets them.
Jackie required
Maybe
10.
a dart too late.
This has been a wrencher of a game for Tweddle.
Game shot on the fifth leg. Jack
And the
Tweddle.
belief courses through his veins again. He's been out of it,
Sixth
and then he
leg,
was in
Wesley
it,
to
and then he was
throw
out of it
first.
again,
Game
and
on.
now he's back in it again.
I'm in massive admiration for that last dart from Jack. He's got 2 markers.
57.
And I'm sure in his own mind he was saying, just hit them. Just hit those darts and let fate take its course.
125.
It didn't even hit the board pure. It just dangled, but it was in.
94.
Well, this game for Tweddle has been like a day at Alton Towers.
60.
Ups and downs, peaks and troughs, a real roller coaster ride, and it might yet be over.
55.
And Tripe is hoping that it does conclude there, but Tweddle, every time he senses an opportunity, he takes control.
180.
At 3-0, you feared the worst. That
87.
120 felt
Jack, you require
like a
136.
backbreaker. The resilience being shown by Tweddle at the minute
44.
is why he's so highly regarded.
140. Jack, you require
Take this
92.
out, win one more leg, you're through. Sounds easy, doesn't it? It's not easy. He went for the 60 because of the marker.
52.
And now he can't
Wesley
stop Van
requires
Tripe winning
68.
this game again. Tops.
Game shot.
He
And
does
a match,
win it.
Wesley Van Tripe.
Somebody get the calculator out. We're going to need it. Jack Tweddle's only got one game left. It is against Smith. They will have the same points going into it. And curiously, Wesley Van Tripe now, after that 4-2 victory, has also got 6 points. There's chaos here in Portsmouth. There's going to be more after the break.
Charlie McGuire, 164. 44. 32. Charlie require 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls of this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2 darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
require
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the
81.
stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
Oki with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
require
he's gone to
180.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that
Charlie
situation there, George
require
Scaife wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go
Couldn't get the job
Got
done.
out the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife!
Welcome back to the ADC Global Championship, and look at the state of this group. And I mean that in the nicest possible way. The top 4 players out of these 7 will qualify for the knockout stages. Robbie Martin is already there, but who of Chaz Barstow, Jack Tweddle, Wesley Van Tripe will make it through? Michael Huntley and Jeff Smith on 4 points, currently below that fabled dotted line. It is an absolute mess, but thankfully we're here to sort it out. Remember, Chaz Barstow needs to win. That's the situation where we find ourselves. And Chaz Barstow is up against Michael Huntley now. We knew it would be a tight group. We knew it would go down to the wire. The wire is here. And so is Henry Deacon alongside me in the commentary box for this one. Sometimes it's easier when you know what you have to do, but also that can add that extra sprinkling of pressure, because for some of these players, the road is at its end in terms of no more games left. Got to get the job done.
First things first, how are us two the 2 best qualified people to sort this particular mess out? However, for Chaz Barstow, he doesn't need to worry about mess if he doesn't mess about with this one. Wins this, he's through. He's into the next phase. He can think about next week. So Michael Huntley, as you rightly say, it's a little bit more tricky than that. And it also has to be said that the last couple of games, Barstow has just upped it a little bit. Okay, lost to Wesley Van Tripe last time out, but averaged 95 in that one, averaged 98 in the game before. And I'll tell you what, lads, carry on in this kind of mood.
134.
What a start.
$100.
Well, unfortunately for Huntley, that looks rather paltry because it's not a 2 treble visit. Barstow is on the march here. He's on the charge.
125.
Another 2 big trebles for him. 62 after 9 darts.
He's got a real spring in his step as Chaz, and looking to lay down a real early marker.
60. Chazukar 62.
On throw, looking to get this leg done in 4 visits.
42.
Just underneath, but
Michael
Huntley needs something inspired here.
Can't get the first treble. Yep. Yeah, wince of the face. Screws his face up.
53.
Single, not the treble.
Chazukar 20.
Over to the 18s, but he's still got a bit of an ask with Barstow just
Getting
needing
the first
20
leg,
left, and the double
Barstow.
10 is pinned. And Barstow has already pinned back Huntley.
Second
by
leg, Michael
taking
is
the
with
opening leg.
first. Game on.
13 dart opener for Chaz. Which means for Michael, he's got all
140.
the work to do in the world to make up here. All the ground to make up here.
100. $30.
And I just wonder for Michael, when you look at his day, he's been very in and
96.
out, hasn't he, throughout the course of the session. There's been some decent stuff in there, but it felt like in his previous game against Jack Tweddle, a game that he lost 4-2, that as Tweddle just kept hitting him with, maybe not haymakers, but it was constantly
81.
chipping away and chipping away and chipping away at him. It just felt like it got to a point where Michael just didn't have any more answers to the questions that was being provided by his opponent.
138.
Well, this campaign has been all about answering questions, also for us.
21. Chazukar 167.
But Barstow knows the only question he wants an answer to is, am I through if I win? And the answer to that question is,
99.
yes, Chaz. Yes, you are. And he'll go halfway there if he takes out 68 with Huntley back on 229. We've not even played 2 full legs yet, but Barstow's scoring. Sees him averaging
65.
north of
Chazukar
112.
68.
Tops.
Game shot of the
2-0
second leg,
Barstow.
Chance Barstow.
When you need a big performance, you want it in
Third leg
games like
chance to throw
this.
first.
Huntley can do
Game on.
nothing but shake his head and stare at the floor. Barstow's bullying him at the moment.
13-15 for the first couple of legs. Both 5-visit legs for Chaz Barstow.
137.
Effectively, he's forcing Michael Huntley to do something good, leg in, leg out. If you're going to win legs against me, you're going to have to play well. And in this leg, he's probably going to have to win in
81.
4 visits. And by hitting just a solitary trouble there, makes that task rather harder.
57.
And that a rare troublous visit for Chaz.
We don't want to get into the weeds when it comes to the table just yet because there are lots of numbers that need to be configured.
83.
We're trying to keep things as Spartan as possible. And just confirming that Barstow knows if he takes another 2 legs and wins this,
100.
he will go through to the knockout phase of the ADC Global Championship. We've been saying all day that leg difference may come into it. And we're reaching that stage where leg difference may be critical. Now, it might be immaterial for Huntley if he loses this, but if he loses this by a big margin and he's still got something to cling on to, losing it 4-0, 4-1, that could be the death knell for his campaign. And likewise for other players. Tweddle is another player involved where it might come down to leg difference. We'll get to that bridge and cross it if it appears, but
60.
You get the feeling more than likely that it will do.
Barca winning big here is a great result for a lot of players. We'll delve more into it in the next leg.
Michael Carr,
Huntley looking at 137 just to get something on the board. Does he go tops? He did, but just drops low, and so Barstow back for 3-0.
Michael Carr, 60. Michael
can't
Carr,
get the
40.
kill this time. And Huntley to halve his deficit at the same target, tops.
Getting shot on the third leg, Michael Huntley.
Something to cling on to and potentially run with for Mike Huntley.
Fourth leg, Michael to throw first. Game on.
A big win for Chaz Barstow makes life rather easier for a lot of people. For Jack Tweddle, he's on 6 points plus 3. He's in a good position. Wesley Van Tripe, 6 points plus 1. In a very good position. If Huntley was, for example, to lose this game by a 4-1 scoreline, he'd find himself a minus 2 legs difference, 4 points. Jess Smith, minus 3, 4 points. And all of a sudden, you get the sense that 3 players, i.e. Tweddle, Barstow, and Martin, obviously
45.
Barstow and Martin would be confirmed. Jack Tweddle would, you would feel as if would be pretty much there in terms of qualification. It makes the waters a little bit murky. Now, the final run of fixtures looks as follows. Games 19, 20, 21. Van Tripe plays Bozicek, who has been the back marker in the group for the duration of the day. He will be expected to win that game, and if we be honest, probably expected to win that game heavily.
140.
Which would mean that Jess Smith's game against Jack Tweddle may well be an irrelevance. Huntley against Martin could be an irrelevance depending on the margin of victory for Van Tripe if he was to beat Bozicek in game 19. I think that makes sense.
45.
I hope you've got a machete to hack you out of the jungle that you've just delved into.
$100.
Well, Barstow looking in a really good position to underline his advantage
100.
in this contest.
32.
Well, how much of the bed is it blocking? Enough is the answer to that question.
16. Michael
It was
Carr,
always going to be
76.
awkward for him. You could tell by the way he was shuffling left and right, to and fro. He didn't like it. Huntley will love this. He will love this.
60. Joshua Carr,
Unfortunately,
16.
there is no love to be had.
No
And he's
score.
busted
Michael
score
Carr, 16.
Barstow in the wrong double bed. Huntley has another chance at gluing his heart back together.
Well, he's just done a Paul Hogan as Chaz Barstow. And Huntley looking for the target that his opponent's just bust. What an opening. What an opportunity this is for Michael Huntley. He was comprehensively outplayed when 2-0 down. But he's managed to get himself back in an equal kilter. We're back on level terms. It's 2-2. But my goodness, has Chaz Barstow let a big opportunity slide.
Has to look forward now, Chaz Barstow. Can't
58.
dwell on that. Can't look back. Maybe he will, if this game finishes and it doesn't go his way, get back to the players' room and think, that was a huge chance. Because it's given Huntley somewhat of a boost. Starts the next leg with a maximum. Busting 32 when you have darts for a 3-1 lead, knowing that if you get that fourth and final leg, you are through. He can't let it play on his mind.
Well, if Michael Huntley wins every leg from this point onwards,
84.
he actually goes above Chaz Barstow on legs difference.
There are lots of ifs, lots of buts and lots of maybes. The only definitive so far we've seen in this group is that Robbie Martin is through and that Stefano
85.
Bozicek is out. Everything else is TBC.
Great kick-off there with the last of Chaz.
52.
This 1-5-2 has an air of must-hit about it. He's found the first treble. Unable to get the second, and so Barstow, who's
81.
taken out 3 top plus checkouts today and a couple
108.
in around this range. He's looking at 108 to move 3-2 to the good. He's looking at treble 20. He was initially hoping for the Shanghai 18s, but
50.
because Dart 1 was located the way it
71.
was, had to divert to the west. This for a break. Remember, he could have been 3-1 down, Michael Huntley. He was 2-0 behind in this contest, but that 14 darter puts him 3-2 to the good. And perhaps pivotally, gives him the darts in this leg to get over the line. And Chaz Barstow, all he can do is smile, knowing that an opportunity to automatically qualify could well be spurnt.
60.
This group is like a revolving office door in New York City at 9 o'clock in the morning.
42.
People are in and out all of the time. They're either in business, knowing that they've got what they want in the palm of their hands, only to drop it. And you can see the reaction from Chaz Barstow. He's kicking himself. And Huntley is kicking in another maximum.
And remember, Niall, after this, Chaz can't do anything more about it. This is his last game.
81.
After this match, he cannot affect the outcome of this group anymore. He'd have to sit and await his fate. Tungsten purgatory.
140.
So timely from Barstow, but that darting purgatory might become tungsten torture. 51. Leaves the ball.
89.
He doesn't go for it because he knows he doesn't have to. And that's a smart play from Huntley.
Well, Chaz Barstow looked in cruise control when 2-0 up in this game.
100.
But you've got to give Michael Huntley
52.
every ounce of credit in the world. A spirited fight back. Is he going to complete the comeback? Double 16.
Game shot in the match.
Means that Michael Huntley actually moves above Chaz Barstow in the table. And Barstow can't do anything else now to affect his outcome. He can only sit and await his fate. But for Michael Huntley, who still has one more game to go, he puts himself in an incredibly good position. It was a really good contest. Huntley prevails by 4 legs to 2. Coming up after the break, Stefano Bozicek takes Lee Van Tripe. Well, welcome back to the ADC Global Championship, where on this Friday afternoon we have got drama left, right and centre. Before the break, Michael Huntley denied Chaz Barstow an opportunity of automatically qualifying through. A 4-2 win from 2-0 behind for the Welshman means that he now actually leapfrogs Barstow in the group. Wesley Van Tripe, who at the beginning of the day struggled out the gate, we thought maybe he's going to have a long day ahead of him. But if he gets the better of Stefano Bozicek in game 19 of our day, then he will qualify through to stage 2 next week. Bozicek, who is looking to get his first win in his final match of the Global Championship.
55.
Santa is hoping to at least have one Christmas present at this year's tournament. Well, this group has been chaotic, so much so that Niall McCord's had to go for a lay down in a darkened room, and Paul Nicholson has joined me here in the commentary gantry.
121.
Let battle commence. What a fun day this has been. Tomorrow's got a lot to live up to.
140.
Oh, he's trying to live up to his brother there, wasn't he, by trying to get a 9? He was thinking about it. Did we foresee coming into game 19 where there's one person through and one person out?
58.
Is there any way this group could be any tighter than this? If there is, I'd like to see it.
That's why. Have a look at Sunday's group. That's got a possibility of
60.
running really close.
What's your car? 123.
Time will tell. It's only Friday. But I'm getting that Friday feeling. We love a bit of chaos on a Friday here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, don't we? Maybe that's why it's happening on Friday.
55.
There's an aura about this place on day 5 of a week. Well, this guy from Slovenia has been out for a while.
23.
This will be his parting shot.
68.
Double top.
48.
Oh, look. Another bogey number. Just too often. Let's just leave it at that. When he goes back to Slovenia and plays his domestic darts and around his country, he's just going to have to fix that. Otherwise, he'll never progress.
Game shot on the first leg. Where's
He's not going to progress in that first leg. Now, Van Tripe, if he were to lose this game by 4-2 or 4-1, he'd be gone. But if he wins the game, he's going to be through.
140.
Such is the perils of this particular format.
And if he wins 4-3, it gets complicated. So let's just cross that bridge when we get to it.
60.
That's all right. I'm not doing the next game. It could be as complicated as you want it to be.
135.
Don't forget to set the alarm clocks
60.
on Saturday morning, because we kick off at 9:30 live on Pluto TV. And we have a special guest joining us in the commentary box with myself and
59.
Nico for all of the Saturday and Sunday action.
We will let you know who that is by the end of the coverage.
63. What's your car? 167.
It's as if Wesley Van Tripe looked at his schedule today and said,
103.
when I play game 15, I'm going to switch on. Like we said in his last match, he's playing 3 from 5
45.
in the list.
What's your car? 64.
This is the right time to put your foot down.
44.
He's got plenty of time on his side.
Bozicek looks like a man that's just been hit by one punch too many. He's not going to throw the towel in, and neither can the referee stop the game.
95. What's the car?
Because
20.
he's been pretty much left punch drunk. Van Tripe double 10 for 2
Game shot on the
zip.
second leg. Where's the Van Tripe?
And you almost feel like he's being put out of his misery here, Bozicek.
Third leg, Stefano to throw first. Game on.
I'm sure he's going to take plenty of positives from the experience, and we should also give him credit the fact that he qualified through the Southern European Tour. You don't qualify for tournaments like these. They don't get handed out like confetti at a Greek wedding.
I did promise you something in this game, didn't I? I said that we would look at his doubles percentage for the day. I wasn't kidding. 10 hits, 17 darts at a double, 59% for the day. He is the walking example of someone who can hit doubles but doesn't get enough opportunities because of his scoring not being heavy enough and leaving himself on too many numbers where you can't check out. End of story. Gavel down.
$41.
Well, we may still retire our verdict on
60.
Wesley Van Tripe. And of course, there is a possibility him and his twin brother Danny could be playing in the next group, depending on if Wesley was to qualify. And Danny qualified and they both finished in positions that meant that they would be in a stage 2 group.
41.
And imagine, just imagine, if in that scenario they had to play a shootout to go through to the final 8.
100.
It's almost as if you've thought about this before. There's only one thing on Wesley's mind. 64 and a 3-0 lead. Oh, come on. It just keeps happening. 133 leaves 165.
48.
Can you sense that it's getting a bit old now? We talked today about Robbie Martin being Jose the South Coast. Well, this guy's never seen a calculator.
What's the car? 16. Getting shot on the third leg.
Tripe is seeing the wood and the trees at the minute.
Fourth leg, Wesley.
Well, the man from Brady is just beginning to get a knack of that stage, isn't he?
Game on.
3-0 to the good with the darts in his hands. To qualify through. In the end, after what was quite a troublesome start, with some considerable ease.
58.
Did you think he was going to qualify after his second game?
I'll be honest, I didn't think he was going to qualify
81.
before dart was thrown, so...
That's honest.
I think it was a good play. I just thought this might be a step too far too soon, I'll be honest.
Just to bolster what you've just said, I concur. I thought it'd be Smith, Tweddle,
95.
Barstow. I thought there'd be a bit of a scrap between Robbie Martin and Michael Huntley.
46.
It hasn't turned out that way. Therefore proving that darts is not predictable.
However, what I will say is Wesley has shown a lot of character today, and there's a lot of stuff that we can only praise. Like I say, I thought before a dart was thrown, I thought he'd be competitive. I didn't quite know how he was going to react to this scenario,
58.
but you know what? After game 2, I've been really pleasantly surprised with what we've seen from him. And do you know what? If he shows some of those glimpses in the final 3-4 matches in stage 2, he is going to be somebody that's going to cause problems to the final 8, because it looks like
58.
He's going to qualify now. That I think we can be pretty much certain of.
He's not easy to play. He's a big presence. He's fast.
100.
Which takes you out of your natural rhythm if you're not as fast as he is. But he can obviously play anybody's pace. He's comfortable here against a slower player. When he was up against
33.
other people, he looked mega comfortable. And that's exactly what this result could be.
Wesley Van Tripe is into stage 2 of the Global Championship. And that is the smile of a very, very happy man. You better collect your darts, because you're going to need them next week, pal. Wesley Van Tripe gets the better of Stefano Bozicek by 4 legs to 0. Next up, Jess Smith, Jack Tweddle.
He will be disappointed with that. He wanted to have
Graham
one dart.
requires 20.
pressure wins the first game of Champions Night, and it was an absolute ripper. He hit one of them on tops. He missed one on double 12. Which one is it? It's the hit!
Outside opportunity for Andy Hamilton. Van der Velde should be getting a match start again here. He's already had one. Mr. Dart at tops for the match to win 4-1. And the Dart at double 16 gets the job done there for Jurgen van der Velde. He gets over the line with a 4-2-6.
Did he go for tops or did he just overshoot the single? Jimmy doesn't care. Jimmy just looks to eat this up to make the semi-finals for the second time. Alcaraz has been eliminated. Keep us guessing. This time he's trying to leave double 18. He knows best, and he takes the lead. He's 2 darts away from a Super Series final. He's 1 dart away. He doesn't need any more darts. Jeff Smith makes the Series 11 final. Is Usher losing his cool a little bit here?
Oh, absolutely. Right now, I'd say the head's gone. And you don't have long to recover. It is very, very short format darts. Vansky's halfway to victory.
He only needs one more. Jimmy Vansky is yet again into a Modus Super Series final.
Flashback vibes. Can Jimmy Vansky do the same? Just needs the one treble here on the 19s. Finds it. For the ball.
101.
Oh, unlucky. A lot of pressure on it. He's going to split it. 2 darts for double 4 for the match.
Game. Shot. And the Modus Super Series 11 champion, Jeff Smith.
Welcome back to the Dream Factory in Portsmouth here at the ADC Global Championship. And if you like a little bit of a puzzle on a Friday afternoon, you've come to the right place. This makes a certain word puzzle game, which has been running for the last 40-odd years, child's play. So get your gills around this one. First, we're going to talk about something rather amusing, which is that Jack Tweddle can still finish first, second, third, fourth, fifth or sixth in the table.
First leg, Jeff.
That's slightly ridiculous.
Come on.
But here it is, at the start of the penultimate match between Smith and Tweddle. Smith is very, very much up against it. Jack needs 3 legs to guarantee qualification, which means that Smith is eliminated with 2 legs conceded. Smith's got to win 4-0 or 4-1, then hope for a heavy Robbie Martin victory over Michael Huntley. This all seems very unlikely now, doesn't it, Niall McCorn?
Agreed. As soon as you're relying on winning and then winning by a certain margin, that's already a second permutation. The simple thing is to win, but you have to win by X scoreline.
Jeff, you require 137.
You're already in last chance saloon territory as soon as you enter that kind of permutation.
57. Jack, you require 144.
The last thing that Jeff needs is Tweddle to hit this, which he might.
78.
It was on.
Jeff, you require 80.
Smith's doubles have got to show up right now. Bull.
55. Jack, you require 66.
This is for the first nail. It's not hammered in though.
60. No, check 54. Sorry. Jeff, you require 25.
Can't hit the big 9.
Game show on the first
But he
leg.
wins it on
Jeff
double
Smith.
4 anyway. One of his favourite doubles.
Second leg,
The
Jack.
old trusty
throw
get
first.
out of jail
Game
double
on.
4. He would have been behind bars. Considering
58.
he would have gone behind and lost one of those 2 legs that he cannot afford to lose. Because you'd felt like Tweddle would have come and swept up that leg had that double 4 not gone. And now he's finding the maximum timely stuff from the
180.
silencer.
I think if Jeff gets out of this mess, he might be David Copperfield in disguise.
140.
While we can still say it, if he wins 4-0 against Tweddle, a Robbie Martin 4-0 victory or 4-1 victory against Michael Huntley
93.
would be enough for the Canadian to just make it. That gives him the best chance of getting through.
121.
But he's up against one of the best players in the group. In fact, one of the best players in the draw. I just question which game it was today
140.
that has put him in this pickle the most. He won his first game against Wesley Van Tripe.
150. Jeff, you require 88.
But it set the tone for him, didn't it? Because it was a real war with Wesley. A war which he came out on top in. And he's looking to get on top of Tweddle.
74.
2
Jack,
darts
you
missed
require
for the
32.
leg. And this for a leveller. Deflects the wrong way.
That bottom flight has covered the bed.
No score.
That was
Jeff, you require
about as
14.
difficult as double 16 can get.
Well, there have been times today where Jeff Smith has been given a slice of luck and not been able to
And trying a
capitalise. This
second leg.
time,
Jeff
he
Smith.
does make the most of a little bit of good fortune.
Third leg, Jeff, to
Tweddle.
throw first. Game on.
Remonstrating and having a mini tantrum up there. The fact that that dart was obscuring the double 16, not great deal he could have done about it. Smith seizes his opportunity.
93.
And he leads 2-0 now. Although there's still plenty of darts left to be thrown.
100.
He'll be hoping there's about 27 darts to be thrown by him in this match.
123.
We've seen plenty of those over the last few matches. There weren't many earlier in the day, but these guys have warmed up over the course of the afternoon.
57.
1 maximum apiece. Tweddle would have been
57.
hoping it was 1 leg apiece. Treble's just deserting him there, although it's enough to leave himself 164. Drops down to the 57.
96.
Only picks
Jack,
off the
you
one of
require
them.
164.
Smith so far has hit double 4 twice
44.
to take the
Jeff, you
2-0
require
lead.
132.
He needs something meatier. Treble 19. And the bull.
107.
Not quite. It was really
Jack, you require
close.
120.
Smith has dodged a couple of shots already. He's dodged another one. He's surely going to go 17 with double
50.
4 here.
Jeff, you require 25.
Interesting. 13 for double 6. I don't know why he's
19.
dodged.
Jack,
double
you
4
require
this time.
70.
I'm mystified.
One dart for Tweddle. One dart at tops.
35.
And it is so horrifically low and left.
Jeff, you require
But
6.
low is exactly where Jeff Smith needs to go, down to the basement.
Game shot on the
First
third
dart,
leg.
straight
Jeff
in the middle of it, 3-0. And we did say that there have been times where Jeff
Fourth leg,
Smith has
Jack 2 for
been
first.
offered a bit of
Game
good
on.
fortune and not been able to grasp it. He's riding his luck a touch here, but he's given himself a great opportunity
60.
to win this and win this 4-zip. He would need to break the Tweddle throw in this last leg, but a 4-0 win for Jeff Smith would be massive.
If you'd have said to Smith at the start of this match,
93.
your highest checkout in this contest is going to be 25, he would have said, right, thanks for coming.
44.
Not exactly the worst performance of Jack's day. In fact, this mid-80s range is where he's been at his worst.
87. 134.
What Smith would give for a couple of 2 treble visits.
57.
He will need mistakes from Tweddle again.
99.
Well, there have been times in the latter stages today where Tweddle has been pulverised only to pick himself back up and start punching back.
43. Jack, you require
Might this
164.
be one of those occasions where he's going to swing a few?
Well, 140.
Tell you what, that was risky. He was going through an awful lot of plastic on the end of those darts. If he'd had the wrong bounce, he could have found himself still on 84.
95. Jack, you require 24.
As it turns out, he's on double 12.
Game shot
The
on
irony is
fourth
not
leg.
lost with Smith
Jack
on
12.
126. That is the shot that Jimmy Van Schie missed
Fifth leg, Jeff 2 throw first. Game on.
to take Smith out in the Series 11 final on this stage not long ago. He didn't get a look at it, and Jeff is now at the point of no return.
82.
Well, Chaz Barstow, wherever he is in the city of Portsmouth
55.
somewhere, because he has vacated the building, knowing that all of his games are completed, he'll be hoping that Jeff Smith can get it done here. So if things stay as they are and Smith goes on to win it by a 4-1
43.
scoreline, that confirms him as guaranteed.
97.
Still lots to be solved, even though Smith is 376 points away. We don't know anything for certain, and that's what's made this so gripping in Group 5. Maximum from Smith.
180.
His second.
It's only his 4th of the day.
140.
We spoke about Robbie Martin and how many he's had for the day. He's had more than 10 additional 180s to Smith. There's
42.
your difference. Now what's he going to do on 154? It could be the shot that keeps him in the tournament. He might need to hit it as well.
140. Jeff, you require
In his own mind,
154.
if he knows the situation, he knows he's got to hit this.
96. Jack, you require
Somebody
69.
is wielding an axe on the stage, and his name is Jack.
Game shot on the fifth.
And
leg.
that's the end
Jack Tweddle.
of Jeff Smith in this tournament. The
Sixth leg,
biggest
Jack 2 for
upset
first.
so far.
Game on.
Jeff Smith, he was 3-0 up.
42.
He only needed one more. Then he was 3-1 up. He only needed one more. He could not afford to lose 2 legs in this match.
96.
And he has. And he will have to return to Canada out of the ADC Global Championship at stage 1.
54.
Just put it on a t-shirt. There are no guarantees in darts. There have been examples of this.
57.
forever. Eric Bristow, 1983 final.
96.
That's pretty much where it started.
$58.
I just wonder if Jeff is aware. If he is, the adrenaline will drain from his body and he will
91.
feel less than ideal. Positively nauseated.
If anything, it's almost a worse
83.
feeling knowing that he might still win the match and then find out that he's out.
Now, he had a situation on this stage not that long ago
96.
when Neil Duff was leaving the stage and he didn't realise that he was through.
$60.
I kind of hope
Jack,
that
you
he
require
doesn't know
122.
just yet, because you don't want it to interfere with the game. Bull.
97.
That's another chance
Jeff,
to
you
win.
require 147.
To finish with a flourish. I don't think I've ever seen Jeff this annoyed.
60. Jack, you require 25.
Double 12. Double 6. He's already hit it once.
13.
Can't get it twice.
Jeff, you require 87.
Well, this might feel like now or never in the head of Jeff Smith, but it's unfortunately too little too late, even if he does pop this 87 for the match. Which he
Game
does
shot
on the
and a
bullseye,
match.
and he
Jeff
wins
Smith.
4-2, but it's simply not enough through to get him through. He is out. The silencer falls. One of the pre-tournament favourites will be falling at this stage of the competition. He was unable to afford to lose 2 legs. He did lose 2 legs to Tweddle, and it's a result that sees Chaz Barstow qualify. Jeff Smith is gone. He loses by 4. He wins, but he's out. He beats Tweddle 4 legs to 2.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler!
Welcome to the last match of group number 5 at the ADC Global Championship here in 2025, live on Pluto TV. And the only person in the history of the planet who came up with a word to describe today is Nat King Cole, because this group has been unforgettable. But it's not over, so don't go anywhere. We have 3 players through to next week's second stage. Chaz Barstow is now there. Wesley Van Tripe is there. Robbie Martin has been there for a while.
First leg, Robbie to throw first.
He's got a game to spare. But he can help somebody else. It is Jack Tweddle now, after that 4-2 loss to Jeff Smith,
60.
who is on the chopping block. Henry Dickens with us in this last game. The possibility
60.
of Jeff Smith and Jack Tweddle going out today, nobody thought this was possible at the start of play.
It pricks the ears of a lot of people up.
96.
People already through, they're thinking, right, 2 big contenders for this tournament are out the way with. However, for those that are still to play in the final couple of groups of this first phase, it just raises to attention that it ain't just as simple as turning up and getting into the top 4. And I look in particular that group on Sunday where you've got Perez, Danny Van Tripe, Kelling, Parry.
59.
You'd expect them to get through, but it's not a cut and dry scenario. Same with Group A. Heenahan, Hall, Owens, Cullerton.
100.
And actually, at this present moment in time, going into this particular game, Wesley Van Tripe, top of Group 5 with 8 points plus 5. Any win for Robbie Martin would see him top the group. If not, Wesley would be the top player. Now, after a couple of games, he was languished at the bottom of the group. But these are the permutations that are in play because
121.
Jack Tweddle
Robbie
is living and breathing
106.
every dart.
Michael Huntley needs 2 legs.
90.
Did you hear that, Mike?
Michael, you require
You need
95.
2 legs in this contest, otherwise you're going back to Wales without a return ticket. Interesting.
77.
And very, very
Robbie requires
close to
16.
taking that 95 out. Double 4. And for the
show on
man who's got
first leg.
15 maximums
Martin.
today, he's been the player of the day.
Second leg, Michael to throw first. Game on.
But if Michael Huntley does not get 2 legs, Jack Tweddle will get through by the skin of his teeth.
70.
Let's just say he would have used up every single one of his 9 lives, Jack Tweddle, if he was to get out of this. He's going to be a brand new member of the Marts mob
100.
right now. They all turn up in purple. I don't know whether that's because they're in line with what Robbie
85.
Martin wears or they got the shirts mixed up in the washing machine.
$60.
Not every day this week has the group come down to the last match. Famous last words for Friday.
85.
The other groups can't be this close, can they?
They can.
And they probably will.
85.
So stay tuned to Pluto TV over the next few days for your pre-Christmas action, because this is going to get really interesting. These guys in Group 5 have no
100.
idea who will be in their group next week because they're in the same position as people were in Group 1 on Monday. They have no information.
59. Michael, you require 161.
So Huntley 161. He's got 6 darts here to get one of 2 that he needs to progress through
66.
to the next stage. And I'll tell you what, if he does manage to find a way of scraping through, Huntley will feel like he's done it the hard way. There's points today where
125.
he's played like a dream,
Michael,
but there's
you
also
require
been other
95.
points today where he's made life, you could argue, perhaps unnecessarily difficult for himself. And he could make it even more difficult here if he's broken, because Martin's going to have a look at the 72. He should get at least a dart at top to double his lead.
39.
We
Robbie
thought Jeff
requires
was
72.
comfortable at 3-0 in the last game. There's no such thing as comfortable until you get the double. This is just another complicated route.
40.
But this time, Martin doesn't find the end product.
Michael, you require 56.
This is for 50% of what he needs.
$36.
Oh my.
Robbie, you require 32.
Things are getting very, very thick on the stage. The
16.
air up there is like jam.
Michael, you require
Every
20.
dart looks hard now.
And there's one person not on the stage that'll be feeling this more than anyone, and that person's Jack Tweddle. One left at double 5.
15.
Cannot find, and so Martin gets 3 more for 2
Robbie, you
zip.
require 16.
What a marker that is.
No score.
But he can't find the bed, and Huntley's got to take advantage of
Michael,
this.
you require 5.
The sands of time are using their gravity.
It's double 2. That's
1.
now 8 missed darts at a double in this
Robbie,
game
you
for
require
Michael
16.
Huntley. Robbie Martin surely has to finish this leg off here and now. Double 4. Great guy. Can he clip it off the barrel?
12.
No, he can't. Well, Michael Huntley is being given the keys to this leg, but somehow isn't finding a way of unlocking the door.
Michael, you require
Yeah, but he might lose
4.
the keys. Look at the pressure he's under. Can he find this double?
2.
No, he can't. Every time Robbie Martin
Robbie,
comes to the
require
hockey, he's
4.
wiring 8s and 4s. But he's
James
not
Shaw on the
wiring
second
2s.
leg. Robbie Martin.
How has that leg gone that deep? Easy
Third
answer.
leg, Robbie to throw first.
Pressure.
Game on.
Well, there's a saying in snooker called Shredsville where both players are feeling it. And that was exactly what happened towards the latter end of that leg there. Martin breaks, he leads 2-0.
140.
And he's halfway towards sending Jack Tweddle into the second stage and sending Michael Huntley back to Wales.
60.
Kindly tell me what is happening in the world of darts this week. Seriously. I said in the last few days, I don't believe in
95.
destiny. I believe you make your own. Jack Tweddle right now has got his legs crossed in the practice room thinking, this is going rather well.
123.
And this afternoon at Lakeside, Simon Chibels has taken out James Beaton. He wasn't even supposed to be in the tournament. Now he's in the semi-finals. Maybe destiny does exist.
137.
You can make an argument that perhaps today there's been more drama in the practice room in terms of players waiting for their fate as opposed to actually on the stage. And Jack Tweddle must be loving everything that's happening
70.
right now because
Robbie
Robbie
require
Martin is in full
129.
control. He's got all the time he wants from 129 to open up a 3-leg buffer. Remember, Huntley needs 2. This for 12. And after the
Game's on the
drama of the
third
last
leg.
leg where neither
Robbie
player can hit a
Martin.
thing, Robbie Martin's come over 129.
Fourth leg, Michael to throw first.
It's not often we say this.
Game on.
But it has to be said, with everything that's going on the table right now, this could actually trump what we just said about Tweddle in the previous match, where he could have finished in one of 6 positions in the table. Robbie Martin has just had a leg of darts that was 16 darts better than the previous one.
100.
Well, Michael Huntley has to draw something out here. At this point,
100.
the result of the game is a mere irrelevance for him. Just get the couple of legs.
If Huntley does go out, those darts are going to go in a lead box for weeks. He will not want to look at them.
Well, we haven't quite got a lake outside the live lounge, but there is a raft of fast food restaurants you could put the darts in the bins of.
100.
The way things are going, he's going to throw them in a puddle.
180.
That is now 17 for the day. And it looks like it might be his last one.
Well, Michael Huntley would have come into this competition harping hopes of a deep run. It looks like he's going to fall at the first hurdle. These darts are being thrown by Robbie Martin, but they sent Jack Tweddle into the second stage. And what a run towards the line. There was a scrappy second leg in that contest. But after Robbie Martin won that, he reeled off a 12 followed by an 11 to win by 4 legs to 0 against Michael Huntley. So that sends Jack Tweddle by the skin of his teeth into the second stage alongside Chaz Barstow, Robbie Martin and Wesley Van Tripe. Right, time for some reaction and analysis, and we can head over to the studio now and join Niall McCall. Well, what a dramatic day we've seen here at the ADC Global Championship. These are results from our Group 5 day. Our last match, a 4-0 win for Robbie Martin against Michael Huntley. Jess Smith beating Jack Tweddle by 4 legs to 2 before that. That result not good enough in the end for Jess Smith to make it through to the second stage of the competition here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. In the end, it was a group that was won by Robbie Martin, having amassed 10 points from his 6 games in the group. So this is how the final table looks as far as this group is concerned. Robbie Martin top of it, and we can now get some reaction and analysis, and we're going to join Niall McCall in the studio alongside Paul Nicholson on a day which had seen Robbie Martin progress through alongside Wesley Van Tripe, Chaz Barstow and Jack Tweddle through to Stage 2 of the Global Championship.
Thanks, Henry. Yeah, just trying to compute everything that happened there on Day 5, Group 5 of the ADC Global Championship. Paul Nicholson's alongside me. Try and make head or tail of that, Paul. Remarkable.
I think the last 2 legs of the day signify the craziness of the day, because when you have a 28 darter and then the next 2 are completed in 25, it shows what kind of craziness you can have. It is a huge upset that Jeff Smith is not going through to Stage 2, and I think this tournament is reeling from it.
It's hard enough for us to keep on top of all of the permutations in the commentary box. Did we get a sense that maybe some of the players weren't aware of what they needed and maybe took their eye off the ball a little bit? I'm thinking Jeff Smith, who was 3-0 up in the game that he had, the final game that he had, knowing that he needed a win of 4-0 or 4-1 to get himself through. And then he ended up conceding a couple of legs, and that was enough to see him eliminated.
From what we saw, it looked as if he thought he just needed to win the game, and he stumbled a little bit towards the end. But I think the biggest amount of body language that we read was in Michael Huntley in the last game. I think he knew exactly what he needed to do, and he just couldn't find it. That leg which Robbie Martin won in 28 darts, it showed just how much tension was in this place. I said in commentary that it felt like the air was as thick as jam. It was difficult for these guys to play darts at the end, and it just goes to show 2 of the best players that were in this group are going home, and Jack Tweddle is one lucky boy.
I actually just spoke to Wesley Van Tripe a few minutes ago, and he says a relief. I'm glad I'm through. I'm pleased I'm through, because there was a time at the start of the day where he looked like he would be one of those 3 players below the dotted line. He ends up finishing second, which is obviously a great result for him. But let's talk about Robbie Martin, top of the group, and avoided all of the chaos by getting the work done early. And actually, that's probably benefited him in the end.
Yeah, the chaos was happening on the ground, and he was hovering above them by a drone. So well done him. But the biggest thing for me, for Robbie today, scoring ability, 17 180s in 6 games. That is nearly 3 a game. That is fantastic. And high levels of performance over the course of matches as well. When he had a blip, it was very short. So I think you've got to throw him in the mix for possibly winning this title now. He's got the scoring ability to cause people problems.
Well, today we've just about caught our breath after all of those calculations and permutations. That's all done and dusted for Group 5, Day 5. But what about tomorrow? We're over the halfway stage now of this first phase of the ADC Global Championship. And Devon Peterson, the man who lifted the trophy last year, he is the reigning and defending champion. He starts his campaign and his title defence tomorrow.
He's been given a decent group as well. We've seen worse groups than that this week. I'm really interested to see what Matt Cast can do. He comes via domestic ADC darts. He's useful. Johan Brouwer is very unpredictable. He will bring the passion tomorrow as well. And our second female competitor in Vicky Cataruccio as well. So this one very much open for interpretation, but all of the pressure will be on Devon Peterson.
And just a quick word on Patrick Decker, top of the ADC Western rankings. So an opportunity for him as well to join the Europeans that have already qualified through.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the ADC Europe system has given a great deal of joy to this place over the years. So Patrick, now let's see what you can do.
Okay then, well that's it for today's live darts here on Pluto TV, but stay with us on the channel because there's loads of great stuff coming up next. Jeff Smith, who unfortunately will leave today disappointed, he's next up in Champions Talk. And then of course tomorrow at 9:30 a.m. is where you need to join us for Group 6. The knockout groups begin on Tuesday at 1 o'clock, and then on Sunday the 4th of January, the big day, the final of the ADC Global Championship. Well, thanks so much for your company this morning and into the afternoon here on Pluto TV. Remember, every dart live and free. See you tomorrow.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the moment we've all been waiting for.
Graham Hall! The silencer, Jeff Smith!
People are cheering.
Games up.
That is special.
It's top sight!
This is your warrior, Devon Peterson!
He will be disappointed with that. He wanted to have
Graham
one dart.
requires 20.
Graham Usher wins the first game of Champions Night, and it was an absolute ripper. He hit one of them on tops. He missed one on double 12. Which one is it? It's the hit.
Outside opportunity for Andy Hamilton. Van der Velde should be getting a match start again here. He's already had one. Mr. Darter tops for the match to win 4-1. And Darter double 16 gets the job done there for Jurgen van der Velde. He gets over the line with a 4-2-6.
Did he go for tops, or did he just overshoot the single? Jimmy doesn't care. Jimmy just looks to eat this up to make the semi-finals for the second time. Adam Gablas has been eliminated. Keep us guessing. This time he's trying to leave double 18. He knows best, and he takes the lead. He's 2 darts away